Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than Jon Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights, because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind Jon Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting Jon Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen Jon Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, Jon had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? CYRIL GANE. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in this basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable. Way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do, and it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's a reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did John Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? Because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Custom Model thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time, right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree, or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself.
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey, Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests and also milk-free.
Freedom.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on a 2025 Invista. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get Invista Preferred for under $25,000.
So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the #1 threat to John Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blades fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blades fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blades fight. Okay. Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay. We'll top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blades. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds. Then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the team Ikaboon's journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad Andy at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC, MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and I decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinall of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. They will absolutely make you quit because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had one pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. And it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to the UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinall's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself, and this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now. Okay? He decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on, and that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming, and that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a plan B. There is only plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness.
Together, your love turned the whole world on its head. And all the while, you were watching clothes dry. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Our seat covers aren't just engineered for comfort. Ford had to build a whole damn truck around them. The F-350 was basically built as their accessory.
Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old, or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall. And I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Heron from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, this is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in Full Contact Contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay. But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay. So imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Aspinall ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak, and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit, okay? He said, I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it, he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after, literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This is right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to John Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches. And I was really struggling for money at few points, which is tough because I got children and stuff, and it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete, and then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this, because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So, you know what? That's what it is. Okay. So as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay. So again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So
Vistaprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it, and take it. Whether it's one of a kind or one for your whole team, if you need it, we print it with 20% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
moving on. Aspinall is proud as Punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as Punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that John Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story, another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment. At the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream, winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between John Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and John were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is a revelation that's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically, he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time, making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added, I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it. But to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, a journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire, human race that they're trying to get into. But
Trump tried to steal one election. He's trying again now. It's Texas versus California. You want to beat Trump? Democrats can't keep playing by the old rules. Vote yes on Prop 50 and let's stick it to Trump.
Bauer tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects. With hundreds of corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer enables you to complete tough vehicle maintenance and repairs, manage difficult landscaping projects, tackle demanding home renovations, and even turn your garage into a workshop. For all your current and future projects, Bauer is ready to deliver. Bauer, heavy duty guaranteed.
you start thinking, look at these guys are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed, it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves, so they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinall. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham, I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to John Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that John Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay? Most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first-round knockout against Camille, and then after that, gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury, and then another TKO, and then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodad, Sergey Pavlovich, and the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues, but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record. Okay, right here. He has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that, 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him, so he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay, let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinall's dad insists he always knew his son had elite-level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise to becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is the grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, and which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history.
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests and also milk-free.
Freedom.
For the ones who know well-prepared workdays land right on time, there's Grainger. For the ones who get it done.
So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay, I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay, I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right, well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful. Just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head. But everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time I was fighting for an amateur kickboxing championship, and he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino, but he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what, a lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a contender series. He had lost, I believe he had lost to I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a contender series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with, but obviously he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic, is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that, his dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's an important, that is an important thing to really emphasize above all, okay? Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being, an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them?
They don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident up to 1 year ago? Even if you weren't driving. Just click the link around this video to see how much you can get. Just answer 5 simple questions, and it only takes 30 seconds. If you got hurt by a driver in last year, you might be owed money without even knowing it. You could get a check just like this one, maybe even more. Click the link now to find out. Tens of thousands of people have received a 5-figure or even a 6-figure check without going to court, paying big legal fees, or dealing with insurance companies or greedy attorneys. Even if you were a pedestrian, rideshare user, cyclist, or a motorcyclist, you can get the justice you deserve. Look at Mia, for example. She had no idea her case was worth anything. But after she came to Car Accident Council, she got over $160,000 from an accident that happened a little less than a year ago. No matter what you thought before, you can get what you're owed and can be shocked to see how much more can be than you expected. We can't change the past, but we can help you get a good cash settlement for missed work, hospital bills, and property damage. Here's what happens after you answer the 5 simple questions. In a few minutes, a top injury specialist will tell you if your accident qualifies for major compensation. After that, you just tell them about your case and wait for a check. You can get it in little as 30 days. Your specialist will do everything to help you because they don't get paid unless you win. To see if your accident qualifies for a major cash settlement, click the link below and answer 5 simple questions. Some people feel bad about holding someone accountable and don't want to cause trouble or look like they're scamming the system. Don't let that be you. You deserve compensation. It's your right. Click the link below, answer a few questions about your case, and if you qualify, a top accident specialist will contact you with a plan within minutes for free. Just imagine having an extra $10,000 or even $100,000 right now. Won't it feel good to pay off your bills, get a new car, and have a ton of extra cash to take a vacation or treat yourself by using the car accident cancel app? If the accident wasn't your fault, you shouldn't be punished. So if you're still wondering if this will work for you and you haven't gotten a settlement, this is for you. The accident can't be your fault, and it must have happened up to 1 year ago. So what do you have to lose? Click the link, answer 5 simple questions, and see what your case is worth. I hope this helps.
When your severe asthma says you can't, Tespire says you can. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that helps you prevent attacks and relieve asthma symptoms. Tespire is not a rescue medication. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Get help for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, trouble breathing. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop asthma treatments without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Avoid live vaccines. Sore throat, joint, back pain may occur.
So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth, they're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high-paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Now, obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia. Literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay, and that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown-nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem if you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier. It's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? Allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now,
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on a 2025 Invista. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get Invista Preferred for under $25,000.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day. Sunshine is shining, chase the clouds away. Smiles all around, it's a perfect day.
I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're looking at a world where you're trying to be financially independent versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure, oh man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? Not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner center. Oops, sorry about that. Had that on mute. I was saying that, yeah, having, yeah, so basically jiu-jitsu is a middle-class sport for middle-class people. And why I'm saying that is because Tom Aspinall's dad had the means to take that risk. And maybe a lot of you should not take that risk as well, because again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But nonetheless, the important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy, you can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people are always going to doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit.
Why do we browse like this? Hunting, clicking, searching. What if we could just say, hey, Copilot. And now that hoodie you saw, found. Your inbox, cleared. Dinner party for 7, 1 oven, easy. And that walking tour, planned. With no backtracking and the best burger.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yes.
Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation, because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially when it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point, okay? So here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody I look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat Hazib down. I'm my opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have It shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you're training for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
Last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus? You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinall, you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars, okay? And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position. Like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere. You're stressing all day. So listen, I'm just apologize. TT has done a good job. He made my opponents sell tickets. I made him look silly. So this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Your perfect wedding begins at Vistaprint, with gorgeous invites starting at under $1 in designs that match your theme, which we can also print on napkins, signs, and more for your big day. Take 50% off wedding stationery at Vistaprint.com with code WEDDING50.
Our seat covers aren't just engineered for comfort. Ford had to build a whole damn truck around them. The F-350 was basically built as their accessory.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead, but respect to pound for pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what Sutherland does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in the show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Danielle Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
and I got let down big time yesterday. That was just ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful, proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look, can you imagine this, right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look, I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is just so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T. Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T. Tazim. I told this person, look, T. Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has a memories of tickets. Wherever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad who I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T. Tazim because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step a fight. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have search for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere, that's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. Like even when I said I'd meet the train station, because train station you have to take it to the train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay, and I asked him, "Can you accept me to the train station?" No, so I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T. Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But But I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there. But I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person he had people in his car, and I said, you know what, meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But no, he said no. Then they said get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I got, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T. Tazim.
How's it going?
Good morning. Let's go, guys.
When'd she get here? Let's go. Do you see her?
I think we won. Good morning. Come on, let's go.
You got here first. You did it. Nah, it's just right there.
Good morning, guys.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
What's a better idea for healthcare? What if when my doctor tells me I need an MRI?
You need an MRI.
Nothing got in the way of it or slowed it down. Instead, it just happened.
If your doctor decides you need an MRI, you get an MRI. That's integrated care from Kaiser Permanente, a better idea for healthcare.
He had to go at me, simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
And you say, so as boxers, your coach traveling, he takes care of that. Like to travel to like far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The price, like not everybody could afford it. Like last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, like amateur boxers, elite amateurs, like in boxing, they have to travel. They have to like travel different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had asked T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground whoever I faced. I ain't asked T this. T Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. T Tazim knows this. But some people, people with Peterborough, like Shahid Milfield, he's a good brother. Shahid's a real person. He took me. I put it on his case. You know what Shahid did? Let me tell you what Shahid Milfield did. When I asked Shahid, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shahid Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shahid. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift. He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked Carl to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't turn up. Santino Peterborough knew, because he knows it's going to be bestie for me. It's going to be bestie for my whole family. If I don't turn up to December fight, my whole family is going to be bestie for them. He knew that. So, because T hasn't got me an opponent from Bradford, but this is what he did. He made sure I got to the venue. I went to the venue. Alhamdulillah, I've reached the fine. I had the fight. Then after that, I earned T Tazim respect. T knows this. I never let him down. Yesterday, I got let down. T, listen, I'm so sorry. It costs a lot. T Tazim, put yourself. Anybody, please, tomorrow, put yourself in my position. Like somebody you trust let you down last minute, and you begged him to bring you, begged him, and he said no. So put yourself in my position. I'm not angry or anything, but put yourself in my position, and I'm really.
I mean, credit to Daniel. He said he's not angry or anything. I would be absolutely livid. So kudos to him for being cool, calm, and collective about this. And you know what? By the end of the day, understand that it is all Allah's will. Even though somebody did promise to help him out, that wasn't the case. But unfortunately, it's just a whole crab in the bucket mentality. Well, anyways, guys, that is all that I have for you in this one. If you want to check out the rest of that, check out Daniel Hamid on Facebook. It is DANYALHAMID, like Prince Hamid, or I think he spells it with an E, but Daniel here spells it with an I. So Hamid as in HAMID. It is on Facebook. Go check out that video if you want to see the rest of it. Point being and point blank, you can't have a plan B. and you need resources in this game when it comes to funding your future and your goals and aspirations as a high level and championship level mixed martial artist or boxer. So for now, that is all that I have. This was an epic content to make and a very exciting project as well. By the way, only took me an hour to do it. Nonetheless, here it is. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Watch all of my videos. Watch from top to bottom. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And I will see you on the next content, inshallah.
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey, Copilot.
Let's talk about Mackenzie Dern and Tom Aspinall, and in particular, Tom Aspinall's dad, who 18 years ago left his job and pursued coaching Tom Aspinall full-time. And this is very important to understand because we live in a world where everything has to be about results-driven. In other words, you tell your kids that you want them to be happy, you want them to pursue whatever it is that they want in life. But at the same time, what you really want is security and assurance in whatever it is that they do. It's going to be lucrative. They're going to be able to pay for, let's say, feeding their family. They're going to be able to provide whatever it is that they need in order for them to get on with life in general. Tom Aspinall's dad took the biggest risk in his entire life, all because he really, truly believed in his son, his skills and his capabilities. And not only that, his future prowess that really, up until last night, nobody really saw coming. So this is really important to understand that Tom Aspinall's dad did something that most of you out there would not ever dare to do. And so because of that, I think that requires a lot of praise. And not only a lot of praise, but a lot of advice that I think you could take from Tom Aspinall's dad. Now, once again, full disclosure, you got to understand something. Not everyone's life is created equal. And also, outcomes are not created equal as well. You can have the same amount of effort, the same amount of risk as the next guy trying to get to the same particular goal.
Capital Group and KKR are expanding access to a world of investing once reserved for a select few. Explore our world of public-private plus funds. Take the first step.
Dad. Now, once again, full disclosure, you got to understand something. Not everyone's life is created equal. And also, outcomes are not created equal as well. You can have the same amount of effort, the same amount of risk as the next guy trying to get to the same particular goal, but it's just not. Let's talk about Mackenzie Dern and Tom Aspinall, and in particular, Tom Aspinall's dad, who 18 years ago left his job and pursued coaching Tom Aspinall full-time. And this is very important to understand because we live in a world where everything has to be about results-driven. In other words, you tell your kids that you want them to be happy, you want them to pursue whatever it is that they want in life, but at the same time, what you really want is security and assurance in whatever it is that they do, it's going to be lucrative. They're going to be able to pay for, let's say, feeding their family. They're going to be able to provide whatever it is that they need in order for them to get on with life in general. Tom Aspinall's dad took the biggest risk in his entire life, all because he really, truly believed in his son, his skills, and his capabilities. And not only that, his future prowess that really, up until last night, nobody really saw coming. So this is really important to understand that Tom Aspinall's dad did something that most of you out there would not ever dare to do. And so because of that, I think that requires a lot of praise. And not only a lot of praise, but a lot of advice that I think you could take from Tom Aspinall's dad. Now, once again, full disclosure, you got to understand something. Not everyone's life is created equal. And also, outcomes are not created equal as well. You can have the same amount of effort, the same amount of risk as the next guy trying to get to the same particular goal, but it's just not going to work out from one guy versus the other. And that can fall into many things, factors that are beyond your control. Perhaps maybe even an aspect of, I don't know, a little bit of luck, if there is such thing as luck in this world where it just seems like anything can happen at any given time. And that goes with good and bad scenarios and whatever it is that you're anticipating in your life. So we don't give a lot of credit for guys like Tom Aspinall's dad. Reason being is because, like I said in the beginning of this particular content in this video, I said that we live in a society where everything has to be about results driven. Meaning that, well, all right, I dream of being a rich guy one day. Well, are you rich right now? And the answer may be yes or no. And if the answer is no, then guess what? Your wish doesn't really matter. You talking to the world saying that you want to accomplish a particular goal doesn't really mean anything until you can actually do it. And then in the process of trying to get to that goal, guess what? You're going to have a whole bunch of people that are never going to believe in you. So this is very interesting to really understand from a human interest point of view that we all can relate to. Because let's be honest, when the fighting is done, when the fighters take their belts, take their paychecks, they take their corners with them, fly halfway across the world or halfway across the United States, that Monday or that Sunday, which is right now, you're not going to be living that life with those fighters. You're going to be living your own separate lives. But in the midst of that, it's really important to take lessons from what it is that they did on a Saturday night. But more importantly, the lessons that you have to learn that led them to preparing for that Saturday night. And this is the main story that we are talking about right now. Not so much of the kicks and punches, not so much of the fact that Tom Aspinall's dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, trained up his son to be as such, and we got the results that we were looking for based on that hard training that he's been through over the years, the preparation, but more so importantly, the new methods that he started implementing in his life and in his repertoire of training and training partners and training environment. So it's not so much about all those things. It's about the fact that you have Tom Aspinall's dad, who, from what I hear, and I'm not sure about this because I didn't do a lot of research into Tom Aspinall's family, but it's safe to say Tom Aspinall's dad is a single dad. Now, where is the mother? We don't know. We don't know much about it. We can't speculate one way or the other. You can't make an Andrew Tate type of video about this because you want to assume the worst of, let's say, Tom Aspinall's mom, and then you take the dad, who's the hero of this story, as some sort of hero that I guess the Chads of the world and the red pill community would look at as to say, well, you know what? He came from this type of environment with perhaps maybe a toxic woman, and then he raised a world champion son, and we're now going to politicize that into these matters at hand. Now, we don't know too much about that, but what we do know about the human interest story of this, and by the way, I'm going to get to Mackenzie Dern after 6 minutes of literally talking about Tom Aspinall and mentioning her in the beginning of the content and wondering how will all this relate? Well, for one, you got to understand what Tom Aspinall's dad did would break a lot of men. It would lead them to say, you know what, this whole MMA thing is just absolutely ridiculous. How many people do you know that are trying to be rappers, are trying to be comedians, are trying to be actors, or whatever it is that they have this big goal and big dream that seems impossible or far-fetched to reach? A lot of them give up. During the summer, I spent a lot of time in Los Angeles. Right now, I'm in Sacramento, so I go back and forth from Los Angeles to Sacramento. And I can tell you, Los Angeles in particular, is filled with homeless people in the streets that have failed dreams. And what do I mean by that? You got people that are from the Midwest, people from Europe, people from across the seas come into Hollywood, California to have a dream of becoming the next Tom Hardy or becoming the next Vin Diesel, the next Arnold Schwarzenegger, the next Paul Walker, the next Bruce Lee. And lo and behold, they failed for one reason or another. Now, that could be because of the fact that they took a calculated risk in spending all of their money to move to LA, and after moving to LA, depleting all of their funds with no results to anything that they were trying to accomplish. Because let's face it, it's a very hard goal. You're an actor or an aspiring actor in Los Angeles, and how many of them that are like that? You look at the traffic that goes into LA. These are some of the things that go into my mind as I'm sitting there in LA traffic. I say to myself, you know what? How many people that are in this highway, failed actors trying to get to their next studio audition? LA is full of them. So you got to understand, it's the city of broken dreams to a certain extent. It's also a city where, let's face it, it's highly populated. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants to show out. Everybody wants to be noticed. But also, aside from the entertainment aspects of things, there's also the business networking world that some people want to infiltrate in order for them to, let's say, land a lucrative job, land a big business deal that's going to make them millions or prosper them into the next level and whatever that may be. This is what LA is full of. Not everybody makes it because everybody is chasing it. So at some point, you realize this and you say to yourself, it's probably time to go out there and get a normal job. Just like everybody else, work a normal job. And by the way, this is a common story with a lot of fighters on the way up. Chris Weidman has mentioned this. And by the way, I've made videos about Chris Weidman in the place where I'm literally passing by right now, right by the Sacramento River, where I shot that particular content regarding Chris Weidman's last fight and how I basically compared him as the Orlando Anderson of MMA. And if you want to look at the reasons as to why, go take a look at the video on the comment on the section below of the video section of this channel to see everything that I talk about in there. But back to Tom Aspinall at hand and his father in particular, because we already talked about Tom Aspinall's great accomplishments and this great moment of time that he was able to accomplish and that he was able to obtain yesterday in New York City, a place where literally a lot of born English fighters one day dream of performing at. in the highest stage of their combative sport, whether that would be boxing or MMA. Tom Aspinall has done that. But the real story of this whole entire content is his father taking the risk, taking the time to invest in his son. Now, this transitions into Mackenzie Dern. The father of Mackenzie Dern is also a highly touted jiu-jitsu black belt and a jiu-jitsu player. So, like Tom Aspinall, she has grown up around martial arts. She has a male figure in her life, like Tom Aspinall, a father figure who's present, who teaches her things, but not only that, promotes her in a way that is really important to their careers and the advancement of their careers. Because you have to understand about combat sports, you can't do this alone. There was a time where I thought, okay, maybe you know what? You can train on your own. You can do things on your own. You can win fights on your own. But in reality, you can't. It's just that's just not the way of the world. It's not the way things are. Because there are factors and voids that need to be filled while a training session is going on, while a training camp is going on, while you're in your recovery phase. And on top of that, you need people around you to manage your daily schedule, your interviews, your contract negotiations. And if you were to do this all by yourself, you would have to concentrate on not only just your training, but also these other aspects that have nothing to do with fighting, but at the same time have so much to do with fighting in ways that you never really understand until later on. And what do I mean by that? Well, when the ticket sales come and you're in the regional scenes, you're trying to sell tickets for people to come out and buy your fights and check you out. You don't have all the people that are out there buying your tickets. You don't have the proper eyes, the proper views, and the proper promotion. And then sometimes it gets worse to the point where you have the least amount of preparation going into a fight because of all these situations you have going on. So why is Mackenzie Dern's performance lacking if she has a father figure like Tom Aspinall, who's also a martial artist, who also brought her up as somebody to be ready in this world of prize fighting and fight at the highest level? At some point, Tom was a prospect. He passed through that already. He's now a world champion. At some point, and still to this point, Mackenzie Dern is a 30-year-old prospect. Because we keep giving her chances after chances. And all of a sudden, last night, it just looked like she was malprepared against a former champion like Andrade. Now, we have to take into consideration she has some life issues going on. She had a divorce case going on. And by the way, make of that as you will. Also make of that as you will with the situation of her actually being accused of abusing her man or her ex-husband, who, by the way, is a famous surfer, not a fighter, not somebody who's a trained martial artist, not somebody that understands the level of stress and the level of hardships that Mackenzie Dern has to go through as a fighter. Maybe as an athlete and as a competitor, he understands the nervousness, the worrisome that you have to go through before a competition. But let's be honest, right? Surfing is a dangerous sport, but it is not like fighting. It's not as dangerous as fighting, especially if you know what you're doing. In the world of surfing, you were trained your whole entire life to get on the board, ride waves, and it becomes second nature to you. Sure, some waves are more dangerous than others, just like some opponents in the fight game are a lot more dangerous than others, just like Andrade. She's probably way more dangerous than most of the other opponents that Mackenzie Dern has faced in the past, and that's the reason why she is a former world champion and a 26-fight UFC veteran at that. But still, it's different circumstances that you're dealing with. You are fighting a person, not a wave. A person that is even more fluid than the water. A person that can change their mind quicker than what an ocean and what the sea implements and wishes to do on any particular given time. So, in other words, fighting a human being is way more unpredictable than fighting the oceans and the waves that somehow has some sort of set of motion that you can understand, that you can get ready for, that you can get used to while you're getting ready for these waves. But in the world of fighting, you can have all your ducks in a row. You can look great, which, by the way, Mackenzie Dern looked great in the middle of the fight. But out of nowhere, she just made one mistake and it failed her miserably, to the point where now we have to question everything that she does as a person in her training camp, as a person, not just as a fighter, but as an overall human being, in her actions and what she does in her daily life, that we can criticize from to really understand why she is at this position right now. But you also got to understand this. Somebody like her, for a lot of people, they want to see her do good. Why? Well, for the same reason why she's very marketable. And I think you know exactly where I'm going with that. The problem is, we don't live in a comic book world where the hero and the heroine are the main characters and are going to rise above all these challenges that they face. It's not a Rocky movie. It's not a fictional film. It's not the Warrior movie with that MMA movie with Tom Hardy where he fights his brother. It's not any of these things. It's not Halle Berry's movie, Bruised, where she ends up fighting a person played by Valentina Shevchenko. It's none of these things. This is real life. And guess what? In real life, just like Tom Aspinall's dad, you could take all the risks in the world, just like what he did, and you're going to come up short in some way, and that's a possibility. So where am I going with this in relationship to Mackenzie Dern after telling you the backstory of Tom Aspinall's dad and his risk that he took to gain this incredible result, becoming the world heavyweight champion of the world? What I'm trying to say with this whole thing is that no matter what kind of risk you take, no matter how people believe in you, maybe sometimes some things are just not for you. Now, am I saying that MMA is not for Mackenzie Dern? I don't know. I don't know if that's what I'm saying, because she is good at it, but there's a ceiling. And when you reach that ceiling, you got to ask yourself, where do I stop? Yes, I'm literally calling for Mackenzie Dern's retirement, or fight down a level, or fight in another organization that doesn't have this level of stiff competition. Because guess what? Even though Tom Aspinall and his father came out of this whole entire story with a happy book ending, a happy ending to a happy story and whatnot, at some point, there's going to reach a limit for Tom Aspinall, and you have to come to grips with that. Right now, he is the best heavyweight in the world. Not named John Jones, of course. But is John Jones his limit? Are these other heavyweights that he hasn't fought yet his limit? Is Curtis Blades' limit? We've seen a portion of that before they had that lackluster fight where he ended up getting injured mid-fight, and we never really got to see much of what can come about Tom Aspinall when he deals with a high-level proficient wrestler in Curtis Blades. We have yet to see him fight Stipe, so we don't know how he's going to do with an experienced guy like that. Plus, Stipe is a little bit old, so even if he was to win that, guess what? You would criticize the fact that Stipe is an old man and shouldn't be there. But then if he loses to him, then you're like, well, you see, this is where his limits are. So at some point, he has to understand where his limits are. I think Mackenzie Dern, right now, we're trying to understand where her limits are, and perhaps maybe some of us are seeing it. Maybe she's not seeing it. Maybe others in her camp are seeing it also, but don't want to tell her. Or maybe my opinion on this particular matter is wrong. But make no mistake, you got to understand, at some point, you can't keep making excuses for your favorite fighters because they either can or they can't at a certain level. Right now, Tom Aspinall and his dad can. They rose above poverty. They rose above destitution. They rose above being able to now pay their bills on time, not getting their lights shut off, not getting their internet cut off, not being able to eat without, let's say, having food stamps and whatnot, or getting welfare. But the bottom line is, as human beings, no matter what inspirational story you draw from, you got to understand your limits. Because if you don't, then you're going to devastate yourself in a very detrimental fashion. All because you've made a mistake in analyzing and calculating your risk. But some people, they actually rise above that calculated risk and come out on the other side with the spoils of war. Whereas with the others, they come out of it on the other side, devastated, never being the same again, and regretful of the choices that they made. But by the end of the day, let's put a pot. All right, let's get a mic check going right now. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let's make sure that the mic is working. All right, good. The stream will start officially at 1 hour and 53 minutes, which is in 30 seconds from now. Which means I'll see you in 30 seconds. All right. So welcome everybody to UFC 321 Abu Dhabi. It is morning time in California right now. Let me know what part of the world you are from, how you are watching this fight, and I welcome you to this live stream because I am very much excited to be here with you guys to witness this live stream. And as that this fight is going to distance, It is going to the distance. Now, why did I say that? Well, the elusive footwork of CYRIL GANE is going to Aspinall in this fight. I think that it's going to give him a bit of a challenge. Also, listen, understand in or the wrestling fields of New Jersey. He didn't grow up wrestling. So what is he going to do if he can't take down CYRIL GANE? They're going to fight in a kickboxing range, and that is exactly. I did a video this week regarding Khamzat and Sean Strickland sort of going at it and having guns involved in the whole situation. Wow. You guys got to check that my video section. Also, I did a live stream, 30-second live stream, 30 minutes. Aspinall's hard sparring session going into this, and why the British media was so outraged by it. Check it out. It's a very interesting live stream. And then I did a live stream this week regarding Paddy Pimblett and Ilya Topora. With now, why is it that they want to lead with that? I mean, obviously, it's like when you start off with a job, let me know if or just wanted to make sure that I don't have any technical difficulties. All right, guys, let's see here. So we're just waiting right now. Yeah, what do you guys think about that video I had from 2 years ago now? Can you imagine? That video was from 2 years ago that I had showed just right before this live stream. It was about Tom Aspinall and Mackenzie Dern, where I talk about their no, this is not this is live right now. Live right now. So for those of you that don't know what Victory here is saying, it's a sort of an inside joke that me and him have going on. What I do in most, not well, I would say about the majority of fight streams where we are covering a card, or that I would think is one of my best work, right? And show it to people that wouldn't necessarily tap into my channel on a normal time that doesn't pertain to a fight day coverage, right? So it's sort of a strategy that I do in order to, you know, show old content that I have to kind of give the viewers sort of, you know, reacquainted with the past content. Right now, like right now, we are watching the first fight of the evening, right? They are showing the highlights of these two fighters before they go into the cage. Okay, there's this Japanese girl, and I believe there's this Brazilian girl that is going to open the card right now. I believe her last name is Inoue, very similar to that of the boy who's a monster, right? Amari, I believe is her name. Okay, so that's going to be the first fight of the evening, and Marty here says, "Let's go." All right, man. Yeah, man. I'm absolutely ready to go. I am so pumped up for this card. Look at this fight poster with Tom Aspinall and CYRIL Gane right here. Right, like this is awesome right here. This is awesome. It has Abu Dhabi in the background, and then on top of that, it has their face in what would seem to be a very, well, I wouldn't say AI, but you know what? A very enhanced and filtered version of themselves in a very animated way, right? Sort of like this modern style of you know, real life art, like kind of similar to what you would see out of the GTA 6 graphics that is coming out, which, by the way, is just stellar in terms of AI, performative, and emulating, you know, the human, you know, emotions and the human movement right down to the T. Victory says, what would you do if you are sparring someone, you're getting landed more, so they start throwing elbows? You're getting the landing more. So you're saying you're outlanding them, right? So they start throwing elbows. Is that what you said? Well, you see, here's the thing with elbows in sparring, right? You would have to have an agreed upon a agreement of some sort, as to say, you know what, listen, if we're gonna throw elbows, which by the way is highly needed in order to understand, we're gonna put on which by the way are in a lot of Muay Thai and MMA gyms. So as a result, okay, you guys put it on, but it would not be cool, and I don't think that it would be, you know, pleasantly a good gym etiquette of some kind to start throwing elbows without the pads. So that's what I would say. Having a and O's. But I'm going to be honest with you, right? I know that elbows are part of real fighting, and yes, you have to be very, you know, understanding of that. But I don't think that they're that needed in sparring. Because look, elbows do happen, but they're very. But at the same time, since they're so rare, the guy that is just constant is going to connect at some point. But yeah, you know what? Throwing elbows has to be, you know, a very controlled measure in sparring. That's what I would say. He says, yeah, if you're starting to land more, he says, that's outlandish. The audio is no bueno essay. Okay, how about now? Let me know if the audio is getting better now. So sorry, you know, obviously I think it's a little bit better now. But let me know if it's getting better now, so I can you know, start yapping away. Well, actually not yapping away, but actually giving a play-by-play of this first fight of the evening right now, right? Okay, it's kind of going back and forth there. Okay, he says, yeah, we didn't have elbow pads. I think it's a terrible gym etiquette. You know what? Better. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Much blessings to you, my man. God bless all of you guys right now on this beautiful California morning as we are covering an Abu Dhabi fight. Same. Thank you. So as you can see in the crowds right now, as you are looking in the background behind Jacqueline and her corner, there's not a lot of people. Well, there's empty seats in the front row. Obviously, for the hardcore fans in the city of Abu Dhabi, they are sitting in the nosebleeds because, as you would imagine, these are Abu Dhabi prices to sit there, right? And then you would imagine the only people that are going to be watching these fights are probably the sheikhs or the ones that are sitting in the front row. Very expensive seats, by the way, right? So they are empty as of right now, right? So here we go. Jacqueline versus Inoue right now. Okay, here we go. Round number 1. First fight. All right. So we are heading into round 1 right now of Jacqueline Amore versus Inoue, the Japanese. It says, I think the seats are for the Indian workers. Oh, no, it is not. It is absolutely not. You know where they are right now? They are probably in the bathrooms cleaning. I mean, that's just, the true to God honesty. By the way, speaking of which, listen, I have some Netflix recommendations, which, by the way, is sort of relative to the proximity of the region we are watching. So my Netflix recommendation is as it follows, right? Number 1. Okay, so number 1 that sort of goes into this region, right? 1. Okay. I'm sorry, Route 10. Route 10. It's a Saudi movie, okay? And well, let me give the synopsis after I give you the second one. The second one is the deep state, which government, okay, and the Kuwaiti prime minister, okay. So basically, that's Netflix Arabia style of genre that on Route 10, which sort of falls into what we are talking about, right? I have a Netflix recommendation equals unsubscribe. Okay. They are in Obama's cages. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so Route 10. Okay, this sort of relates to what you're talking about, fresh melon juice. Check this out. Route 10 is about these two Saudi kids, right? A brother and a sister who had to go on a road trip from Riyadh to Abu Dhabi, the city that we are watching right now, right? Their father is a famous engineer and construction tycoon, right? So he's sort of like, the synopsis is that their father is the Donald Trump of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, right? So they missed their plane. Why did they miss their plane? I don't know. But they were told that they missed their plane. They had to take a road trip from Riyadh. The brother and sister of this rich Saudi billionaire had to take a road trip from Riyadh to Saudi Arabia. And in between that, they were getting followed by God knows who. But guess why? The father was very cruel to his workers. You understand? So now there's this revenge factor going on. Now they're getting followed in the desert. You got these people that are dressed like Al-Qaeda fighters, right? With white galabeas and vests and, and the kafaya wrapped around their faces, right? Like as Al-Qaeda fighter looking as you could get, following these two rich Saudi kids, right? In the name of reprisals and revenge for how the workers were treated, right? So that is the name of that is Route 10. He says, I can't believe you're yapping during the women's fight. I think you understand what I'm doing. Okay, so here's Jacqueline right now with a figure 4 body lock on Inoue right now. Inoue is on full guard position. She is trying to posture up. She's not able to posture up, but Jacqueline Amore is still continuing on with her body lock as she is on the bottom full guard position. Okay, so there you go. All right, so that the movie of that is Route 10. The second one is Deep State. Well, so far, I mean, from what I understand about it, because I'm like 2 episodes into Deep State, it's a Kuwaiti movie, right? It says these Saudi Shanghai are disgusting. Explain that, Mario. Or explain what you find disgusting in terms of what they have been doing, or practices, or some sort of political angle you have, or maybe human rights violations that you see. Let me know what you are describing when you say that these people are disgusting. Because, well, obviously we can't pinpoint all Saudis into one, you know, and yeah, I mean, there's, you know, the government, and then there's the people, and then, yeah, there's a lot of that going on there. Okay, so, all right, what I was saying with the other recommendations of Deep State, it's about the Kuwaiti government. The prime minister is the protagonist of the movie and or the series, and the series starts off with a Kuwaiti fighter pilot being shot down, and then there's an investigation surrounding it. Very interesting stuff. If you're into spy and military movies, it is up there. So that is my recommendation for Netflix Arabia, right? Sort of as the quintessential relevance approximate to this region. Okay, so Fresh says, without women, we wouldn't have sandwiches. All right, well, you said it, I didn't. Mario says forced labor. Gotcha. Okay, so define forced labor for me, Mario. Fresh says, yes, we can clump them all together and exercise racism. What do you mean by that? Give me context in that. Yeah, Fresh. Who is that in reference to? Are you speaking to me, or are you saying this in response to Mario? Or give me some context in what you were saying. Also, Mario, let me know what sort of forced labor have you noticed in these countries in terms of practices of, well, you know, I let you tell me that, because, you know, these are very interesting conversations and interesting questions that we are bringing up, as right now Inoue is actually out grappling Jacqueline right now. She is grinding her up against the fence. They are now in a dirty boxing position. Now Jacqueline has a wizard and is, ooh, she gets tripped down on the ground. Now it is Inoue that is on top half guard position right now, which, by the way, as I have explained to you guys, that in MMA, the half guard position is really some of the most valuable positions that you can obtain up top. In the meantime, we are watching these fights, and while we are talking about the region that we are speaking of, this is obviously view right here, right? Very beautiful city indeed, right? Just one of the most modern cities in the world. Now, one has to ask, how is it that this city came about in its prominence? Okay, let's think about that. He says, if one Arab have slaves, they all have slaves. It's basic math. Okay. Yeah. So once again, the movie Route 10 sort of explores all of these particular conversations. How about now? Victory says dismissed. In reference to what? Are you referencing what Fresh Melon Juice is saying? You know what it is, Fresh? I think what's happening is that because I don't have those mics that you can kind of like extend with yeah, it's like it's basically just I keep touching it, right? So better that I don't touch it. I just leave it in one place and yeah. Okay, so there. All right, so there's a slam right there by Inoue, right on top. It's good and then it's not. That's kind of how it goes. But yeah, very beautiful aerial view of Abu Dhabi and the Ferrari world. Oh my goodness, look at this, man, from the aerial view that it has. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Listen, the symbol of it from the sky, it kind of has this demonic feel to it. Like demonic in a sense of obtain wealth, be wealthy. You know what I mean? Be fast, be stronger than everybody. Kind of like this Machiavellian poetic expression that I'm sort of getting at right now. Okay, so now speaking of expressions, Inoue surprisingly is really out grappling the Brazilian right now. But by the way, it doesn't surprise me. The Japanese have always been one of the top wrestlers in the world, right? Ever since from when I was a kid wrestling, I remember asking my wrestling coach, who, by the way, has Olympic wrestling experience, Todd Hibbert. Shout out to him. He wrestled in Rutgers University, and and then he coached us in Union High School. So he told me that some of the top wrestlers in the world are the Japanese. There's the United States, there's Russia, and then Japan. So I was like, yeah. Fresh Melon, who says, I could live there. I would scream at the woman for no reason. My business would be selling stones. Cast the first 20, get 10 for free. He says, I could live there. I would scream. So explain this idea when you say that, screaming at women. Like, do you have this idea that, Muslim people just, somehow yell at our wives or this and that? Like, I understand this, right? Like, people yelling at their household is not, an uncommon thing. In fact, it is a reality of life for, I would say, a lot of people. I mean, but this idea that you single out Muslims is, kind of funny because, look, here's the thing, right? I think that I'm going to just be honest with you about it, right? There's a reason why we don't have the same social problems as that of the non-Muslim world. There's now I'm sure there's a lot of Christians out there like yourself, like Marty, like many of my other friends here, in California, all the way across the United States, who are practicing Christians that live by that. And as a result, living by that, they don't allow certain corruptions to fester into their life. But the one thing I got to tell you is, in comparison to the general Western secular world, we don't breed the type of corruption that, let's say, the average secular American family, plagues in their household. Like, for example, there's just, I mean, we could go into details about, into different details about like just different cultural practices, and then the benefits of family and whatnot. But I think you kind of know where I'm going with that if you are a Christian yourself, right? So yeah, I mean, look, you can make fun of Islam all you want, but in reality, the results speak for themselves. And look, this is why in this channel, guys, why I highly emphasize freedom of speech, because as a free speech absolutist supporter, that I am. I believe in free speech to a point. I believe in free speech to a point where, number one, it doesn't get your channel, banned or any kind of way. So you got to have, limits no matter what, right? There has to be a palatability that you have to give in order for you to be able to spread your message. Unlike this guy that, I sort of had a little bit of some online, run-ins with, Critical Eye MMA, who got banned off of YouTube because he expressed white nationalist beliefs straight out of Ireland, right? Which, by the way, weirdly enough, he now lives in South America because he can't afford to live in Dublin. But that's a whole nother story in and of itself. So he got banned off of YouTube. But he had a lot of great ideas, even for a guy that I didn't necessarily agree with or shared that same worldview. I thought to myself, you know what, man? I was so sad that he got banned because, guys, I'm not one of these people that likes to see my ops go to jail or get banned or, have their money taken away. I'm not one of these guys, but still there were a lot of things that I disagreed with. And as a result, we just stand on two opposite ends. So yeah, you cannot. Yeah. So that's the thing. Free speech absolute is so to the point where, it is palatable for the platform that you are working at or working on. Number two, the reason why I'm a free speech absolutist is because as a Muslim, and as somebody who's grown up in, the two harshest parts of America on both sides of the coast, and then being born in a extremely violent North African country, the one thing that I could take from that is that I am not sensitive to anything. But also, being a Muslim, you are also targeted for your beliefs, which is fine. So let's have a discussion about it, right? In the spirit of how Charlie Kirk would have, expressed himself, right? In a way where, all right, let's talk, let's have a conversation. And yeah, so, okay, let me read some of these comments as I was going on with that. He says, yes, I'm over here working hard. Some girl on OnlyFans making $6 million a month. Wow. Fresh says, well, you're at Toxic says your ass doesn't hurt. Okay, that was him directing at gameplays. Victory says, I don't know how anyone could have multiple wives. I guess the only way would be if they were allowed to speak. If they weren't allowed to speak. Well, here's the thing. Let me explain why that happens in Islam, Marty. And this is good because, when we have these debates, you can have, some good lessons in the education of religion, right? Meanwhile, speaking of which, Inoue is busted up right now while she's still out grinding Jacqueline Amore. Okay, so here it goes, Marty. The reason why it is allowed in Islam to have 4 wives is because the men, okay, have to go and reproduce. And as a result of reproducing, the men are naturally going to have more testosterone than the women. So as a result, they have to be able to put themselves in a position that is not haram, right? So here's the thing, right? Most men who are married, and I know that you probably don't do that, but most men who are married, they will go step out, right? So how do you prevent that? Just go have another wife. Fulfill those needs so that this way you don't have to be interfered with your spiritual practice. Does that make sense? Because you have to understand, as men, we have this testosterone level, especially if you are an athlete, if you are a warrior, if you are a special forces guy, or even if you're a gangster, right? You just have high testosterone. So as a result of that, that has to go somewhere. And here's the thing, men are outnumbered by women. So those women cannot be left unmarried and then having to live a life of deviancy, but rather be partnered up with somebody that is already married. And then on top of that, what do you get? You have a community of people that are actually helping you out, because you know how hard it is as a parent to deal with a whole entire family. Now just imagine you have a village of women that are able to help and provide these things for you. So let me know what you think about that, Marty. and let me know what your thoughts are on that as I have mentioned that to you. He says, I'm from India and I try to visit Rio. Oh, you're from India and your name's Mario De Leon. Interesting. And conveniently missed my plane ride back to India. Then I get shankled to build my next Ferrari as a building in Riyadh next season and not get paid for my labor. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. You're speaking of a hypothetical story. Okay, and then he says, okay, okay. You're speaking about them. Got it, got it. UFC 321, and we're talking about some weird stuff. All right, so now let's find out the decision right here. Inoue has won by unanimous decision. Yeah, huge win. No, fresh. It's not. We're not talking about real stuff. What we're talking about is just discussing things that people want to learn about. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Well, I mean, you guys let me know, right? Do you think there's anything wrong with that, right? Just he says Marty had an oppositional point of contention to a certain practice that deals with a religious component, and I wanted to explain that to him. And this is the reason why I tell you guys I'm a free speech absolutist, because to be honest with you, and I don't know if Marty has had any of these experiences with other Muslims, but I would imagine they would probably get offended if you said that to them, because number one, they wouldn't know how to engage this with you. He says Zayn is betting it all on CYRIL. Hey, you know what? You want me to call Zayn in here? He is placing bets on the fights, and although I'm not I'm not trying to, promote it or I try to force him out of it, but I figured, you know what, let's make a storyline out of this, right? Let's see how his bets, play out tonight. Let me call him right now. Let me see if I can bring him in here. I know you guys want to bring him in here. I keep telling him, yo, listen, you're on demand out here. So let me get this guy real quick. If not, I'll just play one of his videos because he had a preview for some of the boxing shows that are going on. Oh wow, look at this! They got commercials going on right now. Very interesting stuff. Wow, Experience Abu Dhabi. Stupid, like a dumb Westerner, and get arrested for stupid stuff. All right, guys, next fight coming up. Let me call Zayn right now. Zayn. Pick up, Zayn, brother. Says Victory. I think you need 4 houses if you have 3 wives. There you go. Yes. So that is the other component to that as well, Victory. All right, so Zayn did do a live this week. Let me show you a live that Zayn did previewing some of the boxing fights that are as well. So let me play this for you guys. Oops, stop video. Second.
Being said, you know, he's got a puncher's chance because we've seen him pull it out many times against Fabio Wardley. Against who's the last opponent he pulled it out against? He pulled it out recently. Justice Hooney. Justice Hooney was outboxing him for the main part of that fight, about 8 to 10 rounds, and then that's when Fabio Wardley. He's dangerous at all times. He's got that punch which can change everything, and that's what he's been doing, you know. And it's crazy to see that because the guy hasn't had any sort of experience. When you look at someone like Alexander Usyk, who's been there, done that, got the t-shirt as an amateur standout, you gotta give it to Fabio Wardley, you know. I think he's a live underdog in this fight. You can't completely write off Wardley in this fight, and I'm liking the underdog in this fight. I can't lie. I think Joseph Parker, he's a good fighter. He's got the experience over Fabio Wardley, but I have seen him get hurt. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen him get hurt many a times. Especially in that Joe Parker fight, Joe Joyce versus Joseph Parker. He was winning that fight, and I think that, you know, once he takes his eye off the ball, like he loses that focus for that split second, and he catches a shot which he doesn't see coming. Yeah, it could be lights out for Joseph Parker. So I'm not gonna rule out Fabio Wardley because, you know, Fabio Wardley's got that power to change it. Ooh. And I'm tempted to go for the underdog here. You know, obviously the odds are really lucrative. That's why I'm gonna go for it as well. You know, odds are quite good. I think like it's about 4 to 1 on Fabio Wardley to win by knockout. So, you know, I might have to be tempted to go for that, you know, because I think Joseph Parker, he can be vulnerable, and at them odds there, it's a quite realistic shout, you know. So I'm gonna go on a limb here, and I'm gonna say Fabio Wardley might get him out of there late, you know. I think there's a lot of motivation going into this fight for Fabio Wardley. The reason why I say that is he can potentially get a shot at facing Alexander Usyk for the undisputed heavyweight titles of the world. You know, that's gonna be amazing. You know, if Fabio Wardley pulls it off, bro, that's gonna be a sick fight against Usyk because, you know, the story is he's a white collar boxer. Do you understand? And it's like really unheard of for a white collar heavyweight to move so far up the rankings so quick in such a short period of time, you know. And what he did to Fraser Clark, I gotta give him credit, man. You gotta give credit where credit is due, and I think Fabio Wardley is a live underdog in this fight. But let me know your thoughts, guys. Let me know who you got. Obviously, the favorite's gonna be Joseph Parker, rightfully so because of his experience. But, you know, I still feel that Fabio Wardley's got that puncher's chance to eventually, you know, maybe pull out the bag. And I've seen him have to do it before, and he might do it again. You know what I mean? So you never know, man. But I'm really looking forward to this fight. You know, yesterday won a nice bet on Joshua James Pagan, who's an undefeated Puerto Rican fighter. Been following his career for quite a while, you know, and obviously this was his step-up opportunity, and the odds were very close, you know, very, very close. It was a 50-50 fight, but we managed to nail it, and I'm very happy that that fight came in for me yesterday because, you know, it was a tricky one. But I spoke to him, and, you know, he didn't let me down. So a big shout out to Joshua James Pagan winning the fight yesterday, and he's still undefeated against Montgomery. Mark Montgomery, who was a rugged fighter. He gave it all he had yesterday, but I think Joshua Pagan, his boxing ability is really, really good. And one thing I did say to him was to stay focused, because this was a live fighter in Montgomery, Malik Montgomery. You understand? He was sparring the likes of Tank Davis, Javonta Tank Davis, and you can see that, you know, by the way he was fighting yesterday, he was putting that pressure on.
All right, here we go. Round number 1 between Maksum and Raposo. All right, so they're Raposo circling around Maksum right now. They're with like there's a jab, there's a double jab by Raposo. There's a knee and then a jab by Raposo all at the same time. Double leggy take down right here. Maksum with the body lock, locking on Raposo right. At the podcast equipment store. You know what, man? I wonder if there is a market for something like that. All right, so Maksum is maintaining this body lock on Raposo right now. All right, so now he's maintaining this body lock position right now. Raposo's trying to get out of it. They are grinding up against the fence right now with Raposo in dominant position over Raposo up against the fence, continuing to brush his shoulders right in the body of Raposo as he is trying to shoot in for a single leg while trying to trip his legs at the same time, while Raposo is holding on to a wizard on Maksum right now. Okay, so they are being warned right now. For stalling. All right, so that's the end of the round right there. All right, that's the end of the round. All right, man. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we are tapping into UFC Abu Dhabi's CYRIL Gane. All right, round two. Okay, the fight is not even top 15. This fight is not even top 15. Well, that is why this fight is very early in the card, right? That is why this is the second fight of the oh, there's a flying attempt by Maksum right there. Nothing really came avail of that. Raposo walking him down. Ooh, there's an overhand right by Raposo right now as he is circling right around Maksum right now. Anybody know if CYRIL trained with Russian wrestlers in this camp? Well, would you consider Imavov in that category, or would you consider Imavov a Frenchman? Knowing you, I would probably assume that you would classify him as a Frenchman, right or wrong. So no, he hasn't trained with Russian wrestlers, at least for my assessment of what a Russian wrestler really is. What I did see and what you saw in the CYRIL Gane Tom Aspinall fight that I showed you in the video was that he did get out wrestled by Imavov, if that means anything. He says, yeah, I mean real Russians and heavyweights. Then the answer is no. So what is your point in that regard? If you have one, let me know. Oh, wow. There's a nice overhand right by Raposo as they exchange in those shots right there. Into the second round right now. The Raposo and Maksum. Oh man, there's a good. He says CYRIL can't go hard on Imavov, so it's not seeing much if Imavov made a move on him. DC let the entire gym out wrestle him. It means nothing. No, there's a difference. Listen, my dude, there's a difference between letting somebody put a move on you so that they know how it feels to do it versus actually being in a live grappling session or a live sparring session or all of the above. Very big difference. I think there's a mounted effort on the part of Imavov there, and also the same amount of effort for CYRIL GANE to try and ward him off. Look, man, there's a reason why John Jones was able to take him down the way that he did. And Imavov, during sparring, just try to exploit that weakness for that moment of time for his benefit. For his benefit and the betterment of just understanding that, hey, you know what? I have an opponent who's a strong striker, but is weak in this area. MMA math says this is what I'm going to do. Imavov says, Imavov versus Kamzat is lame. Just book Fluffy versus Kamzat. Fluffy has the tools to stuff the takedowns. They're matching up Fluffy with Sean Strickland. Yeah, it's Sean and Fluffy. So that's how they're going to do that. 20 seconds into this fight, right into this round right now, round number 2. Maksum is right on top of Raposo. He says, so if you think DC went full force in the gym, you think anyone, including the Dagestanis, could do anything to him when he was fighting? What I'm saying is that what you saw was him letting guys feel how those moves work if they were to do it on someone. What I was describing was a drill versus a live sparring session. Well, yeah, of course, DC could take all those guys. No doubt about that. All right, round 3 coming up. All right, round 3 coming up. All right, well, back to the Apex Center next week. This week, Abu Dhabi. Next week, Apex Center. What have we got here? It says Kyrie playing the bongos. What the? Switching it up, Oh, there's a nice shot right there by Maksum. Maksum out grappling Raposo right now. Yeah. The round 1 was pretty close. Number 2, for sure, you can give to Maksum. Number 3, this round right here is what wins it all for everybody, right? All right, so there's a good body block right there, and then he takes him down immediately in that shot. All right, so now there's a jab right there by Maksum. Looking to get that takedown again. He's probably going to shoot in once again. He's just using the striking right now to try and open himself up to it. There it is, shooting it again, see? Because it's his go-to. He knows that that is what is going to win him this fight ultimately. There it is, shooting it once again. Shoots in for that takedown. All right, so now he is going for a single leg right now. Okay, there's a front kick right there by Maksum. Oh, nice hooks right there. Mario says Aspinall has the pressure on him on this card. All that shit talk to John Jones is going to bite him in the ass. You know what, man? Listen, John Jones is going to have a field day if Tom loses today. Or what is that? A blatant fence grab right there. Oh, wow. 1 point. Wow. He takes 1 point away on top of that. Listen, that's going to be huge for the wow, yeah, he asserted authority on that one. Like, no bullshit about it. Like, he just gave a point away, just straight away. A draw, you think? Yeah, there's a possibility of that, Mario. Very strong possibility of that. All right, so now there's a takedown right there by Maksum. Almost kind of useless. Oh, man, I'm curious to see how this is going to go right here. All right, let's get to the cards and let's see how this one goes.
I needed that to come in. I'm telling you. I had a few man back home in London that backed the same thing. And, you know, it's nice when it comes through, you know? So, yeah, man. Big shout out to flipping Joshua James Bagan. Look out for that guy, man, because he's definitely coming up. So he could definitely make you some bit of money as well, because I think he's a really good boxer, very underrated, and he lives the life. So yeah, big shout out to him. But anyways, let's carry on, man. Tomorrow I'm looking really forward to the Fabio Wardley versus Joseph Parker fight. This is one of them fights where, you know, if it does happen for Wardley, you know, the payment is good. You get me? The odds are good. But I wouldn't put the house on it. I wouldn't put a lot of money on it, because it's one of them ones where, you know, it's a 50-50, you know, and more chance you've got Joseph Parker because of his experience. But I think the power advantage definitely lies with Fabio Wardley. Who else we got on the undercard? We got another prospect, Royston Barney Smith, I believe. you know, who's another good fighter, undefeated, you know, Royston Barney-Smith, obviously. Good boxer, good amateur pedigree. He's getting in there with Danny Quartermain, I believe. But I still feel Royston Barney-Smith is a very good boxer, and I do favour him to win that fight. So I'm going to go with Royston Barney-Smith to beat Danny Quartermain tomorrow on the
Yo, I believe that. Mitch Raposo just won. Wow. Mitch Raposo just won, man. Wow, for fence grabbing too. Yeah, that point affected this fight right here, to be honest with you, because yeah, man, and then Maksum missed weight on top of it. So, all right, man, good win on the part of Raposo's. Congrats back to Zayn with the
card of Joseph Parker versus Fabio Wardley. You know, there's also a lot of fights coming up next weekend as well. We got Michaela Mayer versus Mary Spencer. I was looking to do a prediction on that fight, but I don't think I have the time, you know. I'm not going to lie. I'm very busy. I'm very busy in my personal life. So I don't really have the time. So I'm going to do more lives, more YouTube live streams. I need to start monetizing this channel. And I think I need to make the most of it. Do you get me? Because I've got the platform to do it, but I just don't really put the effort in. But I feel like right now I should do, you know, because I can make the most of this opportunity, especially right now in my life. So, you know, I really, really want to try and get this YouTube channel up and going. You get me, in terms of getting paid for it, you know. But nevertheless, obviously my predictions pay me anyway, you know. But eventually I think there has to be that transition where I need to monetize the channel, or, you know, put more content out, you know, because I'm not gonna lie, I've been lacking with the amount of content. But, you know, it's a hobby for me. I don't get paid for it. You get what I'm saying? So it's not a thing where I'm pressured to do it. It's just whenever I have some free time, you know, I would like to speak about my passion, you know, and eventually get paid for it. So yeah, man, if I get an opportunity one day, then I'll make the most of it, you know. But as for now, I've got to bang out the content, and this is where it's gonna, you know, start from. You get me? So I'm going to be doing live streams more often, so you're gonna see me more often. But and there's also other fights. Just let me know which predictions you want me to drop, guys, and obviously I can do it whenever I have some time. You get me? Most of the time, you know, sometimes I don't have the time, but I will make the time if people are engaging with the content. You get me? So yeah, to be honest, it motivates me as well, you know, when people engage. But it is what it is, you know. Slowly and surely we're still going to build in the platform, you know. Like I said, I've got to be more consistent. This is something that I've been lacking in, so I can, you know, obviously improve in that department. So obviously we're going to do that. And yeah, like I said, just let me know what predictions you want me to drop. And yeah, but November is also stacked. You know, there's other things I'm looking out for in November. We got the UFC fight, Islam Makhachev. You know, Makhachev has definitely been a breadwinner for me, you understand, for the past couple of years. So You know, he's fighting Magdalena. I think, I don't know off the top of my head how to pronounce his full name, but yeah, I do favor Islam Makhachev to win that fight. And I just think he's one of them athletes that are purely dedicated, who lives the life in and outside of the ring, which a lot of athletes, you know, not all of them do. You get me? Sometimes they'll be drinking, you know what I mean? They'll be smoking. So, you know, Islam Makhachev has been a guarantor for like the wins in the fights. You get me? So he's a breadwinner. Like I said, I'll definitely favor Islam Makhachev. And the odds right now, you're getting 2 to 5, which is not a bad price. Obviously, closer to the fight, I think the odds will become really, really shit, you know? I'm not gonna lie, they're gonna be going down, because I think that, you know, closer to the fight, more money is gonna come on to Islam Makhachev. So right now, if you're gonna get the price at 2 to 5, it's kind of lucrative, because if you got money to spare there, maybe a couple of hundred, you know.
That's right. Tell him, Zayn. That's right. Because I'll tell you who doesn't live that life outside the ring. It's you know, Chris Barnett, which is why the Egyptian Roman Greco-Roman wrestler is gonna, you know, finish off Chris Barnett here. He says Chris Barnett is the Black Bruce Lee. Wow. Barnett still in the UFC. That guy is a character. He's funny. He's working with DC's nutritionist. Is he really? Is that a Spanish flag besides his name? Yeah. Yeah, what is up with that? Maybe he trained in Spain or something. Mario says Kung Fu Panda is going to win. The man's always going against the Muslim fighters. I'm just kidding. But yeah, oh man, I'm excited for this one. This one is one of those fights I'm excited about. You're predicting a Taekwondo kick KO? Is that what you're predicting? All right. Let's see how this goes. All right, here's AbdelWahab. 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 From Cairo, Egypt. Let's go. All right. Let's go. Let's go, Muhammad. Let's go, Hamdi. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Nice open with a body kick right there. Ooh, there's a body kick by Chris Barnett of his own. And here's AbdelWahab with a takedown straight away. He's like, listen, there's not going to be any of this Taekwondo or pretty kicks today. There's not going to be any of that. I'm going to get on your back right here, and I'm going to pound you out. Very similar to what Shane Carwin did to Frank Mir right here. He's maintaining the back position right now. Chris Barnett is balled up. Oh, yeah, it's over, guys. It's over. It's over. Get in there. German. He's going to go for a German suplex from that body lock. Nope. Okay, he trips him down. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, AbdelWahab is, he says, do you see the Farah interview with him? She's a good interviewer. Yes, yes. Farah Hanoun, shout out to her. You know, fellow Muslim sister, obviously, you know, one of the best, you know, MMA journalists and interviewers. I'm going to say, yeah, best interviewers for sure. She asked the right questions, you know, and then on top of that, you know, is a good conversation starter. So, yeah, man, shout out to Farah Hanoun. Okay, the referee is telling him to be careful with the shots. I think because he's not trying to hit him in the back, he's sort of hesitant right now. He's just really looking for the side of the head right now. All right, Chris Barnett gets up. Oh, wow, man. And AbdelWahab's throwing bombs at him, too. Oh, there's another nice double leg right there. Barnett is making him tired, Dominic Cruz. Barnett is making him tired, Dominic Cruz. That's right, man. That was one of the most horrible takes that that Dominic Cruz made during the Khabib Conor fight. Oh yeah, Conor's trying to make Khabib tired. He said, "Oh no." Warning to the back of the head. Right there. He says, Hamdi, right there. Right there. Hey, Mark Goddard looks like a UK cop, doesn't he? He looks like he would be like London police or like, you know, Manchester police or something like that. You know what I mean? Like he looks like, you know, one of those dudes that like commands authority, which I guess is something you got to have as a referee. Straight to the back of the head. Oh no. He said he needs a medic. He's gonna outro this. MD has good double leg. Yes, he does. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's Egyptian Olympic level wrestling right there. Says Taekwondo KO Hail Mary is his only choice. Bro, listen, he could probably call for a disqualification here, bro. He could win based off of this. Just walk out of Abu Dhabi with a win right now. You know, he can tell the doctor, hey, listen, I'm not feeling. Oh, man, they're going to wave off this fight, bro. They're going to wave off this fight. Watch. Oh, he's going to continue. Good man. Oh, he says, Hamdi, come here. Oh, 1 point. All right, it's all right. Well, Chris is struggling anyway, man. He's struggling right now, man. Look at Chris. Chris looks like Anthony Anderson right now. You know what I mean? It doesn't even look like he looks like a bald Anthony Anderson right now. All right, so now here's Chris with a body lock. Well, I'm sorry, not a body lock. over under wizard. He's got a wizard on Hamdi, while Hamdi has the dominant position right now, right up against the fence. Now he's maintaining that underhook, throwing some elbows and some knees. Okay, so now he's got to look for a finish right here because that point, I mean, you know what? Hamdi could lose this round, get a tie, maybe a 9-9 in this round, and yet still probably win the next 2 rounds unless, you know, he just has to stay away from hitting him in the back of the head. He should be good. And the significant strikes are on the side of AbdelWahab anyway. He's at 1 point. Yeah. Strike to the back of the head was what made that boxer handicap. True. True. Yeah. All right, there's a good body kick right there by AbdelWahab. And he's really looking for that body kick right there, too, really trying to improve on his striking game. Remember, as decorated as he is in the Greco-Roman world, this guy is still a very inexperienced MMA fighter, and he's looking pretty good right now in the striking, which I think what grapplers have to do to look good in the striking is really implement your grappling first to tire them out, and then obviously, he says my equilibrium is out. All right, round number 2. Says the Muslims are right. It's well known all over the world. Now, I don't know about all that, man. You know, I mean, you know, who isn't a dirty fighter? Like, there's when you're in there, anything is bound to happen. You know, next thing you know, you're accidentally poking someone, and all you're doing is just trying to, you know, distance your range out. All right, there we go. There's another shot right there by AbdelWahab. It's a joke, man. They are all a dirty, even Wonder Boy. Now, why would you put Wonder Boy in that mix? When you mean Wonder Boy, do you mean the Austrian Wonder Boy? Not the original Wonder Boy Thompson, right? Because I know there's 2 Wonder Boys. Yeah, so AbdelWahab has to be very careful about how he throws the strikes here. Yeah, he's got to look. He's looking for the finish. He's got to finish off top right here. takes him right back down. Says Wonder Boy is a Muslim karate champion. When you mean Wonder Boy, the Austrian Wonder Boy, right? Like, confirm with me that's what you mean. All right, so now AbdelWahab in half guard position, right on top of Barnett right now. Barnett's just covering up. Wow, man, the way that he held on to that fence, he looked like he wanted to just give up on life. Yeah, man, he looks like he doesn't want to be here right now. Fresh Melon, who says he looks way bigger. Who looks way bigger? Fresh Melon, who says he wants to go home to Spain and eat paella. Yeah, them big boys are tired for different reasons. AbdelWahab is tired for all the wrestling that he's been throwing. Also, the adrenaline dump that they had to take from that timeout. People don't understand, man. Those timeouts that you take for fouls can really give you a bit of an adrenaline dump and in turn make you tired. Now they're going to head into the third round. Yeah, it was like as if in the last second right there, they had this agreed upon body language statement to each other like, hey, look, we're just going to waste the next 9 seconds and rest. Like, use the 9 seconds to rest of some sort. Said, I have Barnett winning 2-0. Yeah, you're a bit of a biased one there, aren't you, Fresh? All right, so round number 3, here we go. All right, so let's see if AbdelWahab shoots in for another takedown. Has Zayn recovered from his Canelo loss? I mean, it seems like he's back at it, you know, against my advice, of course. Oh, wow, there's a nice hook right there by AbdelWahab. And now he shoots in for a takedown again. This time he takes him down easily. Now AbdelWahab is right on top. Now looking to get a ground and pound, but he has to be careful. He has to be careful with the back of the head shots. Yeah, man, the referee is actually calling for them to work because not a lot is happening right now. So now he's in half guard position. Yeah, so look, at this point of the match right now, AbdelWahab, or Hamdi as his first name, is grinding Barnett up against the fence. It's been this way the whole entire fight. He was warned and was given a warning for back of the head shots, did it again, got a point taken. But I think even at that, he is going to win this fight. He is going to win this fight by decision. Now, does he have the finishing ability in the last minute of this fight? No, because throughout the whole entire fight, there was a full force effort on trying to take him down. And make no mistake, man, trying to grapple somebody who's as big and as round as Barnett is going to really affect you, right? It's going to make you tired. Now, imagine trying to grapple with a grappling dummy that, let's say, is 90 pounds. Now, just imagine Chris Barnett over here dead weighting himself because he's just tired and doesn't want to be here. Fresh Melody says, have you reminded your communist friends to vote for Mamdani? Man, yeah, I don't vote, my man, and I certainly can't vote in New York. So, all right, so yeah. AbdelWahab with the decision win on this one. That is a confirmed unanimous. I mean, probably a split decision, but no way Chris won this at all, even with that point being taken away. Victory says, speaking of grappling, did you see Gable Stevenson is fighting in dirty boxing? Yeah, man. They're really trying to have him experience different stuff. There's AbdelWahab sort of celebrating prematurely right there, just right before the bell rings, but nonetheless, he won this one. Yeah. So him in Dirty Boxing, right? That's interesting because I think they're trying to get him experience in different realms of MMA, but ultimately, Gable Stevenson is going to make his UFC debut at some point, and when he does, that's going to be an interesting and very exciting one. So, all right.
We'll be getting shorter closer to the fight, I believe. You know, maybe put it on a parlay. You know, we also got David Benavidez versus Anthony Yarde, which is one of the fights that stands out for me in November next month. You know, I'm really looking forward to that fight. You know, styles make fights, and that style matchup, David Benavidez, he's relentless, and Yarde is just as relentless. If you see how the way they fight, you know, it's definitely gonna make for a fan-friendly affair. I really can't wait to see that fight. You know, obviously, you know, prediction, I will give you that prediction, but off the rip, you got to favor David Benavidez. I've met Anthony Yarde. You know, Anthony Yarde is a cool guy. I'm not going to lie. I met him. I think I was at the press conference for a Hamza Shiraz versus Liam Smith fight, and I bumped into Anthony Yarde. And we chopped up. We had a good conversation. You get me? You know, so big up Anthony Yarde. But, you know, on this channel, it's all about making money, bro. And, you know, I've got to keep it real, you know. I've got to be honest and say I feel that David Benavidez is a favorite to win that fight, you know. And you would say so. He's undefeated, and, you know, he hasn't really put a foot wrong, has he? Whereas you look at Anthony Yarde, he's taken a few L's in his career, you know. But will them L's help him mentally in this fight? You know, knowing that he's been there and he's taken them L's, will it sort of get him even more focused and even more sort of energized for this sort of challenge in David Benavidez? Because no doubt it's a challenge, because like David Benavidez is a monster. He's a Mexican monster. It's called that for a reason. Do you get me? And boy, he's been knocking out every single one that's been put in front of him since he's moved to lightweight. You know, the power has sort of, you know, diminished a little bit, but I still think the speed is there, which still makes him dangerous. Do you get me? But I think one person's getting knocked out. It's either Anthony Yarde or David Benavidez in that fight. I don't see that fight going the distance, you know. Be very surprised. But I'd definitely be favoring David Benavidez to win that fight, you know. I'm sorry, you know, I got to be honest and keep it real. You get me? And but big up Anthony Yarde though. No sort of nothing against him, you get me, but I just feel Benavidez is too good for him, you know. He's tried to step up a few times to world level, but it really hasn't just come out for him the way he wanted it, you get me. So I see the same thing happening in my opinion, you know. I'm gonna go with David Benavidez and possibly by late knockout, you know, round 7 to 12. But yeah, give me David Benavidez all day of the week on that fight. But Yarde's got a puncher's chance, you know, so anything can happen, you know, and Benavidez's defense ain't great. So if you're backing Yarde as an underdog, the price value, if it does come off, is going to be nice. You understand? But we have to be realistic, and, you know, when I do all my studying and stuff, I kind of feel that David Benavidez has been at the world level for a longer period than Anthony Yarde. Anthony Yarde's obviously been there. He hasn't really been consistent with getting the victories at world level. So you're going to have to favor David Benavidez, in my opinion. But regardless, let me know who you got and who you fancy in that fight. You get me? It's a good fight. That's a really good fight. One person I really look forward to seeing coming back into the ring is Hamza Shiraz. You get me? Hamza Shiraz, obviously, the biggest win of his career against Edgar Berlanga. Really good knockout as well. And, you know, that's propelled his career to other heights, to bigger heights. And it's been the biggest sort of change in his career and, from the last fight. You get me? So I'm really happy for him, but I can't really wait to see him come back into the ring. You know, rumors circulating. I haven't really spoken to his dad yet, but rumors circulating around the internet, social media, that he's back in February. So yeah, late January or early February. You know, first or second week of February. So I'm really looking forward to his return. But there's a few fighters that have been named. Who has been on his few fighters. HayNie Munguia is a fighter that's been sort of rumored to get that fight in return in February. HayNie Munguia, Christian and Billy, Callum Simpson. But yeah, I don't see him fighting Callum Simpson because I just feel like he's past British level, and I feel that Callum Simpson right now is at the British level. So yeah, I do feel that him versus HayNie Munguia would be a good fight, and obviously it's a opponent that Canelo faced, you know. So I really want to see the comparison between the performances they both put up. So that'll be interesting because obviously he fought Edgar Berlanga and he made short work of him, you know. At the same time, yeah, I can't wait to see the return of Hamza Shiraz. Hopefully he'll be back soon as well. And like I said, there was rumors circulating he might go on to face Canelo, but Canelo obviously has pulled out, and his return back in early February, he's got an injury. So yeah, that fight is out the equation at the moment, but it could happen late 2026. You get me? So yeah, man, really looking forward to furthermore other fights in boxing. But right now, I've got to keep it short and sweet. You know, I've got to go. I need to charge my phone. My battery's gonna die. But it's been great. You know, just talking about boxing for a long time, since a long time. So, you know, just trying to get updated to where we are at currently. You know, like I said, I'm going to do more lives. And make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Share the video, and obviously try get it to where it's meant to be. You get
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Also, was hilarious to see
being said. You know, I haven't done them in years, you know, but I thought I'd get a start on it, you know, because it's been a while since I have done it, and you know, it's time to monetize the channel, you know. And obviously I haven't been dropping a lot of content recently because I've been busy in my personal life. So with regards to that, I've got some free time now, so I thought I'd make the most of it and, you know, give you guys latest on what's going on in the boxing world. You know, personally, there's a lot of great fights, especially this week. And, you know, we've got Fabio Wardley versus Joseph Parker headlining on a Queensbury card, you know, with a good undercard. You know, the likes of Joseph Parker, Fabio Wardley, like I mentioned. We've also got Ezra Taylor, who's an upcoming light heavyweight. He's touted to be really good. He was in a good fight as well against Louis Edmondson. Edmondson, a good southpaw, British level southpaw. It was meant to be for the British title, but now that fight has cancelled Lewis Edmondson sustained injury. He sustained a hip injury, so that sort of closed that out. You know, that fight was no longer gonna happen. But I was gonna drop a prediction on that fight as well. And if you ask me, I'd definitely favor Ezra Taylor in that fight. The odds are quite good as well. But unfortunately, what it was is we didn't get that fight because of the injury, so it's postponed to a later date. But regardless, that was a great fight, you know, interesting fight because, you know, both guys haven't really stepped up in levels. I'd say Lewis Edmondson had the better resume out the two, him facing Dan Aziz and Daniel Lapin, a few, you know, European fringe contender level sort of opponents. Ezra Taylor.
All right, there it is, man. Already Nathaniel Wood and Delgado with a warning. I mean, they're going to give a warning for the first time around. Right there, just a bit of a warning right there. All right, so some good exchanges between Delgado and Wood right now. All right, let's he said oh wow, he hurt Nathaniel Wood on that. He better be shopping for some podcast gear. He says boxing is different. Let's go, Delgado. He says must be eating. He says that will fire him up. He says Kyrie has known to do it when he got tired. Oh, during his that's hilarious. Wow, man, he's looking to really finish Nathaniel Woods here. Says, yeah, that's a better many fighters do it. He says, I can't believe he did that. Would have been much better to go out there and let himself get submitted. Kyrie is pushing Zayn propaganda on us. He says, right. He says, I'm sure he will do well in a straight up wrestling match, but completely different. It doesn't look better for him. He says, yeah, I still can't believe he's still talking after the RDR performance. He says, let's go Delgado KO this red coat. He says, bro is crazy. He's far behind from the top 5. He says, did you see what Bo Nickel's still saying that he would ragdoll your bearded brother Kamzat? Yeah, that's hilarious, right? Obviously, he didn't do very well with RDR. He still has a long way to go. He's fighting some redneck can. Speaking of, okay, yeah, we went to that one. What did he say here? He says, damn, he was hungry. No, it had nothing to do with that. He says Peckerwood got kicked on his Peckerwood. Oh, yeah, from earlier where they had that earlier exchanges. Now, man, they got some crazy exchanges going on right now. We're just 30 minutes into this fight. Yeah, the nose of Nathaniel Wood is busted up right now. Yeah, he's busted up in the nose right now, man. All right. Oh, wow. There's a knockdown right there by Nathaniel Wood. All right, so this fight is going back and forth right now. All right, there's a low kick and a high kick right there by Delgado. Man, some really good action in this fight right now. A really good action going on. All right, yeah, 1-0 Delgado. I'm gonna have to agree with that round assessment right there, Mario. I'm gonna say, yeah, 1-0 Delgado for sure. The corner of Nathaniel Woods is telling him in these corners it's a lot tighter. You got to get in the inside to get the damage. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Damn, man, they're putting this dude's business out there saying that, Ben Henderson was paying his bills. They said they want him in the kitchen where they can get him cooking, the corner said. Which means when they mean kitchen, they mean like in close range. All right, now they're throwing some exchanges right there. Nathaniel really making this second round a lot closer now. A whole lot closer, honestly. No. Another timeout right there. I think a bit of a low blow by Mario right there. Nathaniel Wood is asking for time right now. Yeah, he said you could hear the cup. All right, so there's another knee right there by Delgado. Yeah, much more competitive round in round number 2. Round 1 obviously was all Nathaniel Wood. Jab right in there. Honestly, to answer that question, Fresh, why didn't he take a point from the low kick? There's no reason to follow up the rules. What it is, Fresh, is that it's the referee's discretion, right? So if he feels the severity of it was enough to affect the fight, he's going to take a point in some kind of way. He can just continue kick. Well, eventually, that warning, yeah, 1-1. I agree, Mario. It's 1-1. This is a Nathaniel Woods round for sure. The problem with that, Fresh, with AIs is that they can't pull off another human being when they are being beaten to half to a pulp. The corner of Nathaniel Wood is saying, keep chopping the trees down. Eventually, he's going to fall timber. He says the referee should still be in the cage, but AI should be in the ear telling him what to do. Okay. All right, there's a low kick right there by Nathaniel Wood. Another lead inside kick by Nathaniel Wood. At this point of round number 3, it could be anybody's fight. Yeah, that's true. AIs don't have a confirmed bias. We could have super athletic, fast young referees who can stop the fights under a second. There you go. There's an argument for that. He said humans don't. He said referees should have combat experience. Most of them do. Herb Dean fought. Mark Goddard fought. Obviously, Chris Lieben is now a referee. Frank Trigg is now a referee, former title challenger. Judges to Herb Dean, he still sucks. There you go. I was just talking to a ref about that last night. What did the ref say? Herzog? I think he trains for sure. You know, obviously, John McCarthy trains, so, and he's going back to being a referee. I don't want to say Herb Dean is bad, but what I will say is that Herb Dean is desensitized to MMA violence, right? And I think that's really all there is to it. He's desensitized, and it makes him a less of a referee. He's too old and insecure. All right, so now Delgado has reversed on Nathaniel Wood right now. Victory says the ref I was talking to is a former fighter, and he agreed. Thinks it's even more important for judges to have experience. Well, there you go, right? Like, him being a former fighter and being a ref, obviously he's going to speak favorably towards his experience, right? Just to kind of not necessarily challenge it, but, you know, I guess, you know, try, yeah, understanding the biasness that is inherent in there. All right, so yeah, great reversal. Delgado trains with Bautista. Oh, okay, so they sort of came here together as a team then. Okay. Yeah, 30 seconds into this fight right now, and we will see what is what. Oh, nice takedown by Nathaniel Wood right there. All right, so we find out who the winner is of that one. Very close fight, man. Who do you guys have it? I'm going to probably go with Delgado on that one. But you never know. Nathaniel Wood could walk away with this. You said you're going to go with Delgado based on the damage. Yeah, I would say so. A little bit more. You know what? Sometimes, you know, it depends on the judges. They will go for the damage. Sometimes they don't. but the reversals and then the takedowns that Nathaniel Wood also may play a factor as well. But all right, well, let's see right now. We're going to find out who the winner is of this. All right, so Woods actually wins the fight. Is anyone surprised? Oh, I told you guys, it could have gone either way. All right, so before we get to the next fight, I want to show you guys why I think this is Tom Aspinall's hardest fight.
There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expense.
Nasrat H has accused Sean Strickland of bringing a weapon to the gym following a dispute they had over text messages. The incident reportedly occurred during the period when Hamzat was training at Extreme Couture.
So just right before we get to the craziness in the world of Hamzat and Sean Strickland, man, it's fight week once again. It is fight week once again. And Tom Aspinall is going to have the hardest fight of his life. Now, prior to when that bell rings, round one, fight. This is what you're going to hear out of not only CYRIL GANE, but also Tom Aspinall. Oh, yes, that heart beating really fast. You want to know why? Because this fight is going to go the distance, and it's going to be the hardest fight of Tom Aspinall's career. I'm going to explain it right now. Well, as the story goes, we all know that Tom Aspinall was supposed to fight John Jones. What happened? Well, obviously, John Jones was not able to answer that call, and as a result, here we are. We got Tom Aspinall taking on CYRIL GANE. By the way, for the third time that CYRIL GANE is going to be in here facing for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world in the UFC. Now, the beauty of this whole entire card is that it's an Abu Dhabi card, and what's great about an Abu Dhabi card is that you're actually not going to see this in Abu Dhabi time, because if you're out here in the West Coast like I am, guess what? This fight is going to be starting at 7 a.m. within the prelims. So that's always good news. Obviously, Abu Dhabi has now become the epicenter of not just F1 Formula racing, that also goes for Saudi Arabia. Also, how about Qatar? Did you guys know that Bilal Muhammad and Ian Gary are going to fight in Qatar next? Yes, obviously brought to you by the Qatari government and the Tourism Board of Qatar. But on any regard, yes, we got UFC Abu Dhabi this weekend on location, and it's going to be the location of the heavyweight championship of the world. In Abu Dhabi. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. So let's get to the kicks and punches of this whole entire fight. All right. Now, speaking of which, before we get to that, don't forget to check out my live stream regarding UFC 321 this week, but also how about a fight that is coming up in January? Ilia Topuria taking on Paddy Pimblett. All right, let's get to this. Why do I say that this is going to be a fight that's going to the distance between Tom Aspinall and CYRIL GANE? Well, it's really that simple. Number one, you got to understand that the pressure that is mounting on Tom Aspinall right now is going to pressure him in ways that did not pressure Jon Jones going into this fight against CYRIL GANE. And why is Jon Jones being brought up into this even though he is not in this fight? Well, it's quite obvious. The reason why we have this fight in the first place is because of Jon Jones. And it is that same guy that Jon Jones beat in the first round soundly, okay, in which they're going to compare Tom Aspinall towards. Now, is that a fair comparison? Well, the answer is no, because Tom Aspinall is its own fighter. Not only that, this is its own fight in and of itself. You see, CYRIL GANE has been working on his wrestling. I've seen that with Imavov. By the way, Imavov was out wrestling him in those exchanges. If you guys didn't see the training footage between Imavov and CYRIL GANE.
UFC fighter to watch.
Jon Jones.
UFC fighter of all time.
Jon Jones.
Make no mistake about it. It's just practice. I mean, come on, dog. We talking about practice. What did Allen Iverson say back in the days when he didn't show up for practice? He literally said, dog, we talking about practice. Next thing you know, he's crossing over Jordan in the court, knocking threes on people, getting over, what do you call that? A layup, slam dunk. Obviously, I was going to say slam dunk, but the height of Allen Iverson would have prevented him from slam dunking. He was not that tall. And yeah, so he would have done a layup. On any regard, speaking of layups, this fight is not a layup for Tom Aspinall to any degree. And do not be fooled by that training footage, because that only shows that CYRIL GANE is improving on his wrestling. So what does that mean? This means that this fight is going to be held on the feet. Now, why do I say that? Well, think about it like this, right? Jon Jones has better wrestling than Tom Aspinall, even though a lot of you believe that Jon Jones can be beat by Tom Aspinall. It doesn't mean that Tom Aspinall is going to out-wrestle him. I tend to believe that Tom Aspinall could beat Jon Jones as well, but on the wrestling side, he will give him problems. Now, that is what Jon Jones has given CYRIL GANE. But can Tom Aspinall fight in that same manner? And the answer is no, he cannot. He's a different fighter. He's a stand-up fighter. In fact, so is CYRIL GANE. CYRIL GANE is also a stand-up fighter. As a result of that, this fight will be held standing on the feet, because guess what CYRIL GANE is going to do? He's going to stuff those takedowns from Tom Aspinall, and it's going to be kept on the feet. It's going to be very competitive on the feet, and as a result, my shocking prediction for this fight, it's going to be a 5-round decision for Tom Aspinall. It's going to be a tough fight, but it's going to go the distance, and this is the reason why. More on this as the fight week continues, and stay tuned for the live stream that I'm going to do for UFC 321, which is going to be live right here in Abu Dhabi. Well, not exactly in Abu Dhabi. I'm going to be in California as this happens. 7 a.m. in the morning, prelims time, 11 a.m. main card. I'll see you there. Now, let's get to the Sean Strickland video right now, because this is what you guys are here for.
A weapon to the gym following a dispute they had over text messages. The incident reportedly occurred during the period when Khamzat was training at Extreme Couture. In an interview today, Khamzat said, "I don't know. When we used to train together, he was normal. Well, one time I got angry with him. Next day, he was walking with a gun. He thought I'll attack him. We had a group chat for our gym, and there was one guy from Chechnya in it. He wrote something. I thought all Chechens are strong. And I wrote him back, 'You're American chicken. I'll beat you up.' He later said that I misunderstood him. That's all what happened, really."
So what it sounds like is that they had a little bit of some dispute in the gym. A fellow Chechnyan fighter that was with Khamzat's entourage, looks like, from what it seems, got beaten up by Sean Strickland, at least from Sean Strickland's accounts. What does this Chechnyan do? He calls him an American chicken. You know what I think? I think there's a little bit more to that. But hey, listen, I'm not the police. I'm not here to investigate any of these things. I let you guys use your imagination and how it escalated into all of this.
I spoke English badly at that time. I couldn't tell you
it's not about your English, but okay.
Exactly what happened. He said something about Chechen or something. I realized.
And then when you talk about somebody's nationality, somebody's religion, guess what? It will go beyond fight banter. It will go beyond sport. And it's going to escalate into what it had escalated to. Now, what is it that these Chechenian guys said to Sean Strickland to set him off? We don't know. Now, here's something we know about Sean Strickland. He has a history of pulling guns out on people, and sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
Because you know you can't jab and keep your decision in the streets. Dog, it's America. You think I'm going to fight?
All right. All right. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Here we go. All right. So let me read some of this. So that's a great segue to this right here. Marty says, I've been messaging Strickland trying to set up a spar with you. There it is. Great segue right there, right? We go from a Sean Strickland content to this. It says more propaganda. Yup. Leg lock time. Get that sub. Yes, we are now in the Walker versus Sutherland fight right now. 5-round decision, no way. CYRIL within 3. I said that's why, yes, bold prediction. That's why stick around. Leg lock time. So there it is. Right here, we got Walker versus Sutherland in the first round right now. Kamzat doesn't know Strickland always has a gun on him. Yes, CYRIL will KO or submit Aspinall within 1 round to set up the John Jones rematch. Okay, so we both got bold predictions here, right? I got Tom Aspinall by a 5-round decision, and predicting Tom Aspinall is not crazy in and of itself. It's the method that I'm picking that is crazy, and you're crazy for picking the underdog on top of the fact that you're saying that he's going to submit him on top of that, which is crazy. Yeah, I don't see that at all. I don't see him finishing Tom at all. I just think Tom is the more well-rounded fighter. But everything that you're seeing out of CYRIL is exactly why I see this as a decision, because he's going to be very difficult to deal with. Here it is. Here's Sutherland going for it. Wow! And just as I said that, Walker submits him with a leg lock. Wow. Wow. This is yeah, man, he really went for that leg lock straight away, man. And he called it. Aspinall will retire and move on to dirty boxing. Kyrie will buy a podcast gear. He got it. Yup. Tom's dad did say he doesn't want Tom to sign or re-sign with the UFC. Yeah, you know what? That's crazy, man, because, you know, at the time, Tom showed no interest in boxing. Now, all of a sudden, he wants to go back to boxing. He does have a boxing professional record, like at least like 1 fight, to say the least. So, wow, man, that was an amazing first round right there. Amazing first round finish on that one. All right, guys. So more propaganda, as they say. Back to Sean Strickland video that I was showing you guys right here. I'll be honest with you. I wholeheartedly agree with Sean Strickland. Look, a lot of people who fight, they have this illusion that they think that people are just going to fight them, right? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. You are a trained fighter. You think people are going to want to fight you? No, they're going to want to pull a strap out on you. And shout out to Sean Strickland for sort of understanding that, right? I think there's a lot of fighters out there that are very ignorant to this concept. right? They believe that because they can do what they can do in the ring or in the cage, they somehow think that everybody is going to play by those same rules with them. 100% I agree. So, all right, continue on with what Kamzat had to say on this.
He said something bad, so I immediately attacked him just in case. And that's going to wrap it up for the...
So there it is, man. So understand, right? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and that's really what it comes down to. Okay, so more on this.
They don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident up to 1 year ago?
More on this right here. Check this out right here, just to kind of give you a little bit of some context on what I'm talking about.
The fighter shared a video on his social networks in which we can see a disoriented man hiding between two cars in front of Sean's house, who comes out and points a gun at him. According to the fighter, the man was drunk. He had attacked a girl. A security guard saw him, so he fled in his car and ended up hitting a curb. Then he tried to hide at his house. Strickland thought he was trying to steal his car. This is UFC champion Sean Strickland pointing a gun. The fighter shared a video on his social networks in which we can see a disoriented man hiding between two cars.
So in conclusion, this is going to be the toughest fight of Tom Aspinall's career. On top of that, it is also going to be very difficult for CYRIL GANE to get the takedown on him. So it will also be difficult for Tom Aspinall to get the takedown on him. So guess what? They're both going to have a stand-up fight. And as a result of that stand-up fight, it's going to go to a 5-round decision. Just the rhythm and how they fight. The way that CYRIL GANE sort of slows the fight down. And by the way that Tom Aspinall could slow down if he doesn't get a knockout early or a devastating shot really early on. And then the other portion of this story, obviously, Kamzat and Sean Strickland going at it. Look, I already gave you the details on that. Only they know what went on in that training room or what went on in that training facility, right? Whether it was Kamzat getting the best out of Sean Strickland or Sean Strickland getting the best out of Kamzat. Now, what about this whole strap thing, right? Bringing straps into the gym. I can tell you it's probably not the first time something like this happened in an MMA gym, but it is happening at the highest level right now. And these two guys happen to be at a level where they could fight each other in the future. But either way, let's see where this goes. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually, he's going to go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's I'm telling you, Karya Bullock here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good guy. Yeah, I like Karya Bullock here. Fucking so what?
Criminals are using tools that allow them to roll back odometers.
For a few $100, con artists can buy devices
Criminals!
that will let them roll back thousands
Criminals!
of miles.
Keith
If you wanted to make this a
Gallagher,
brand new car.
The criminals are coming up with ways to scam you. Scam you in some live scams and all of that. Because I'm a criminal. You know that song Criminal by Eminem? All right, let's read some of these interesting comments right there. Okay. So, okay, we're talking about John here. Okay. Okay, so Tom's dad did say he doesn't want him to re-sign in a UFC. Wow. Okay, so I guess he's looking to break the record and then just bounce. He says, yeah, it's okay for Aspinall to go after the money fights, but not okay when John wants the money fights in the end of his career. Fake humans. Okay, so a little bit of a pro John Jones stance here by Fresh. Okay. Victory says, very true. Just sucks. John is kind of a shitty human. I gave him a pass for years, but at some point he has to get his ish together. How many chances do you give a guy? We all are, more or less. Oh, no, that's stupid. He says, I agree. That's why I always gave him a pass. But domestic abuse, continuous infidelity, all being while in a public eye, kind of tough to defend. Yeah, well, listen. John isn't the only one. There's there's Dana White. There's Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, the list goes on. You could add Travis Brown into that as well, with what his ex-wife was saying during the whole Ronda bid. He doesn't defend it. He says he's a bad man trying to be a better man. Okay. Someone asked him once, are you a good guy that's bad sometimes or a bad guy trying to be good? He says he's a bad guy trying to be good, which is totally respect because you said most of us are. Wow. Yes, yes. But come on, man. You can do better. He says, yeah, you think he would outgrow the demons, drugs, alcohol. Maybe he's gay. Maybe he hates himself. All right, let's not get into the MMA guru propaganda side of things. He says we don't know what he struggles with. Very true. That's very true. That's very true. That's really the most that you can say about it, right? Like you just don't know. You don't know what the man is going through. Okay. Oh wow, yeah, there's CYRIL Gane with an elbow right there. Number
Get this exceptional offer on select Cadillac models.
Number 8. Okay? Number 8 of the time slot. Okay, less than 1 minute now. We will begin the show. All right, shout outs to Magma Orshin. We are less than 30 seconds now starting the show. So for now, we will do only audio, right? And then maybe we'll transition into video in a little bit, but we will, we will see. Okay, so hello to you. We have about less than 10 seconds, and we're going to start the show. Arshin, okay, that's how you pronounce it. Okay, gotcha, Arshin. All right, so with that in mind, we are now beginning the show right now, and we're going to talk about Tom Aspinall and why many people had problems with the sparring footage from the Sun. And it is important to go into this. No, he says it's your chin. Got it. Okay. So I will pronounce it correctly. And in regards to that, shout outs to you. Wanted to wait for a few more people to pop in here, but we can get started right now. As I had promised, we will start this on the 8-minute mark. So one of the many reasons why a lot of people are sort of concerned for this Tom Aspinall training footage is because, let's just face it, number one, it's the Sun. Number two, it's a UK publishing newspaper, which means they don't know anything about mixed martial arts. their culture, to be quite honest with you, is quite prude to the idea of MMA, even though that small little island that you call England happens to have some of the best fighters in the world per capita in terms of ratio. Think about how small England is, right? They are the size of California. Yeah, maybe even bigger, maybe a little bit smaller, but let me know on the comment section below. Tommy Aspinall. Shout out to you, Fresh Melon Juice, for that reminder of the song and and the admiration that the British people have for Tommy Aspinall. So, okay, so here it goes, right? The English are prudes when it comes to mixed martial arts. You guys understand that, right? They are not a huge mixed martial arts country, even though per capita they have some of the best fighters in the world. Think about how small their population is in comparison to China. Yet there is more British fighters in the UK side of things. And maybe that has just something to do with the lack of recruitment from the UFC staff to look into places with big populations, such as India, maybe even China. Now, China has a very developing mixed martial arts system, but India doesn't. Obviously, Jubilee, as you guys know, the Indian mixed martial arts fighter who came under heavy fire for saying that he was going to beat Khabib, recently came out and said, well, you know what, man, even though I had my 2 losses, I know myself, I know what I could do, well, this, that, and the other. Okay, we get it. You lost 2 of your fights, and that's the reason why there's not a lot of people in that part of the world that are in that sport, because quite frankly, it is underdeveloped. Now, it's not to say that Indians would not be great in the sport, but it would be predicated under the idea that they are training or living or grew up in a Western country that has a developing mixed martial arts nation, such as America, Australia, England, and any country that you see represented in their flags in the UFC, right? You guys know this. So let me read what the comments here says. He says, Bruce Lee is the only one who has ever known anything about MMA. Well, I don't know about that. I would actually have to beg to differ with that one. And I could actually give you an assessment on Bruce Lee and how he would do in the modern UFC. Fresh says they are boxers and hooligans. Yes.
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests and also milk-free.
Freedom.
Currents of change flowing together. They converge into a powerful oasis of technology. Like innovation, like progress. Hanwha builds what the world needs, one innovation at a time. Powering the global energy market. Steering the ships of tomorrow. Forging the foundation of future resilience. Hanwha turns innovation into impact, where stability and progress matter most. Progress that flows to every life. Sustainable solutions for Earth, for life. Hanwha.
The English culture has a heavy handprint on the world of boxing, and then that also includes soccer, which, by the way, brings out the soccer hooligan culture that comes with that. Speaking of soccer, one thing that I do have in common with Tom Aspinall is that we are both Manchester City supporters. Now, obviously, when it comes to Manchester, which is where Tommy Aspinall is from, or at least outside the skirts of it, there's 2 teams in that part of the world. There's Manchester United, which is the red team, and then Manchester City, which is a blue team, And you could imagine why I picked Manchester City over Manchester United. And I'm sure that is a giveaway. Okay, he says, okay, yeah, we read that part. They are boxers and hooligans. So, okay. So the fact that they are not really that much involved in MMA, and take this for an example. How involved is America in MMA? We'll take a look at Donald Trump and the MAGA movement and the fact that he constantly promotes our sport to the highest order, right? He makes our sport look like the sport of kings. Whereas there is an actual king in England, okay, by the name of King Charles. And the one problem with King Charles, unfortunately, is that he doesn't recognize MMA in the way that Donald Trump does. And you would imagine the political ideals and the opposition forces behind Donald Trump's ideology and that of King Charles, who, by the way, is sort of a little bit more, how do I say this, liberal than than Donald Trump himself. I think you guys could agree to that, right? He's a little bit more liberal in that sense, and King Charles has proven that over the years. So he's not only a liberal, he's also an elitist. So that means that both liberals and elitists in England have ties with each other, okay? Because when you think about elitist, you think about celebrities, you think about royal family and things of that nature, right? Who are the prevailing media that sort of covers these things? Well, it is none other than liberal media in and of itself. So as a result of liberal media covering these people, they aspire to be like them. So they take up their entire ideology. So then when you bring forth the idea of mixed martial arts into the culture of Britain, you're going to look at it with a snub look in your face, right? I got a buddy in England who boxed with Anthony Joshua, trained with Anthony Joshua. His name is Michael Kelly, right? He's, a good Facebook friend of mine, right? And, well, you know what? He's a bit of a boxing purist, right? I asked him, hey, do you like mixed martial arts? You know, you guys have a lot of good fighters in your country. You guys have a lot of good fighters in your country. Why don't you, I don't know. Yeah, why don't you watch mixed martial arts? Like, aren't you proud that you see these English guys sort of really doing well in the UFC, whereas the UFC was not really that friendly with the British in terms of competition over the years, right? Unless it was Michael Bisping, and then even in his earlier career, even within, I would argue, the prime days of his career, he would climb to the top and just get shot back down whenever there was a title challenger eliminator. Let me read some of these comments before I continue on. Okay, so the king doesn't recognize his people, Fresh Melon Juice says. Magnum says, bah. Fresh Melon Juice says, the use. Okay, what is the use? Fresh Melon Juice says the media, the use. Yurshin says, I hope you know that my name is pronounced your chin, not Arshin. Okay, gotcha. Okay. It doesn't matter how you pronounce your name, Fresh Melon Juice says, as doing the Rock impression. Okay, so please, my apologies. Me as well, being named Kyrie Abu Al-Kir, you would imagine that I get a lot of people that bastardize my name. So, my man, trust me, I highly empathize and sympathize with you, yes. So, I will pronounce you by its proper pronunciation, and that goes by your chin. Got it. All right, so shout out to your chin. Okay, so going back to the topic at hand, right? The English being part of mixed martial arts culture. Unfortunately, they have a very, okay, going back to my friend Michael Kelly, okay? He says he doesn't like mixed martial arts because he says he doesn't like seeing men expose their feet. He says it's very non-European to do that. I said, wow, this is very interesting. You know what? You are right. When you think about it, when you think about other cultures, Middle Eastern cultures, obviously you have to take your shoes off when you get in the house because you have to treat your house almost like a mosque. The Japanese have very similar hygienic practices in that regard. Also, other Asian cultures, you could argue have that same type of that same type of energy as well. That same type of they have that same type of cultural practices. Okay, so
You wake up in the morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day. Sunshine is shining just across the way.
here we go. Round number 1 between Klein and Rebecki. Rebecki has a single leg on Klein right now. In the first round, 233, 230. I'm going to read the comments right after after the end of this round. All right, there's a high kick right there by Rebecki. Klein looking to circle him around. All right, swing and a miss on that one. Wow, man, Rebecki's throwing some bombs here. All right, man. Yeah, Klein is throwing bombs at this dude. Yeah, real good timing on the part of Klein here. All right, round number 2. Here we go. Very exciting fight so far. Rebecki's absolutely making it into a very exciting fight. Oh, there's a high kick right there by Klein. Oh, wow. He just rocked Rebecki right there. Klein rocked Rebecki. And then there's a high kick to follow up. There's another high kick and a 1-2 shot to follow up right after. There's a knee right up top. Jab. Another jab 1-2 by Klein. Overhand right attempt by Rebecki. Rebecki's cut up in the eye right now. All right, so that is a good takedown right there by Rebecki. A good way to break the monotony after getting outstruck like that. Okay, now there is a takedown. Good takedown on the part of Rebecki. Oh, an elbow. Klein throws an elbow right in the middle of the clinch exchanges here. 244, 243, 241 of the second round. 1-2 shot by Rebecki. All right, so there's a bit of a hook right there by Rebecki. What was a very wild exchange of gunfire earlier between Klein and Rebecki has sort of settled down into a technical matchup right now. And at this point, Rebecki's eyes are busted up. Klein is, wow, man, really looking technical right here with his striking. Looking a lot like JDM right now. Yeah, that's a good comparison by DC when he said that it is like as if he's a video game character pushing all the buttons right now. And there it is. Yeah, every shot that he's throwing is high, explosive, a lot of effort throwing into it. And you got to wonder how sustainable that's going to be in the later part of this fight. But it is a later part of the fight right now because realistically, this fight has less than 6 minutes to conclude. 30 seconds into it, 23, 21, 20, 19 on the second round. All right, and that is the end of the second round going into the third. All right, man, this some shots and some hooks here in this fight. All right, round number 3. We're on to round number 3 right now. As exciting as this fight is, man, I am so pumped for the main event. Here's Rebecki right here with a body lock on Klein right now. Okay, as he takes him down right here. Now there's Rebecki right behind him. Oh, wow. These are some hard shots that Rebecki is going at him with, man. What if this could be a comeback right here out of nowhere? Now he's in a half guard position, right on Klein, throwing some elbows on the top. Oh, wow. Damaging elbows from the top. Listen, he could be mounting a comeback right here. Rebecki could be mounting a comeback out of nowhere right here. Oh, man, now he's got him in a crucifix position. All right, so Klein has him in a crucifix position now. Oh my goodness, Klein could be looking for a finish right here. Out of nowhere, he gets him in a crucifix, now back in a half guard position, pounding away, and there's a lot of blood on the floor right now. Oh, wow, and he's throwing these massive elbows from the top. Massive elbows from the top. Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine mounting a comeback like this out of nowhere? Man, the significant ground strikes are on the side of Rebecki right now, just as when Klein was literally winning this fight. And this is why mixed martial arts is one of the most exciting sports in the world, because you never know, out of nowhere, it could just turn around the way that you're seeing right now. All right, round number 3 coming up. We're waiting on round number 3 right now, man. This is going to be really insane. Let's see where this goes. Okay, what is happening with Klein right now? It doesn't seem like Klein is able to get up. Okay, there seems to be an ankle injury going on with Klein. This may end the fight right here. Wow, so Klein is injured. Wow, decision. Can you believe that? So not only does he get injured, but he wins. He said that his ankle was broken. Wow, man. Victory here says, yeah, I don't know why that is. Look at Connor. He's in the news every other week for something ridiculous, but it doesn't seem to really matter. Yeah, Connor seems to have, that superstar power privilege. So does Dana. So does Floyd. People love to build someone up only to eventually tear them down. John Jones is trying to be better. The others really don't care. Bullies only care if you react. Beg to differ. Brendan Schaub, a good point. Yeah. Wow, man. Okay, so let's see the footage of where this ankle was hurt right here. So the ankle was hurt Oh, this is when he was going down from that trip. His feet landed wrong, well, which sort of really bent his ankle back. Because as it was bending back, as it was bending back, all his weight was on it. But nonetheless, he won anyway. All right, man. On to the next one. On to the next one. The bottom line about this, he says, does he not know what and your chin is? Yeah, I don't understand what that means. And then he says, you're China, and then he says Trump. Okay. He says shoes are dirty. They should be going off when you're going into somebody's home. Yes. So once again, I would argue that Europeans don't tend to practice this same type of hygiene unless, of course, it is their own personal choice and they just happen to be of European descent, right? That is if they're also European descent of, of Muslim background, or maybe somebody that is just very germophobic, right? Ariel Hawani prides himself in being germophobic. He says that he constantly washes his hands and uses sanitizers, and I think that has a Jewish religious component to it, which is that very similar to Islam. But what I'm saying is that, yes, he said that he doesn't like mixed martial arts because you have to expose your feet. And he says that this is so non-European. I don't like watching sports that doesn't have shoes. And this is a guy who boxed with Anthony Joshua, right? So that right there, so Fresh Melon Juice says the same. Okay, so what you're saying is that even though you are of European descent, you still carry these same practices, you say, right? Okay, so very good. All right. So, okay, so you understand what I'm saying, right? This is their mindset, okay? It's very foreign to them. They don't understand it. And you got to remember, mixed martial arts is derived from Muay Thai, okay? Now, let's go into history of colonization in this, right? When the French came into Thailand and learned about Muay Thai, you know what they said? This is a very brutal sport. So you know what they did? They copied the Thais and they created what you would call savate. Savate is a French-style kickboxing that took from the Thais, but at the same time modified it to something quote-unquote more civilized, something more European. And what exactly is civilized? Well, not elbowing an opponent, not kneeing an opponent. So they took out the knees.
Yo, I just typed that in and it made the whole track?
Nah, this wild. Warning. What you're about to learn cannot be unlearned. Music producers and struggling artists, are you still spending weeks trying to create that perfect track? Scrolling through sample packs? Tweaking that snare for the 47th time?
And they took out the elbows. Ricardo says Savati is awesome. Yes. Fresh says Sucka Deep is Thai greeting. Okay. It's a Thai greeting. Okay. So you must have trained Muay Thai then for you to understand that. See, I'm kind of cracking into you a little bit, Fresh Melon Juice, right? I'm now understanding, number one, you're not a teenager, which you claimed to be. And if you are, then you're a very intelligent teenager, right? Also, you do maintain every time, and you don't steer off from this, that you are Christian. So that's one thing that I could take out of this. Your racial origin, I would not know, but I also would not be surprised if, let's say, you were of mixed race, right? Or having a mixed background of some kind, or just maybe a white person that has had a diverse background, right? That is the overall analysis that I'm kind of gathering from you, Mr. CIA over there. You know what I mean? I'm showing you a little bit of some CIA skills over here. But yeah, Ricardo says Savate feels more like karate than Muay Thai. Yes, because what they did was civilize that sport. So this is kind of the point that I'm trying to make, is that the reason why Great Britain is not caught up yet on the idea of mixed martial arts is because of the fact that, hey, you know what? Mixed martial arts is a very foreign concept to them, which involves Muay Thai, by the way, from Thailand, also involves wrestling, by the way, a component of Britain that is not yet really developed. Now, does Britain have a British national wrestling team? Yes, they do. No high school system, no college system, is that it becomes very underdeveloped. You see, our American wrestlers here in the United States are highly developed, right? Highly developed to the point where they understand competition from the time they hit college. You see, I never wrestled in college, right? But I did wrestle in high school. And wrestling in high school, what I found out was, man, I know what it feels like to get in there and have a competition, because you're doing it hundreds and hundreds of times within a span of a year. And the next thing you know, you got a record that spans about, you know, almost 100 matches, right? Now, I know a lot of people say that wrestling is not a fight, but I tell you what, it prepares you for a fight. I seen this video yesterday with a white kid that was getting messed around with this black kid, right? And the black kid was a little bit taller than him. It looked like it was in Target. So he goes and he smacks the hat off the white kid, and guess what the white kid does? He goes and shoots in for a double leg. He takes him down on the ground in the middle of Target and then starts ground and pounding him and telling him, hey, you should have never messed with me. So very interesting, right? That is what wrestling can do for you. But the British, though, they are used to being in fights. This is the reason why you can have a situation where Tom Aspinall, who grew up in the streets of the UK, but also with the jiu-jitsu background, can take on somebody like John Jones, who grew up on a wrestling mat, which is why the Ultimate Fighting Championship and mixed martial arts in and of itself is a great proving ground to not only understand what technique works, but also to help the audience understand what type of environments these men came from and what inspired their fighting techniques. And yet, despite all that, Great Britain is still unembracive of mixed martial arts. And this is the reason why we have this article by The Sun that is dividing a lot of people, which, by the way, not a lot of people that consume The Sun are necessarily an American audience. You guys understand that, right? So, all right, let me read some of these comments real quick.
Why do we browse like this? Hunting, clicking, searching. What if we could just say, hey, Copilot. And now that hoodie you saw, found. Your inbox, cleared. Dinner party for 7, 1 oven, easy. And that walking tour, planned. With no backtracking and the best burger.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yes.
All right, Ali Askarov and Park going on right now in a matter of seconds. All right, so here we go. Round number 1, Ali Askarov and Park. There's a low kick right there by Park. A low kick of Ali Askarov's own. There's another high kick right there, or mid kick by Ali Askarov. All right, so Ali Askarov and Park starting this fight right now. Already there is a low kick going on. Hold on, there's a timeout, official timeout going on already. Okay. That's a legit ball kick right there by Ali Askarov. He seems okay, not too impactful. The fight continues. All right. Body jab by Ali Askarov there. How does a Russian newsman feel about tomahawks to Zelensky? Yeah, see, this Zelensky, he absolutely deserves this. He says, what kind of snacks do you have today, Kyrie? Just yogurt, Ioko's yogurt. Those are protein yogurts and all that. Yeah. But no, I'm not I'm not eating right now. He says I didn't even see your comment when I was writing mine. LOL. Oh, good. That's right here. Oh man, we're heading close to the main card right now. All right, less than 90 seconds for round one, and Ali Askarov now shoots in, gets a takedown. He says, I love the sound effects you've added to the stream. And right now, let's go to the heartbeat of Park, as he knows he just got taken down by a Dagestani. Okay, so let's give it up for the awesome card that we have today. Another takedown by Ali Askarov, and now has him on back control and body lock, rather. Says, is his mic broken? It sounds like an alien. Yeah, I'm using a laptop mic right now. I'm not using the Muslim carrot top in the house. Muslim carrot top. I don't understand the comparison to to that guy. I don't understand the comparison. All right, so that's the end of round one. I'm gonna give round one to Ali Askarov, just based on the takedowns here. Yeah, based off the takedowns. He says, prop comedian. All right, so the corner of Ali Askarov was saying to work like a boxer. All right, there's a front kick right there by Park. Good front kick. 1-2 shot by Park. Oh, there's a good knee by Ali Askarov, but slips off as he's Victory says, I could see Gon landing a spinning elbow in this fight. It's been trending lately. I'm calling it now. Spinning elbow as a knockout or just a technique being thrown one time or maybe a few times during the fight? All right, so out of the timeout now into the fight. Another warning by the referee. It says kick someone in the balls and complain about it. Weird move. Not necessarily saying it will end the fight. I just think it's going to happen. It might change how things are going to play out. Okay. Okay. I will absolutely take note of that and see if that happens. We're about 30 minutes left before the main card. So yeah, we got a pretty stacked main card as well. You know, pretty looking forward to it. So So Ali Askarov maintaining top control position on this right now. All right, good shots right here by Ali Askarov. Now Ali Askarov shooting in for a double leg. Okay, a good ending of the second round right now. There's okay, there's Park right there in a clinch. Okay, that's the end of the round. Okay, round number 3. Here we go, round number 3. Oh, here's Park right now with a clinch on Ali Askarov. All right, so Ali Askarov maintaining this body lock control right here. And now he's throwing knees. They're both throwing knees in here as he is fighting for position right here. Ali Askarov has taken Park down. Yeah, this is definitely a very hard fight between them. This is not an easy fight at all. Ali Askarov is winning, but he's winning with having to put in a lot of effort to do so. And there's a beautiful double leg right there by Ali Askarov. Now he is right on top position again in the third round. Yeah, that Sambo background is definitely what's winning this fight, isn't it? Right? Now he's right on top of him right now. Ali Askarov maintaining this body lock control on Klein right now. I'm sorry, on Park right now. Looking for a rear naked choke here. All right, he's looking for a crank right here at the end of this round. And you know what? At this point right now, it is Ali Askarov that has won this fight, and that is all that she wrote right there. 3-round decision win for Ali Askarov right here. Okay, so Savati feels more like karate and Muay Thai. We read that. Did you call Mufti to investigate me? Fresh says, I think the Polish in Aspinall is what makes him great. You know what, man? Listen, the Polish are the prevailing white dominant fighting force in UK combat sports. Think about this, right? Tom Aspinall is Polish. You know who else is Polish? That's a great UK combat athlete. It's Carl Froch. Obviously, Carl Froch is negotiating right now to fight Darren Till, but we will see what comes out of that. Ricardo says, Tom Aspinall is too physical for John Jones. He says, no, Aspinall is a turtle on his back. Well, explain what you mean when you say that Tom Aspinall is a turtle on his back. Explain what that means, my man. I'd like a little bit more of an elaboration on that, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, please give me a little bit of some elaboration on that. What exactly do you mean by Tom Aspinall being a turtle on his back? Okay, so let's get back to the topic at hand, right? Because I think this is a very interesting topic. So when you read a lot of the comments, well, actually, I didn't read a lot of the comments. I didn't even read the comments at all, but I'm just going to hypothesize to you what the comments may have been. And it goes something like, oh, well, you know, this is why it's a brutal sport. Once again, that is a casual take. Oh, he's going too hard at his training partners. Well, here's another thing, right? Tom Aspinall is actually trying to prepare himself for combat, and none of these things are non-standard in a practice that he is conducting with his training partners. And by the way, Tom Aspinall has some of the best training partners in the world. He's got Phil DeFries, who's a KSW heavyweight champion, right? So that means you got another heavyweight champion that you are training with. He's training with Rico Verhoeven, the best heavyweight kickboxer in the world. So then there's another heavyweight champion that you got with you. And then he trains with Mick Parkin, who's a very well-rounded mixed martial arts fighter who's a prospect in the heavyweight division right now. And then a whole list of other names of guys that you don't know, mostly heavyweights. And then the Sun training footage that the Sun newspaper presented was a sparring partner that was way bigger than both Tom Aspinall and CYRIL Gane, and we don't really know his name.
We got here first. We did it. No, she's right there.
Good morning, guys. You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
With Noom, we all can!
Ricardo says, dang, you got some good mad insights. Yes, thank you so much, Ricardo. You know what? I don't know if you know, let me put on the camera real quick, because I'm doing a road trip right now, because, you know, let me just say that I conduct business across California, so I'm always, you know, traveling, but I do try to manage to get these live streams going to give the world some mixed martial arts insights. So, yeah, man, good morning to everybody around the world right now. Shout out to Fresh Melon, who says he might have to fight his training partner for the title because the division is shallow. Okay, if you're talking about a training partner, I believe you are referring to that Croatian guy, Delgi. Anti-Delgi, right? I believe that is who you are referring to. And if so, okay, yeah, I don't think he's right up there yet, right? Tom Aspinall still has a couple more fights. And for all we know, maybe Tom Aspinall might just call it a day after he beats, you know, a few guys. For sure, if he beats John Jones, he might just retire right there, right? Everybody talks about how John Jones is going to retire after such and such fight, which also includes the Stipe fight, but nobody ever talks about the fact that Tom Aspinall has really cleaned out a division in which nobody really is there for him to get at, right? So we will see, but that would be an interesting matchup for the both of them. And at some point, maybe what he has to do is go train with other people. By the way, a little side segment on this, Brandon Allen. Very interesting stuff. They are talking about investigating this phone where this guy was showing a photo of somebody that looked like a hostage or somebody that got knocked out or somebody in distress. And then people are thinking that maybe this is some sort of like Vancouver serial killer of some sort, but very interesting stuff. So Brandon Allen. I'm thinking of the boxer David Allen, but Brandon Allen, before he was going to fight RDR, and even before he got called in short notice, he trained with another team, or they trained side by side, but he refused to train with him because he knew that one day he was going to fight him. And that, I think, is what Delgi has to do. Okay, so now we're in 30 minutes of this live stream, right? I want to talk about the techniques that I had noticed with Tom Aspinall, right? We talked about a whole wide range of things in terms of the outrage that people have with the sparring footage, right? And in my assessment, in understanding everything from the article and the people's responses, also the psychological aspects of Great Britain's mindset on mixed martial arts and their colonized mentality on it, right, leads me to the conclusion that a lot of these people just have casual takes. They don't understand the sport, but I want to emphasize this. Sparring is still damaging. You see, Paulie Malignaggi, before he did his bare knuckle fight recently, what he did was he had said that he didn't spar as much, right? Max Holloway talks about not sparring as much. So maybe there's a conversation of saving your brain a little bit, right? So that's something that we can always discuss. But the one thing, or a couple of things that I had noticed with the sparring video, Tom Aspinall looks a whole lot faster than he has always looked, right? Tom Aspinall. All right, so we got Nasrat versus Quillan Scarlett right now. Bo Nickel versus Askarov. After that Askarov fight, is that what you're calling for? Right, a little something to look forward to in the future, I would assume. Right. Victory says if I get someone's back, I don't even fight hard for the choke. I immediately go for the neck crank, cross face and cranks. Yeah, it's there. And you know what? If you're in a jiu-jitsu tournament, I figured, you know what? That's points for submission attempts, right? Jan is a tank of a Viking. All right, so here we go. Nasrat taking on Sutherland right now, round number 1 as we begin. The final fight before the main card. So we got one more fight, and then we got the main card. Oh boy, we are drawing close into the main event, guys. I'm very excited for the main event. Wow, man, Sutherland, very tall for the lightweight weight class right now. Very tall, 155er. Sutherland shooting in for a takedown right there. Shooting in for another takedown. Very telegraphed takedown that he's taken here. Oh, it's a nice shot right there by Sutherland. He says, I put Tabasco on my fingers and to the eyes. Easy win at victory. In the fingers and into the eyes. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of, maniacal strategy there. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. A KO by Sutherland out of nowhere. Oh my goodness. A KO head kick out of nowhere. Wow. Owning a bakery. Out of nowhere. Oh wow, that was out of nowhere. Rush says Moneyberg gave me $100K for that advice, and I have to stop making jokes about the U.S. Oh, wow, man. Wow, very bad knockout for Nasrat. He was coping. He was copying CYRIL in the future. How did we know CYRIL was going to KO Aspinall? All right, So you're looking into the future now, huh? Wow, man. Wow. Devastating knockout. Was already a fast heavyweight. What I saw out of Tom Aspinall looked like it was the open stance that he had going on right there. Look at this. And Nasrat, was sort of aiming low for the defense, but, you know, exposed right up top, and that's how they got the knockout. That was all she wrote. Like a prime Conor McGregor with the speed and the explosiveness of somebody that is way smaller than him, and he's always had that. Now he has it in even more of a torque to his game. So this is something to look out for. Okay. The other thing to look out for is some spinning back kicks. Now you see John Jones knock out Stipe Miocic or TKO him to the body with spinning back kicks, right? I think that Tom Aspinall is looking at John Jones and he's saying, you know what, man, he's the greatest fighter of all time. I think I could beat him. But not only can I beat him, I can also outstyle him, right? Because let's be honest, if Tom Aspinall is not fighting John, then unfortunately he has to fight himself. Tom Aspinall has to fight himself in terms of improvements and what he can do as a top tier level heavyweight undisputed champion. Because it's not fair that you got Francis Ngannou out there in another organization who has never been beaten in MMA. You can argue the Tyson Fury fight, you can argue the Anthony Joshua fight, but he was not beaten in the sport of MMA, and he will always come back to the sport of MMA as a champion. But in my mindset, I look at it like you lost a fight, you lost a fight. A fight is a fight, and those are the rules that you agree to. It's a fight by the end of the day. Nonetheless, he's still the undisputed champion. He's also a PFL champion to go along with his new promotion that he had signed to in the championship fight that he had against that 6'7" Brazilian, Ferreira, right? He's out there. John Jones is out there. He beat Stipe Miocic for all that's worth, and yet he's still out there living his best life, as he calls it, while looking to retire as the greatest heavyweight and light heavyweight at the same time. And Tom Aspinall could be an afterthought if he loses this fight against CYRIL GANE. Okay? So a lot of good technique that I've noticed, a lot of good speed that I noticed Tom Aspinall put together. But not only with the speed, it is also the fact that Tom Aspinall is in even better shape, right? When he first came into the UFC, he looked like...
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take
a bit of a chubby heavyweight. Now he looks like a very lean heavyweight, right? So this is very significant for his speed, and not only that, for his stamina, which is why I gave the prediction in the video that Tom Aspinall is going to pretty much go 5 rounds, because he wants to test out his cardio in that regard. Okay, so let me read some of these comments right here. He says, I don't think he will leave when the money gets better. He has children. Okay, I would agree to that. You're right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a little bit of some financial incentives that he could set his family up for. Okay, you're right about that. I stand corrected. Aspinall is not made for media and movies. Not many options other than fighting. You're right about that. And then here's CYRIL GANE in 2 French MMA gangster movies. Ricardo says, Aspinall's too good. Watch people realize he's the greatest UFC has ever seen. I would say so, yeah. I think he would beat a prime Brock Lesnar. He would have a good fight against Cain Velasquez, but ultimately he would beat Cain Velasquez. I think Tom looks faster than he is. His movement is exaggerated waste of energy. I don't know about that. Ricardo says Ngannou is 39 now. I don't think he can be what he was. Fresh Melon Juice says, I think Kyrie is on amphetamine today. No, I'm not. Not at all, my man. Not at all. I'll tell you what it is, right? You know, I just train hard, and on certain days I rest. And then when I rest, I build up all that energy from the hard training sessions that I do. And you've seen my training sessions live in here. Give me a like. Everybody around the world, give me a like if you've seen my training sessions before and how hard they are. You know what I mean? Like they will have a certain cause and effect to your body in that. So no, it's not amphetamines or anything like that. Maybe a good coffee will do that, but that's about it. I'm a very natural guy. You know, me and TJ Dillashaw are very natural athletes. So, you know, we're going to leave it.
Get this exceptional offer on select Cadillac models.
Like this? That's it?
To the topic at hand, right? Because I think this is a very Donald Trump's Middle Eastern friends, you can add Qatar.
Interests had come to depend on Saudi largesse.
It's clear that Saudi Arabia has been investing in Trump and Trump world for a long time.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this lobbyists representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated 500 rooms at President Trump's DC hotel.
The Live Golf Invitational.
The Saudi-backed golf tour.
Trump National Doral.
Have a good time, everybody. They buy apartments from me. They spend 40 million, 50 million.
Trump Tower, Jeddah.
Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
And foreign governments, they understand.
Among the list of Donald Trump's Middle Eastern friends, you can add Qatar, Israel, Kuwait, of course, the Emiratis into that whole entire mix, considering the fact that Qatar is also going to be hosting a UFC event on November 22nd on Saturday. By the way, on the same day that Anthony Yard is set to fight David Benavidez, which is going to be taking place in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, man, they are taking over combat sports, right? The Qataris want to get into the mix as well. And now you have a pretty stacked card compared to normal American pay-per-views. You got Armin Sarukian taking on Dan Hooker, and then you got Ian Gary taking on Bilal Muhammad. That would have been a pay-per-view worthy event in any American or European city that is normally a UFC type of demographic, right? But Qatar, they want to get in on it too. Very interesting. Now, is there a prime motivation behind that? I think there is.
A substantial role from the beginning, working with our folks to ensure that came about. So I want to thank you for that historic piece. I look forward to joining the president as that gets, it's already been delivered, but as that's formally signed as well. And I'm also proud that today we're announcing, or signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s.
Now, for those of you that don't understand the significant role that Qatar plays in world politics, let me explain it to you like this, right? They are literally the Switzerland of the Middle East. Now, who is Switzerland? Obviously, they are a neutral country dating back from the days of World War II when they sided with both the Americans and the Nazis. Well, not necessarily side with anybody. They were neutral. Kind of like how Qatar is not only friends with the Taliban, friends with Hamas. They have offices of Hamas and the Taliban in Qatar, but also they are friends with the United States, and they are also friends with Israel, at least until one time Israel had decided to do something to Qatar, and that wasn't too long ago. In fact, it wasn't too long ago. It was literally almost like yesterday.
One explosion at the back of the targeted building, followed by another in the front. Cell phone video shows people running in the normally quiet and peaceful Qatari capital. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said the targets were Hamas leaders who have an office in Qatar.
So is everything starting to add up now? There was a Taliban office in Qatar. That's public information. There was Hamas offices in Qatar. But that's because they're a neutral country. And this is a country that's going to host a UFC event while they are getting bombed by Israel. Are the athletes even feeling safe to compete in that country? Of course. Of course. Because everything has been smoothed over now. The military base was a compromisation and a compensation on top of that due to the casualties that were involved in this whole entire fiasco. And then on top of that, it's what you would call, well, sports washing. But nonetheless, this is the reality of what is going on right now. So you connect everything together, right? The Middle East is trying to create their own power play in the world right now. Okay, because obviously there is an aspect of Saudi Arabia affiliating itself now with China and Russia due to the fact that America can't be trusted, because this is a neutral country that was attacked by a United States ally. Back in the days, it was normal to see Arab countries get bombed. It was normal in certain parts of Saudi Arabia to have shootouts, Al-Qaeda and government forces. This is a known fact. This is public information that you can find from Michael Scheuer, who was the head of the Bin Laden unit in the CIA back in the days. He would vouch for this. Well, now Saudi Arabia doesn't have that problem anymore. They seem to have become a much more developed country in terms of peace, in terms of stability, in terms of open trading with other countries out there. And in fact, even doing more so away from the United States and doing it with other countries and expanding itself. Obviously, the Emiratis were a blueprint for all of these things, right? Because I need you to remember, all of these people that are competing to build the highest buildings in the world right now are the Arab states. And, well, let me segue this into a little bit of a side conversation or a little bit of side knowledge, right? The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, predicted this 1,400 years ago, over 1,400 years ago.
The secret to our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Mina. Here it is. Hi, I'm a big fan of your deodorant and I'm a student at University of Detroit Mercy. In my microbiology lab class, we swabbed our armpits to see what will grow on a petri dish. And I ended up having the least amount of bacteria in my armpit. This is wild. Look at the Carpe armpit versus the other armpit. This is actually showing why Carpe works so well, not at just stopping sweat, but also stopping odor. A lot of deodorants don't actually stop sweat. They just use fragrance to conceal body odor. But sweat is what actually causes bacteria to grow. And more bacteria leads to more odor. Carpe is a unique antiperspirant lotion that actually stops sweat, which stops the bacteria from growing in your armpit. And if you click the link below right now, you can get it for up to 56% off with free shipping. Carpe has over 35,000 5-star reviews. These products are dermatologist tested, they're cruelty-free, they're gentle on skin, and they come with a 100% money-back guarantee. Follow Mina's example. Don't let bacteria grow in your armpit. Give Carpe a try today.
This is Shane. He's a dad, an artist, and the founder of Mudwater, one of the first and fastest growing mushroom beverage companies in the US.
So we launched 6 years ago, and now we're making high 8 figures a year, selling online and in places like...
I need you to hear this. This was predicted 1,400 years ago, right here. Okay, listen to what they are about to say right here.
1,400 years ago, Prophet Muhammad predicted the future abundance of wealth in Arabia. In Sahih Muslim 1013, he foretold that the earth will throw up its treasure and wealth will be abundant. Initially barren, the Arabian Peninsula was transformed by the discovery of oil, which turned these lands into centers of immense wealth. This black gold, lying untouched for centuries, became a global treasure only with modern technology, fulfilling this remarkable prophecy. Yet the prophecy didn't end there. The prophet also predicted that barefoot, destitute Bedouins would one day compete in building tall structures. This is evident today in cities like Dubai, once a quiet desert region around 50 years ago, now home to the world's tallest skyscraper, the Burj Khalifa. Saudi Arabia, too, is set to build even taller structures, making these words of the prophet even more striking. Could such insights into Arabia's future come from human foresight alone over 1,400 years ago?
So UFC events, F1 Formula Racing, soccer, those are just a small portion of what it is that they are trying to do. Now, look, this also spells a little bit of some leverage underside. You see, at one point, obviously, it was America that was the strongest country in the world. And to a certain point, it still is, at least militarily wise, right? In terms of military, they are. In terms of economy, we're talking about a different ball game here in 2025 and beyond. However, the fact remains is that all these things that we are seeing, UFC events, boxing, everything in between, F1 Formula Racing, the fact that Donald Trump has to apologize to the Qataris because Israel had decided they wanted to bomb them. And as a result of that, you saw Pete Hegseth right there, the Secretary of Defense, signing a bill or signing some sort of declaration that is allowing the Qataris to have a military base in the United States, which is unheard of. Because that is not something that the United States would have ever done a long time ago. They never had any military bases from the British, from the Australians, from the Germans, from the Five Eyes, right? And anybody who's been in the military or understands world politics or understands diplomacy, understands what the Five Eyes mean. It means that it is the countries that all speak English and have something in common with the United States, with Britain, with Australia, with Canada, and they all share the same type of values, right? They don't have a military base in the United States. But Qatar does. Make that make sense. But I think it's starting to explain a lot of things. And I'm not telling you that I know everything. I'm not telling you that I am definitively correct in my predictions, even though I'm going to predict that I think Bilal Muhammad is going to beat Ian Gary, and I think that Arman Sarukian is going to run through Dan Hooker easily. I don't know if those predictions are going to be correct, but I don't even know if these predictions or these hypotheses or this analysis that I'm giving you is correct. To a certain extent, it is, but you know, there's a lot of things in this world that are going to leave you skeptical. And having a military base in the United States that is not an allied nation or a nation that is between the Five Eyes is rather surprising. But what does that tell you? Just like in combat sports, there is leverage, there is positions of power, there is positions that put you in a certain power or in a certain advantage over your opponent. And then there's a lot of strategy involved. So all of these things you are seeing play out in the world of diplomacy, in the world of geopolitics and mixed martial arts, and its events and everything that comes with it is just a metaphor and a mirror of that reality. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too because this guy's fucking he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's a fucking I'm telling you, Kariya Bulakir, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kariya Bulakir. Fucking so what?
The government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version. There's a new next-gen electric lighter out there, and it's the most brutal one you'll ever own. But here's the bad news. In just a few weeks, regulators will force the only company that makes it to completely neuter its design. That means sluggish ignition, a pathetic flame, and a lighter that just won't deliver like this beast does right now. The current version
All right, guys. So here we are. Main card time. Let's get it rocking right now. So all right, let's do some chat reads for the main card right here. Let's see here. All the way to the top. Let's start with oh yeah, you guys brought some real interesting chats. Okay, I think that is in relation to Scarlet. That comment right there, I'm not going to read it out loud. You're just going to have to read it yourself. Okay, so Mario has Rakic. Azamat is going to be a far fight. Yes, that's the first fight of the evening. Is he still sleeping? Ooh, yeah, that Hazrat knockout by Scarlet was horrible, man. I felt really bad for Nasrat. Obviously, he's a fellow Muslim brother. You know, I feel bad for him. But great knockout on the part of us, Scarlet, nonetheless. Kyrie's reading chapters before looking at the road. LOL, safety first. Oh, okay, that's in reference to the video that I was playing with me reading the comments. Victory says, Marty, his years of training have given him superhuman type of reflexes and vision. Distracted driving is no match for him. Maybe so. Maybe so. Look, I think that does have something to do with coordination and confidence. Also, the aspect that I know the streets that I'm driving around. Like, obviously, it's in Sacramento where I'm driving around. If I was in LA or if I was in San Francisco, a city that I'm not privy to on a daily basis, I would not have a good understanding of rhythm of the road, and not only the rhythm of the road, the location and the feeling of when to turn, when not to turn, when to slow down, when to brake. These are rhythms that you sort of inhibit. So yes, martial arts and coordination helps, but also I think the environmental factors of being, the environmental factors of being in an area that you are familiar to, I think has something to do with that as well. But the one and the other can't be non-correlated to that reality. Fresh says Elon should study him for Tesla cars. Okay, so Mario has Morozov, Almeida, Bautista, Dern, and Gunn. What is this? They got a WWE commercial, obviously courtesy of the UFC. That is what you are going to get with TKO. They are going to promote each other's brand. Real Stream Link, anyone shout out to you. I hope they stay for the commentary. How do you feel about Lorosenko commentating? You know what? That's a very good question, Victory. And I'm going to tell you, right? I think that it's great only because her knowledge of MMA is undeniable. So if her knowledge is so undeniable, then any pre-notions of, let's say, political, religious beliefs or cultural norms that I may carry or harbor, I think, sort of over-trump the idea of asking just the basic question. Does she deserve to be in this position in terms of calling the fights and being able to have enough knowledge and enough expertise on the subject of the moves that's being presented in front of you to give the crowd a very knowledgeable and learned experience? And I would answer yes. Mario says that she's better than Rogan. I think that is what he is referencing to. Did she do some favors for Dana? I've heard she's the type. I tell you what, I don't know that about Lorosenko, but I do know there are confirmed rumors of Dana having certain relations with Ronda Rousey, and that may have affected Dana's decision in building a women's division in the UFC in the first place. Fresh says women's voices are not good for commentating. She should do something. Okay, well, those are the comments and people's opinions here does not necessarily reflect those of the channel. He says, yeah, I'm not a fan of Rogan anymore. DC is better than Rogan. I would say so. If Rogan stops taking drugs, he's a woman, basically a trans. Wow. Okay, like DC and Cruz. You like DC and Cruz. Okay, Anik is the worst. Then Mike Goldberg. Wow. Okay, I would find Anik to be sort of a very pleasant guy, right? Like, he seems like a guy I would love to sit down and have coffee with, to be quite honest with you. You really, honestly, he seems like a very pleasant person, but all right, maybe not your take for as a commentator. Maybe he's not your cup of tea as a commentator, but nonetheless, I would have a cup of tea or coffee with him. Victory says, yeah, Cruz and DC are good. This thing is just annoying as hell. I don't mind Felder. Dern might have distractions in her life, social media, drinking with content creators, and divorce, etc. Yeah, Felder is good. Victory says, I didn't know Dern had all of that going on. Fresh says, I hope Almeida wins. Better for the heavyweight division if Aspinall wins. Okay. I said that the husband is suing for alimony, so her championship money is his tonight, that type of deal. She says, I think she loves the fame. He said, I don't really know that much about Almeida. Oh, man. At one point, I thought Ricardo Almeida was going to be the Alexander Usyk of the heavyweight division because he has light heavyweight or as a cruiserweight background and that equivalent to that in boxing. Press says, I want to order a burger, but I'm too lazy to walk to the door. Me being lazy keeps me healthy. No, that's weird. Huh. What about that? What about the only way that I could see how being lazy keeps you healthy is knowing how to have a good recovery? Because I tell you what, one of the worst things that I experienced as a young man training was overtraining, right? Not knowing what was enough for my own good. And sometimes you need to be able you need to be able to, how do I say this? You know, put yourself in a position where you know that you're kind of like, all right, you know what? I've had enough for today. I'm going to rest. BJJ Almeida, he says, I don't think his wrestling is good. I don't know. She is definitely isn't afraid to flaunt her assets. Basically, had, oh, yeah. Yeah, crazy. In an Arab country, I know. And the Arab teens, oh, man. Senko has knowledge, but a bad voice for commenting. They should AI her voice to be better for the listeners' ears. You know what, man? I don't know. I'm not big into, you know, all the AIs of everything, right? Like, you know, this, you know, idea to AI everything. You know what? I wrote a comment on one of my social media pages, and one of the nutritionists for Jake Paul, you know, hit me up, who's a friend of mine, a guy who I trained with, Eric Trilogy. He said to me, he said, hey, you know, this is AI. I'm like, no, my man, no, it is not. Not at all, because you got to understand, I'm a professional writer. You know, I'm a trained journalist, public relations agent, so I know how to write. What I wrote here, as eloquent as it is not AI, right? And so that's what it is. He said, should my AI burger from the door to me, but how? Well, they call it DoorDash, isn't it? That's what you do, is you DoorDash that. So, all right. So Rakic is now walking out right now. Let's move this up right now. I can't believe it. We're already in the main part. I love Abu Dhabi cards, guys. You know, get this done early and, you know, and then be on with your day. I know there's a boxing card going on tonight, but I figured, you know what? What can happen? Like, I know that for sure Parker is going to spark out Wardley. But anyways, here we are, main slot right now. I'm very excited for this matchup between Rakic and Azamat. I like that Azamat is like a small light heavyweight. Like, I like that. Yeah, he says, I honestly don't know who wins this. I know it's such a 50-50 matchup. Yeah, he's so mini Fedor. I can see that. He does kind of remind me of like a Fedor looking type of dude. Very man, 5 feet 10 inches tall. Not a very tall light heavyweight. Like if there was a case that I could ever fight light heavyweight, it would be this guy. He would be like the prototype for me to like, hey, if you want to fight at 205, this is the guy that you have to emulate. It has like my body frame too for that. Except he just has to shave his mustache, brother. This is not good, brother. You know, we are Muslim brothers. You know, we must shave our beards. This is what we do. You know, if we don't shave our beards, if we cannot identify each other at mosque and say, hey, who is real Muslim guy here? Hey, if guy not have no beard, if no mustache, then he not Muslim. He must be Muslim and shave top of your beard. He says, "What's gang? What's Mark, my man? Shout out to you right there." He says, "Victory. That's a good comparison. Fedor had an exceptional beard. I'd say they are very compatible. Yes, because he's a small guy. He's not a big guy. You know what I mean?" Fresh Melon who says, "Walk." All right, so here we go. Round one between Rakic and Azamat. By the way, fun story about Rakic, right? He beat up Jimmy Manawa at a fight, and then Rakic showed up at a UFC London event that he wasn't fighting in, just as you know, as there to watch, and Jimmy Manawa knocked him out in a street fight in London. So Jimmy Manawa has one on the street against Rakic, and Rakic has one on him in UFC. What matters more? But he knocked him out in London, which, you know, is a very bad knockout, because what if he like fell on concrete or something like that? Rakic got kicks though. Yeah, he does, and he displayed it a little bit there. You know, kind of looks like Rico Verhoeven a little bit. You know, has a bit of that like Rico Verhoeven look about him. All right, going for an overhand right there. Very good block on the part of Azamat, sort of being able to put his hands up. Ooh, there's a shot attempt right there by Rakic, but good stuffing by Azamat. Marky says a little sloppy reach for the legs, but he closed the distance. Yeah. Okay, so now still maintaining this distance right now by Rakic. Now they get off each other. Now they are squared right back up now. He's like, oh, you a wrestler now? He said Kyrie on the ones and twos today. Yup. Yep, especially if it's a fight that, you know, I honestly really care about. This is one of them. 15-0 guy, right? Like, you don't become 15-0 for nothing. He's showing you right now. Look at the takedown defense prowess. Oh, and look at the way that he rolled him right there. It's kind of like one of those old school, you know, WWE wrestling, you know, schoolboy pins that they do. The same way that Bret Hart beat Diesel for the world title, right? Diesel thought he had him beat. Next thing you know, he does a schoolboy roll on him and counts him for the 1, 2, 3. Oh, what is this? Oh, wow. 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 Wow, man. Tough blow. Tough blow for Rakic. All right. So here's how it happened right here. Okay. Okay, so he goes and chops him with the right hand. Right there. And that is why he's short for that division, because he has enough power to stay in there. It was like a turned over jab. Yeah, that takes a lot of that in that fashion. Fedor Jr., very nice. Yup. Wow, man. That was an awesome knockout. Yeah, bro, give me my flowers. I called that in advance. You did, bro. You definitely did call that in advance, bro. Wow. Tom Aspinall is going to submit CYRIL Gane somewhere in the second round, and the first and second round, maybe even in the third round. They're going to feel each other out, and we're going to be surprised of the space that CYRIL Gane can offer. Eventually, Tom Aspinall is going to close the space, and as such, get a submission win once he gets him on the ground. Next announcement, you have Yuri versus Khalil Roundtree. Now, what is good about that matchup? It's going to be a striking fest. The difference is that Roundtree is going to kick the legs off of Yuri, and it's going to disable all of the mobile movements and the fast twitch footwork that Yuri can offer, meaning that for whatever reason, the conventional Muay Thai stance of Khalil Roundtree is actually going to work on the chaotic striking style of Yuri. If it gets on the ground, for sure these guys are going to have a good scramble, very even on the ground, I would imagine. But it's going to be a striking fest, I would say about 80 to 90% of the fight. Next fight to announce, you got Merab versus Sandhagen. What do I got with that one? I just think it's going to be a 5-round affair for Merab again. This is what he does, rinse and repeat. Now, when you deal with somebody like Corey Sandhagen, that's exactly what you got to do. You got to rinse and repeat. What exactly do I mean by that? The minute that he gets a single leg, transition into a double leg, and then taking him down into the ground, that's what you got to do, and that's where you got to keep him, and he's going to continue to do that. A dangerous opponent in Corey Sandhagen. He can strike, he can throw knees, but at the same time, he can also take him down, if not fight off his back. Right now at 135, Corey Sandhagen is going to be hard to beat. But I tell you what, all these matchups are exciting. They are all 50-50, and they can all have the potential to go to distance. But the one matchup that I would say that doesn't go to distance is going to be Tom Aspinall and CYRIL Gane. And I'm about to tell you exactly why. Hey, Mark, shout out to you, my man. We're going to talk about that again right now because I'm actually going to have it on this as Alexander Volkov. So, for those of you that don't know, Mark HayNie, the guy in our chat, had a run-in with Kamala Harris. Okay? And we're going to talk about it right here. So, yeah, the guy in our chat, Mark HayNie, had a case against Kamala Harris. And you can read all about it. A lot of it had to deal with technicalities of weapon calibers and what you can own, what you can't own, what you're not able to carry, what you're not able to carry in California. But nonetheless, yes, man, give my man flowers not only for his prediction of the last fight, but also, you know, his legendary case that he had going on right here. This is all on paper. Right here. This is all real. He said Kyrie voted for Kamala. Get out of here, bro. Nah, man, I didn't vote. No way. Says fresh, you're welcome. Has the flowers emojis. He says for the first time I seen little dude got hands. Yeah, Azamat. Yeah, he definitely does, man. First time I seen little dude, he's good. Bro, give me my flowers. I called that hook in advance. You did, yes. Fedor Jr., yes, he definitely looks like that. So, yeah, man, Mark HayNie, guys, look at this. Let's see if we can... Yeah, this is a real court case that happened with him.
In this case, we have a fundamental right that requires the use of hardware and procedures that have always evolved over time in the exercise of that right. This right is regulated by criminal statute and administrative rulemaking, and that regulatory agency is compelled by statute to promulgate death
5 times in a year. That also distinguishable. It involved a statute that position. I read the complaint to be a facial challenge to the statute, and you came in here today and said, no, not at all. We're not challenging this statute. This is an as-applied challenge, and we want rulemaking.
So a bit of some synopsis on it. An appeal from dismissal of an action which plaintiff allegedly they were wrongfully arrested for possessions of weapons that officers mistakenly believed were assault weapons banned under the California Assault Weapons Control Act. Okay, so give a shout out to the legend in the chat, Mark Henry. All right, guys, so we are on to Jailton Almeida versus Volkov right now. Hey, isn't that awesome, bro? That it's an MMA chat that's giving you flashbacks on your situation from the from this court case, right? But you know what? That's kind of the beauty of MMA and combat sports, or just sports in general, right? Like building memories behind the wins, the losses, and everything in between. So I'm glad to have been able to tie all that in for you. And you know what? And we got ourselves a very awesome actor. Bro, listen. You know what? Bro, listen, Mark, you're a Californian, bro. How awesome is it that we get a card in the afternoon, in the morning, rather? This is still morning. Do you understand? Like, the main card is still morning time. This is still considered morning. Now, how awesome is that? And with that in mind, I don't know if, you know what? I think I got time to make some coffee for a little bit. You know what? I'm going to just bring the laptop with me while I making the coffee. So. He said, has Almeida been in Dagestan training? No, he hasn't, Fresh. Not to my knowledge. But if anybody out there that has more expertise in this knowledge, please let me know. So far, here is Volkov right now walking out. So yeah, please, Mark HayNie, please remember, always remember the Volkov Jailton Almeida fight in the same time that you have had your case featured on an MMA channel. All right, here's Volkov walking out right now. He says if Aspinall submitted Volkov, Almeida should be able to do that as well. True. Tom rocked him beforehand. 6'7". Holy crap. Yeah. Kyrie is ferocious like Tyson. Thank you. Yeah, he has ferocious appetite today. All right, here's Jailton Almeida getting a. Hey, listen, you guys don't eat in parties. I mean, think about that. Coffee is code for more food. No, it's just actually coffee. Like, I don't think you also realize I also have weeks where I go through like 48-hour fast or 24-hour fast or stuff like that. And then maybe 3 times a week I'm doing like a 16-hour fast from the time that you all last ate the night before. So all right, so Jailton Almeida, to the surprise of nobody, shoots in for a takedown straight away. And he actually takes Volkov down. And what's surprising is, if you remember, you look at Mark, he said earlier, holy S, he's 6'7". Well, guess what? What did Almeida do? He cut him down to size as a result of that. In wrestling, everybody is the same size once you take them down to the ground. He said, nope, I'm not standing up with 6'7". Correct. Yup. Yeah, he was not going to stand up with homeboy, bro. All right, so Almeida maintaining half guard position right now. As he is maintaining half guard position, he may be looking to advance, and Volkov seems very relaxed in this position right now. Relaxed and reluctant. All right, so now he is playing the suffocation game right now. Suffocation! No breathing, don't get I'm bleeding. All right, so Almeida maintaining half guard position in his current moment of time right now. He says, you understand Zayn is rubbing off on him? In what way? In what way do you mean Zayn is rubbing off on me? He says 6'7" is hard to clear your legs from the bottom position. Yeah, so far, man, it's been half a round that Jailton Almeida has maintained this this guard position on him right now. He said, roll, roll. Okay, so now it looks like Volkov is switching positions. Get her back. All right. Wow. Okay, so Volkov is looking to get a Darce from this position, but there's Jailton Almeida still going for still trying to go for a single leg from the bottom position right now. All right, so here's, wow. Now Volkov is standing right on top of him right now with Jailton rolling from a single leg position while also trying to look like he's going for a leg lock of some sort. But Volkov is defending well. Now it looks like he's back in half guard position where he was trying to get into a mount position. Still maintaining this half guard position right now. Oh, here's Mark Goddard right now adjusting something here. Okay, now there's some elbows from the top right now from Volkov. With 10 seconds left in the first round. That is a hard first round to score. What do you guys think? Victory says, I prefer half guard over mount. Darce, roll, roll, roll for MMA. Yeah, half guard is perfect for MMA, brother, because you can turn them into a punching bag in half guard. Whereas in real grappling, or not, I shouldn't say real grappling, I mean, you do real grappling in MMA as well, but in grappling competitions, you know, at least what happens is that you are able to attempt submissions of some sort from there. Almeida realized Volkov is strong. LOL. Yep. All right. So round number 2 with a very interesting fight. I don't know how to score the first round. Zayn always says, you understand. Yeah, it is a British thing, isn't it? A British-Irish thing, I would say. I hear and see a lot of British and Irish, Scots. They say that a lot at the end. Or they say, no, I mean, like they want you to like agree with them. That's why I say they have a very humanitarian society, or at least like inner niche societies. All right, so now Almeida is on top guard position once again on Volkov right now with 4 minutes, 3:59, 3:58, 3:57, 3:54 of the second round. So now the referee is urging Jailton Almeida to work after getting that position on the ground. Now, look, I think round 1, I may have to give to Jailton Almeida. And the reason why I got to give it to Jailton Almeida is because his ground control time. And look, the second round right now is really no different. Do you guys see really anything different right now? Second round, he's maintaining ground control on Volkov right now. And just like what Mark HayNie said earlier, right? He's like 6'7". Nope, I'm not standing up with him. And that is exactly why we are seeing these grappling exchanges right now. And here's here. Oh wow, he got him down. He got him down. Now he's looking to take him down. Oh, I think Jailton Almeida is looking to get a choke right here. All right. So maintaining the half guard position again. Once again, half guard. You know, this is why. So if you wonder why, you know, in MMA, what is the most valuable move in MMA, at least on the ground, is this half guard. Oh, wow. As a result of a stalemate, Mark Goddard has decided to stand them both up. And as he stands them both up, guess what he said? Hey, I'm going to take you back down. He said, Fool, I'm going to take you back down. As soon as we stand right back up, I'm going to take you back down. Volkov has 0 takedown defense. Yup. Wow, man, 47 seconds left, and he's absolutely winning this fight. I think that this fight is going to distance like the main event right here. By the way, this fight right here is very much tied to the main event. Kimura, I feel, were in submission before position for Volkov. And how about that? Umar is up next. And then the big downer after that, Mackenzie Dern versus Burma Jindaroba. Burma Jindaroba. Burma Jindaroba. Burma Jindaroba. Versus Mackenzie Dern. Okay, so there's a right hand right there by Jailton Almeida. Oh, wow, how about this? This just in. Bryce Mitchell no longer supports Donald Trump. Bryce Mitchell announces that he no longer supports President Donald Trump, claims he's actually the Antichrist and predicts the mark of the beast is coming in 42 months. He said, now, I'm not with Donald Trump no more. Mitchell said in a video posted on Instagram, I don't support him. I don't like him. I think he's a corrupt leader. And the first thing for me is that he didn't release the Epstein files. They're even acting like they didn't even exist. And of course, they're sending Israel and Ukraine all of our tax dollars. And just like the numbnuts before him, Joe Biden did, now he's blaming the beef farmers for the price of beef. So there it is. Bryce Mitchell no longer supports Donald Trump while this fight with Volkov and Almeida are going on right now. So just when you thought Volkov was going to mark some kind of offense, at least on the grappling side of things, because that's where this fight has taken the turn, is into grappling. It is Jailton Almeida that has just maintained, a grappling position on him, which, by the way, I predicted this fight to go exactly as what we are seeing right now. Okay? I predicted a lot of the fights tonight correctly. We can start from the very beginning, right, of the fight. I said that Inoue was going to win by decision. I said Mitch was going to win by decision. No, actually, I had Azamat winning by decision. So, okay, I didn't get that one right. Hamdi, I predicted a decision. I predicted a decision for Nathaniel Wood. I predicted a finish for Walter, not exactly a submission. I don't know why, but Ikram, I predicted a decision. Skillot, I would have never predicted that one. That one I got wrong. Azamat, I got right. And right now, here we are in the Volkov fight as we speak. He says 0 takedown defense, literally getting dragged to the floor. Yep. All right, so now Jailton Almeida is right on top of Volkov right now. He's going to win this one by decision right here. Yeah, this fight is over. This is Jailton Almeida's fight. The ground control time that he had going on is what's ultimately winning him this fight. Khabib should teach Almeida the smashing part. This is silly. Yeah. He's holding him and getting the ground control time, but unfortunately, it's not with a lot of damage, is it? You know what I mean? Not with a lot of damage done. So, very interesting approach for Jailton Almeida. It's an idea that works right now. Okay. Wow. So how about that, man? They actually call for a stand. I don't agree with this by Mark Goddard. I don't agree with this. And then there it is. He gets another takedown. You stand me up, I'm going to get a takedown anyway. That's how he looks at it. He's like, that's fine. He's like, smart point before the end. Stood him up and then shot with a takedown immediately. He says, yeah, Volkov sucks. He says, Osman. Yeah, he won this one by decision, hands down. No Sambo Volkov. That's right. And now we have one of the most exciting matchups tonight, obviously Umar versus Bautista. Now, Bautista has looked good in his last few fights, but is he good enough to fight the second best fighter in the division? Almeida is an effing unit. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah. Very small for the heavyweight division, but very effective, as you see. If God wins, you better be prepared for What? What? Hold up. Volkov won? Oh, wow. 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 I can't believe it. He actually won. Wow. That by split decision, man. Right there. Wow. Dude, by split decision. Whoa, yeah, Rob, that was not a win. Dude, man, they favored the over the Brazilian and the Abu Dhabi, of course. Of course, man. Wow. Yeah, he did not win that fight. Oh my goodness, he did not win that fight. Disgraceful on the judges. Yeah. Hey, Mark, aren't you glad these are not the judges that were in your case, bro? Shame on the judges' eyes. LOL. Oh man, I'm so glad these are not the judges on Mark's cases, bro. That would have been all bad, bro. You know what I mean? Like, he says, Putin influence. Yes, yes. Because the Russians, they bring a lot of wealth. He says you ain't wrong. The Russians bring a lot of wealth in Abu Dhabi. There's a lot of these Russian billionaire dudes that show up there. You know, not just Khabib. Khabib, you know, he got money. He's his own, you know, boss and all of that. But then there's, you know, that, and then there's oligarch type of Russians. You know, dudes that are like related to Ivan the Great from like back in the days or something like that. You know what I mean? Like Wayne Rooney, Manchester United. You know, the rival of my team, Manchester City. But yeah, man. Wow. All right, man. So we got Umar next, bro. I'm so hyped up for the Umar fight. Wow. Brendan Allen upsets RDR and makes him quit. Meanwhile, life goes on in East Hastings, Vancouver, Canada. We're going to talk about it just as we talked about it in the live stream, reacting to UFC Vancouver Fight Night. Yeah, absolutely an awesome night of fights. A lot of great upsets, a lot of great performances. None better than Brendan Allen. Why? A lot of people expected him to lose coming into this fight. He came in here on a short notice. On top of that, D. Ritter was here getting ready for Anthony Hernandez, which, by the way, he had to pull out due to an injury. Now, it makes you wonder what would happen if Anthony Hernandez had fought this fight, considering the fact that the way Brendan Allen beat him was through sheer perseverance. What does Anthony Hernandez specialize in? And being able to push the pace and possibly beat D. Ritter the way that Allen did tonight. As you know, over the years, UFC Vancouver has held some pretty interesting cards going back to the days of Damian Maia and Carlos Condit. Of course, there was more to other cards than that. There was the Amanda Nunes, Aldana Oliveira versus Dariush. And of course, tonight, Vancouver returns with another UFC card. And it was awesome. You want to know why? Because The card delivered in ways that we would have never expected. By the beginning of round one, you had De Ridder literally dominating Brendan Allen all throughout the fight. Next thing you know, Brendan Allen starts reversing, starts getting his own scramble exchanges, getting the best of these scramble exchanges. Then next thing you know, he's right on top. Next thing you know, it's the first round, it's the second round, it's the third round. And then in the last round, I'm thinking, wow, this is great. We're going to see De Ridder in a championship situation, at least on the UFC side. We know that back in ONE FC, he was a double champion and fought as a heavyweight. And here's something you got to understand. Just because you are a double champion in another organization, it's a completely different animal in the UFC, a completely different set of nervousness, a completely different set of anxiety that comes into play. And then next thing you know, that bell goes off. Fight round one. And of course, he was doing great. He was doing. Eventually, let's be real about this. He made him quit. I'm talking about legitimately made him quit because he had a chance to get out there in the fifth round, possibly win the fight. He decided to sit on his stool. What are you going to do about that? Absolutely nothing. The referee can't force you to get out there and fight. Your corner can't force you to get out there and fight. You got to go out there and get yourself out there to fight. And he didn't do that. What happened in the process? Guess who had a response to all of this?
The secret to our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Mina. Here it is. Hi, I'm a big fan of your deodorant and I'm a student at University of Detroit Mercy. In my microbiology lab class, we swabbed our armpits to see what will grow on a petri dish. And I ended up having the least amount of bacteria in my armpit. This is wild. Look at the Carpe armpit versus the other armpit. This is actually showing why Carpe works so well, not at just stopping sweat, but also stopping odor. A lot of deodorants don't actually stop sweat. They just use fragrance to conceal body odor. But sweat is what actually causes bacteria to grow. And more bacteria leads to more odor. Carpe is a unique antiperspirant lotion that actually stops sweat, which stops the bacteria from growing in your armpit. And if you click the link below right now, you can get it for up to 56% off with free shipping. Carpe has over 35,000 five-star reviews. These products are dermatologist tested, they're cruelty-free, they're gentle on skin, and they
these bullshit guy give up. Now you're probably wondering, a little bit harsh on the side of Kamza to say this, right? Well, let's look back at what they have been saying to each other as far back as August of this summer. De Ridder says back in August, as you read it right here, right? There's a date, August 19th, RDR, dead. You're effing dead. He says, send me location. Okay, well, a bit of a friendly little banter, no disrespect there or anything like that. But were you really ready for Kamzat? I thought we found out tonight whether you were really ready for Kamzat or not. Man, I got to tell you, Brendan Allen. All right, so just to give you full disclosure on that, no, it's not a hummus break or anything like that. It's not like, yeah, it's not like that at all. Yeah, I just needed, you know, a little, well, I don't know, man. I don't need to, you know, really justify myself in that. He says, Condit, that's the name I forgot. Bro, oh yeah, mentioning, you know, the old, you know, UFC Vancouvers. So yeah, the old Vancouver fights with Carlos Condit and Damian Maia. He says, I resigned for Francis versus Volkov. Please trade Almeida for Dakoja Ditchka, dirty crotch sniffing Brazilian. Man, yeah, you know what? And he didn't win, right? So, wow, that's crazy. Hamas falafel break, not at all. Mario better KO Umar FD's. He says, bro, can I ask you an honest question? Have you ever quit mid-match? No. In fact, there was a fight that I had in Reno that got overturned to a no contest because I had decided to walk in after even getting fouled, right? And so, yeah. He says mid-match, I'd rather wake up from a knockout than walk back to the locker room knowing I quit for the next 20 years, remembering how I quit. Yeah. Hamas falafel break. Haha. Yeah. You know what, man? There are a few times that, I don't know. I think because, I ate in a stream or something, so they made something out of it. I don't know, man. Listen, guys, I go on 48-hour, fast sometimes. And in most days, 3 times a week, I'll go on a 16-hour fast. Meaning that, from the time that I stop eating the night before, I'll, I don't know. I'm not a normal breakfast eater. So, when I get a chance to eat, I do. And then on top of that, sometimes, I don't eat enough after training. So, it's just one of those things where you gotta, get in those calories that you need. He says, how hard can it be to learn smash? Almeida masters the hard part of fighting. What the F? He says, what's hard about it is that you can lose control or give up position. Facts. All right, so here's Umar right now. Ramadan is basically what every healthy person on earth does every day. Yeah, so even outside, no, people don't do Ramadan every day because, look, the 16-hour fast that I do, that's predicated on me waking up drinking coffee in the morning, right? I drink coffee, but then I don't eat. You see what I'm saying? It's not what Ramadan fasting is. You can't eat, you can't drink, and yeah, you can't chew gum. You can brush your teeth, but you can't chew gum. You see, so it's a different. You know what I mean? Like what you're talking about is, intermediate fasting. Yeah, but you're right. It is something that a lot of healthy people do, nonetheless. Mark says, I'm with you on that. I don't eat breakfast or lunch. I eat dinner. I do 24-hour fast every day. Yeah, man, it's so good for you. All right, so Umar versus Mario Bautista is on right now. Mario says, let's go Mario. Naturally, of course. All right, so one of the most exciting matchups of the night. All right, so here's Umar right now getting announced. All right, so here's Jason Herzog right now as the referee. Does Mario train at O'Malley's gym? Does Mario Bautista train at O'Malley's gym? I don't know. Does he? Yeah. He says, I've been doing it for 32 days now. I'll be going back to 3 meals a day starting November. See, that's the thing. I don't eat 3 meals at all. That's why. All right. So as soon as Mario goes for the body kick, Umar gets the body lock position, gets him down on the ground, and from this position on, Umar is looking to get a submission straight away. Now, Zayn asked me, what are the chances that Umar gets a higher, striking percentage on it? It's very high, but not if he, submits him first. There it is. He already slams it to the ground. This is looking for a heel hook here. And, oh, wow. He's cranking it. Says, oh, wow. Umar got out of that one, man. Wow. That was a tough ankle lock right there. He says, I'm going to be going back powerlifting in November, so I'm going to need the calories again. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It is different if you train for something. I guess it's it is important to not eat. I mean, look, if I didn't train, I could eat just one meal a day. But if I do train, I'll eat 2 meals a day, right? So I kind of see what you're saying, though. You know what I mean? Like, I think eating is just based on the kind of calories that you need. Norma is on him like white on rice right now. Yes, on him like white on rice after Mario nearly got that leg lock on him, but very good positioning on the part of Nurmagomedov to get out of that position. And then there's Khabib in the background yelling frantically as Umar is maintaining top control position of Mario Bautista, and Mario Bautista trying to get up from this position right now. Right on. Right on. All right, now here's Omar right on top position right now. He says, why did you lose, Omar? I break my ankle in first round. I got tired. Is that what he said about the Rob fight? All right, so now Omar got the back position with just about 1:30 left. There is a chance to work for a submission here. Oh, he's looking to get a submission right here on Mario Bautista. So there it is. Now there is a figure 4 body lock on Mario Bautista from the back position. Got his back now. Hand fighting. Yes, the hand is tired. And he's looking to slink that right in. And Marty, what you were saying earlier about a crank, hey, you know what? He could go for a crank right here. But obviously, I think the hand fighting of Mario Bautista is obviously preventing him from doing so. This is trouble. And we got the co-main event coming up next already. Yeah, still maintaining the body right here. Or the body figure 4 leg lock, as I like to call it as well. Because it's shaped like a figure 4. So, wow, man. Mario Bautista got messed up in that round, bro. I know we had someone in the chat that was rooting for him. Shout out to Mario, though, man. 1-0 Umar. Yes. It is 1-0 Umar right now. The corner of Mario Bautista is telling him, hey, he doesn't want to strike with you, so let's do that. But it will be interesting to see the striking of Umar get challenged in this one. All right, so round number 2. Here we go. All right, round number 2. Okay, nice body kick by Umar Nurmagomedov. There's a high kick right there by Umar. This is what I was saying, right? Or at least what the Mario Bautista corner was saying. Strike with him. Oh, no, he got hit. I can't believe it. Oh, my goodness. Umar got hit with that shot, but he recovered well. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it, guys. I can't believe it. Umar has to be very careful. Oh, he's Mario Bautista is very dangerous right now. Mario's very dangerous right now after rocking him like that. Okay, but he got a takedown. There it is, man. There it is now to neutralize the bad position that he was just on right now. He said Bautista had something going upstairs. Haha. All right, so now he got his back once again. This is a position that Umar likes to use right here. All right, so now still in the body triangle side right now. Oh, wow, he was able to reverse that. Okay, now we're in a very interesting fight between them right now. And what Umar does not want to do is get cornered by Bautista right here. All right, man. There's Umar again with another takedown. This is a good fight, Mark HayNie says. I agree with you, man. I agree. This is a very good fight. A very amazing fight, man. A whole lot more challenging than what I would have expected for Umar. I told Zayn that this was the easiest fight of the card, that Umar had the easiest assignment. But Omar's working for his homework right now. Yeah, great scrambles for sure. But once again, Umar on the dominant position of between them right now. I loved how Bautista hit the switch. That was beautiful for sure. Okay, there's a body kick right there by Umar Nurmagomedov. Oh, there's a jab, and then there's a counter with Umar right there. Oh, he rocks Umar again. No! Oh, there's a nice head kick right there. A karate-style head kick on Bautista. Wow. Okay. And that was only 2 rounds. My mind is scrambled on the idea that that was only 2 rounds. It is 1-1. I got to give it to Mario on that one. You're right, man. Mario, it is 1-1. I agree. All right, so 1-1 going into round number 3. Here we go. 5 minutes of this. Yeah, this is crazy. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They said that Umar had a limp going on there. Okay, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Umar. Yeah, this is crazy. This fight is absolutely crazy. Only because we thought that, we thought that we honestly thought that Umar was just going to be the heavy favorite going into this, and that's not the case now, is it? Oh! And then there's what is that? He was complaining about some kind of foul, but they kind of agreed to just keep on going. Now there's another takedown by Umar right there. Yeah, look, it's a crazy fight, but look, I think the takedowns is what's winning this fight. And you know what? You're right. Mario definitely needed a KO to get this, a fair shake for himself. But if Umar loses, should O'Malley fight him or Sandhagen? If Umar loses, should he? Umar. You know what? Even if I had Umar to fight O'Malley for quite a while, honestly, I would have. I would like to see that fight, just based on the name value for Umar and Sean. But yeah, Sandhagen wouldn't be a bad fight either. But yeah. All right, there's another takedown by Umar. If all goes wrong, Umar gets a takedown. Yeah, see, that's the thing with Umar, man. All Umar has to do is get a takedown whenever he makes a mistake. Yeah. O'Malley, I'd like to see him against O'Malley no matter where O'Malley is at right now. Merab, I don't want to throw him in there with Merab yet. I think there's a missing piece that Umar has that he hasn't caught up with Merab yet. And I don't know if this is so. I would like to see him O'Malley as a tune-up. That's what I like. I want to see O'Malley as a tune-up. You understand? Like, that's kind of what I want to get out of it. All right, there's a body lock position taking him down. So he's been taking him down multiple times here, that should count for something, doesn't it? But we will see. Victory says, that's what I was going to say. Wouldn't get a title shot if he wins this. He says, Mark says, I like O'Malley. That dude's a total sniper. Yeah, he says, I understand. Yep. O'Malley is hilarious and seems like a super chill. All right, man. So at the end of this round right now, O'Malley, I'm sorry, so, okay, at the end of this round right now, I think that Umar had done enough to win this fight, but we will see. We will see. I think he did enough to win regardless. And even Umar is holding his hands up at the end of that fight right there. But yeah, I give it to Umar for sure. Maybe for a championship fight, they can do it. Yeah. Look, I think Mario Bautista is top level. He may be championship contender worthy. I don't know if he'll be champion, but contender worthy wise, yeah, for sure. I give it to him, contender worthy wise. All right, and just as we predicted, Umar would win. All right, on to the co-main event, guys. This tells you a lot about Bo Nickel. Bo Nickel was an excellent wrestler, but a very underdeveloped MMA fighter. Whereas with RDR, he was an overdeveloped MMA fighter, well-rounded MMA fighter, but got outgrounded by somebody like Brendan Allen. And once again, Brendan Allen, in my opinion, he deserves a title shot above anybody else in the 185 division. Now, if you look right here, Brendan Allen is at number 9. Tonight, he beat somebody at number 4. Even though Brendan Allen lost to Sean Strickland, even though Brendan Allen can lose to Anthony Hernandez, even though Brendan Allen can lose to anybody at any God-given night, he can also win with a bit of some tweaks in his technique. You see, Brendan Allen isn't exactly the most high IQ'd fighter there is out there. Let's be honest about that, right? And as a result of that, sometimes this fight IQ or lack of fighting IQ is going to fail him. But if he gets in there, hones down, puts a method to his madness, he can beat absolutely anybody in the world. Now take a look at this. Coming in tonight, De Ritter was number 4. Brendan Allen was number 9. Where does that put him up there? He can beat any of these guys at any given time. He could beat Israel Adesanya. He could beat Kaio. Maybe he can beat Dricus. But does he deserve Khamzat Chimaev? I tell you what. Maybe he does. You want to know why? Tonight, we were thinking the winner between RDR and Anthony Hernandez, right? Well, Anthony Hernandez falls off. What do we do now? Well, you brought in Brendan Allen in there. somebody who's a ranked fighter in the top 10 actually gets a win. And this is what I love about the sport. This is literally what I love about the sport. You see, what I love more than anything about this sport is the fact that at any given Saturday, anybody can win at any time. That is the God honest truth. And this fight is a proven example of that. Brendan Allen was able to come here at a short notice, fight D. Ritter, who came in here with a full camp and made him quit. That is the beauty of MMA. Next thing you know, Brendan Allen could be in the top 5. Next thing you know, he could easily get a title shot against Khamzat. All he needs to do is wait. Because they're talking about Imavov could be fighting Khamzat Chimaev next. They're talking about maybe Anthony Hernandez. Maybe they're talking about a rematch with Dricus. I don't know at what world that even matters. I tell you what, though, Dricus can go fight D. Ritter. This is not the end of D. Ritter. I know that I got a thumbnail that calls him a quitter, but is he really a quitter? Let me tell you something. No fighter is a quitter, ever. I need you to understand it. There are no fighters who are quitters, but he did quit tonight. Now, why do I say that on a thumbnail? Because it's sensationalized. It's perfect for people to click on. It is the overwhelming narrative right now that he quit. Or is it that Brendan Allen made him quit? More on this in a little bit. Let's get to the full cards, and then we'll get back to the main event.
A few years ago, I put out this video.
What the f is in your mug?
And immediately it started racking up millions of views. Why? Probably something to do with the thousands of haters and hecklers in the comments.
Starting from the very bottom all the way to the top, we start off with Melissa Croydon gets a 3rd round TKO stoppage against Lisboa. Then we move on to Yujiri Belragu versus Azamat. Now, very interesting fight. He got taken down a couple of times by Azamat. He was able to get back up, hits him with a 1-2 shot, finishes him in the 3rd round. That fight could have gone to anybody. Luciano versus Oliveira gets a 3rd round rear naked choke on the finish. And then as we move on to the card, what do we got here? We have Santos getting a unanimous decision against Barlow. And then we got Bruno Silva getting a rear naked choke against Park. By the way, a very interesting rear naked choke, right? It was a rear naked choke that sort of resembled a bulldog choke. Didn't exactly wrap his legs around him, just basically grabbed him from behind. No diddy, okay? And then just choked him like that. Next thing you know, we got Erling taking on Cody Gibson. 21 seconds. Straight right, and then followed up by a hammer fist. Cody Gibson threw a lazy inside kick, which cost him getting hit with that straight right. Down he goes for the finish, 21 seconds. Drew Dover. How about this? He gets a point taken away. All right. And as a result of that, he had to fight with a sense of urgency. Okay. After fighting that sense of urgency, what did he do? Drew Dover got in there and realized this fight could go either way. He decided, you know what? I'm going to go in there. I'm going to go for the finish because I'm not going to leave it in the hands of the judges. And that is exactly what he did. Punches, knees, and elbows to finish it in the 3rd round. Kyle Nelson taking on Matt Pravola. Gets a unanimous decision against Matt Pravola. Charles Jourdain taking on Davey Grant. Gets a 1st round guillotine choke. I knew Charles Jourdain was able to do this. Hometown favorite on top of that. Manon Farut knocks out Jasmine Javicius. Now, the way that Manon is built, she's built like a tough dude, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. Built like a tough dude. And that's exactly what she did. Fought like a tough dude and finished her off in the first round. Punches and knees. That is over. Ayman Zahabi versus Marlon Chito Vera. That fight could have gone either way. Ayman Zahabi did a very good job circling around Marlon Chito Vera, getting away from his power shots. There were a few times where Marlon Vera was able to sort of corner him into the cage. But ultimately, the game planning of Ayman Zahabi and his famous brother, Faraz Zahabi, famous trainer of Canada, former trainer of George St. Pierre, one of the greatest of all times, came in there with a game plan, and that's exactly what they did. Came off with a split decision win, one of the biggest wins of his career, right up there with Jose Aldo. Obviously, Jose Aldo is a legendary name, but Marlon Chito Vera right now is one of the top guys in the 135 division, former title contender, challenger contender. Ayman Zahabi is getting right up there with each and every single one of these wins. And as his competition gets stiffer and stiffer, Mike Malott gets a decision over Kevin Holland. There were a few times where Kevin Holland got hit with a low shot. And as a result of that, he decided, man, you know what? I'm going to take all the time in the world, right? All the time in the world. Very similar to one of the earlier fights. I believe it was the Drew Dover and the Proplek fight. Right? Kevin Holland literally passed 5 minutes of rest time. Luckily, the TV time slot allowed for it because it was the main card and it was the co-main event. But by the end of it all, Mike Malott got a unanimous decision over Kevin Holland. No shame in Kevin Holland. This is a normal Kevin Holland fight. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses. He often goes to a decision. Very few people can finish Kevin Holland. But if they do, their names are Khamzat, and it's certainly not Mike Malott. But Mike Malott was good enough to get the win over Kevin Holland tonight, which, by the way, Kevin Holland these days is sort of like a gatekeeper, right?
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens. Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem minor can financially destroy you when the real costs hit weeks later. If you've been in a car accident recently, even one that seemed minor or where you were just a passenger, you need to hear this before it's too late. Here's what happens to most people. They walk away from what seems like a minor accident thinking everything is okay. Maybe a little soreness, maybe some minor damage to their car, but nothing serious. Then reality hits. The medical bills start rolling in. Your car needs more repairs than you thought. You're missing work because of lingering pain or appointments. Suddenly, what seemed like a small bump in the road becomes a financial nightmare. But here's what nobody tells you in those first few days after an accident. You're actually owed a huge check even if the accident seemed minor, or you were just a passenger and all you have to do is claim it. Most people never realize this because they're focused on just getting back to normal. They don't understand that even seemingly minor accidents can entitle you to significant compensation, not just for obvious death.
A gatekeeper of the 170 division. But it doesn't mean Mike Malott is ready for the championship levels, at least not yet. But he proves that he's ready for whoever is next to Kevin Holland or somewhere within that neighborhood. Then we move on to the main event of the evening. So obviously, this is the topic at hand that we are talking about. He made him quit. There's no doubt about it. He made him quit. Everything was going good until it wasn't. You want to know why? Because all of a sudden he realizes, wow, all these reversals that Brendan Allen has been throwing at him was making the fight a whole lot more difficult than what he would have liked to realize. And as a result of that difficulty, he broke. Now, once again, let me remind people, this is not the last time you're going to see D. Ritter. Okay, this is not the first time or the last time you will ever see him as D. Quitter. There's going to be times where he's going to quit, depending on who it is. If he was to fight Khamzat, he would absolutely quit. If he was to fight Anthony Hernandez, he would absolutely quit for the most part. Once again, on any given Saturday, any of these guys can beat anybody at any time. Tonight, Brendan Allen proved that. And with that in mind, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right. So here we go. Before we get to the co-main event, let's get to these comments. He says, I give it to Omar. Khabib champ is good at Sambo. Good fight, though. That was the Mario Bautista fight. Yeah, we need more rounds, man. Yeah, maybe one day they can fight for a championship round. Omar's foot is F. He'll be out for a while. Omar earned a rematch. You know what? I'm going to give you a controversial take on this. I don't think that deserved a rematch right there, only because of how high level Merab is, that we need to show a little bit more than that. Khabib is so respectful how he bowed out of the interview. Good man. He says, yeah, Khabib is the epitome of a martial artist. Mark HayNie says, totally, man. I understand what you mean. I felt that way about George St. Pierre for years. He says, bathroom break. He says, oh, yeah, George is a class act as well. One of the most disrespectful guys in MMA was Charles Crazy Horse Bennett. Yes. Oh, yeah. Remember him. He got into a street fight with Vanderlei at a Pride event backstage. Yeah, that guy was nuts. He's still fighting MMA. He had like 80 MMA. Let's see. Mario Rivera is exactly what you guys need to call if you hit down on the block and you needed that guy. Rivera is LOL. So, all right, here we go, guys. Co-main event of the evening. We got Jandiroba versus Mackenzie Dern. Jandiroba is walking out right, and we are awaiting Mackenzie Dern to walk out. I think she had walked out already. Bennett is still fighting in a cage. That's awesome. I think that he had a boxing match a couple of months ago. That's awesome. Fought MMA in the summer. Okay, so he's doing a little bit of both. A little bit of MMA here, a little bit of boxing. He says, nice, dude. How'd the fight go? He says, I got to see this. He probably looked hella burnt. Yes, that is the thing about him. That dude lives a hard lifestyle for sure. Man, yeah. Everything that you get out of Charles Bennett is as what you get, right? Everything you see is what you with him is what I'm saying in a nutshell. But yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, he won the MMA fight, rear naked choke, lost his last 3. Okay. So he won by rear naked choke, and okay, so I guess he snapped a losing streak on that note. Okay. All right, so Jandiroba is now walking into the cage right now. So we are already in the co-main event of the evening. All right, so both of the competitors are in the cage right now. Jandiroba, the Max Hollywood. All right, so Mark Goddard is the referee for this fight. All right, so here's Mackenzie Dern. 15 wins, 5 losses, 5'4", 115 pounds. Fighting out of Huntington Beach, California. All right, here's Mackenzie Dern. So excited for the main event. Says, hell yes, sounds about right. I didn't even know he knew a single submission. You know what, man? After fighting MMA for a few years, you would imagine, of course, he was going to be tapped into, learning a few submissions here and there, right? Mackenzie about to fight a 14-year-old boy right now. Oh, man. That, man. Yeah, man. So they fought each other during the pandemic. Now they are fighting in a non-pandemic environment 5 years later. Huge improvement by the both of them. Mackenzie, yeah, all right. So Mackenzie Dern and the 14-year-old boy, Jandiroba, who looks like a 14-year-old version of Max Holloway, honestly. Doesn't he? He looks like a 14-year-old Max Holloway. All right, 1-2 shot by Mackenzie Dern. Oh, there's a nice low kick right there by Jandiroba. Now they clinching up. All right, so let's see what matchup this is gonna, where there's a 1-2 shot by Jandiroba. HRT, you mean TRT victory? Is that what you meant? Is it haram taking TRT? I'm going to be honest with you, Victory. I think that, look, here's the thing, right? Here's where I can tell you where it may not be haram, right? Say if there's a life or death situation and taking this, okay, hormone replacement, got it. Okay, so let's say if there's a life and death situation, to take, right? That it was going to be detrimental to your health, and if you take it, then you will. I can see how that wouldn't be haram, right? But so let's say do it if you're maybe 20 years old. You know what I mean? It would seem, very ridiculous when you already have all of that going on. So I think that would be the best case scenario for me to say. But I tell you what, once I cross that road to where I really need it, we may have a different conversation, to be honest. Meanwhile, here's Mackenzie Dern right now clinching up, breaking away. Now they're back squared up, boxing range. 1-2 shot by Mackenzie Dern. 130, 129, 128 of the first round. Mackenzie Dern goes for a calf kick, only for Jandiroba to take her down. Yeah, you said Dern got smoked in CGI. Yeah, she is a ADCC World Champion though. And it was 10 years ago till this day that she had won her champion, from what I recall. All right, so good round for Jandiroba. Second round, Mackenzie Dern has to make some adjustments. How many females were really doing BJJ back then? In 2015, I think there was enough competition back then. You got to remember, BJJ competitions have been going on way before the 90s, right? So they always had a pool talent of people that they built from over the years in terms of really formidable people in the black belt level and the advanced level and whatnot. You said a 14-year-old Max Holloway. Oh no, I said that. And then yeah, I sort of yeah. And you're just confirming it. All right, and then she takes her down again. so far 80% prediction rate tonight. At least with the Azamat, I got correct. The Volkov fight, I sort of got correct, right? The idea of a distinction was going to be there. Umar and Bautista. Oh, wow. Exchanging wildfire right now between them. Oh, wow. And this time it is Mackenzie Dern that reverses, but it is Jandiroba that gets top position straight away. Yeah, definitely working hard on the bottom position right now, indicative of the strikes that she's, and then Jandiroba's faced with these elbows. All right, yeah, no submission attempts right here. Mackenzie Dern just throwing strikes from the bottom as Jandiroba is throwing strikes from the top right now. It looks like Mackenzie Dern is looking to catch a triangle while also throwing a hammer fist from the bottom position. Yeah, boys, I think we're in for a 5-round fight. We are absolutely in for a 5-round fight. Sure. So the corner of Mackenzie Dern is saying we're going to play a game now. You know, he throws one, she throws two, something to that extent. So all right, so here we go. Round number. Yeah, I told you guys I don't think this is going to go to a finish. Fresh must be on a cheeseburger before he don't drink. Oh wow, wow, that was a nice right hand. Or yeah, that was a nice right hand she threw on Mackenzie Dern right now, as Mackenzie Dern was throwing a kick there. Oh, wow, man. Good overhand right by Delgado. Okay, so now Dern is pressing up on Jandiroba up against the fence right now. All right, Mackenzie Dern maintaining this grappling position, this clinching position on her right now. Now they're just throwing knees at each other right now. 306, 305, 304. Yeah, Mackenzie Dern has not been doing good with her team defense. You've got to wonder if the judges are going to see that and think, you know what, are we going to give this to Jandiroba because of the ground control that she's been able to get? Here it is. Now she shoots in right now for a single leg. Really just out grinding and outworking Mackenzie Dern. Mark HayNie says, I need some food. I'm starving. Good read, Miller. Yeah, so there it is, man. What's wrong with having a little bit of food? I mean, listen, this is you're usually at a fight party. Listen, I've made a decision a long time ago that unless I'm actually going to record from a fight party, I'm never going to a fight party ever again. You know what I mean? So it's like this is my fight party. My fight party is with you guys. Yeah, don't forget to send some super chats along the way, guys. He says, I can't watch fights with casuals. I hear you on that. Because you would have to sit there and listen to all the annoying takes that they have. You know what I mean? Like, you got to sit there and listen to them, you know, make jokes about things that you don't find funny, make jokes about fighters that, yeah, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, yeah. It would be dumb. And then they would, you know, judge things that don't need to be judged at. They would say things just to try to be the funny guy in the room. And you know what? That's probably cool if you're around, you know, your training partner, buddies, and brothers, you know, but it gets annoying when you got people in there that don't know what they're talking about and you understand that they're speaking from a position where they don't know what they're talking about. That can absolutely be annoying. John breathe, motherfucker. That Wim Hof, remember him? Breathe. Wim Hof. Speaking of Wim Hof and Dutch people, Alistair Overeem is in the house. Oh. All right, here we go. Round number 4. Oh, good 1-2 shot. We are already in the championship rounds right now. 1-2 by Mackenzie Dern right there. So yeah, man, Victor, that's victory. That's exactly why I started a channel, because I wanted to find like-minded people to talk about MMA, and here it is, brother, living the dream, brother, living the dream. Love it. I love it. No, really, I'm really living the dream, just enjoying watching these fights with you guys, and having a great time on nonetheless. It's beautiful. I couldn't ask for more. Yeah, 7 rounds. These two have fought each other already. Seven rounds in the span of their whole entire career. Yeah, I love watching fights for sure, man. You're the most educated group in the world. Unlike the MMA guru Reuters. The MMA guru Reuters, man. I can't. You know what? I'll bet you if there's one guy in the MMA streaming world that would never beef with me, is probably MMA Guru, because let's just say I know people in London and I know things about him, and he does not want to go there. So oh man, I would smash MMA Guru on that regard. It'd be great. But remember, you guys know that I've proven to have known people in that side of the world. So, MMA Guru, you fat pig, MMA Guru. I am Americano, but I call you fat pig, but it's okay. Somebody clip that, LOL. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. No, listen, bro. You know what it is? You know the term 6 degrees of separation? Everybody, look, check this out, Marty. If you train across Daniel Hamid giving you inside info, would it be no, man, Daniel Hamid, you know what, bro? He's not even a factor in London. He's not a factor in London the way Zayn is a factor in London. Hamza Shiraz is a factor in London. MMA Guru is a factor in London. Daniel Hamid is like a small town boy, away from London, right? Like within those politics. Yeah. So, but no, it's not Daniel Hamid. Obviously, if it's somebody of, no knowledge, it's not something that I can just, spew out like that. But yeah, man, there's things to know about MMA Guru, and yeah. And look, I know a lot of secrets about different fighters, even some rappers, and people in California, and there's just things that I'd rather not say, and how they say, you know what I mean? It's better to keep some things on the hush. But trust that I know some things. It's called the 6 degrees of separation, right? If you train with enough people in MMA, if you run across certain people around the world or people of similar communities, eventually you run across somebody within those 6 degrees of separation. And and next thing you know, you start finding about X, Y, and Z. All right, man. So 5 minutes left into that fight between Jandiroba and Mackenzie Dern. Is clearly losing this. I'm about 100 views away from 1,000 views on this one. Shout out to everybody around the world that's tapped in watching this with us. All right, number 5, here we go. And once again, down on the ground, most likely we will have a very short main event. That sucks. You know what I told you what my prediction was, right? Hey, listen, you could be right, I could be right. That's the beauty of MMA, right? But I stand by my prediction that it's going to go to a decision. All right, so Jandiroba in a very controlling position right now. You stand no stand, mister. You sit down. I don't understand what you mean by that. Do you guys think this is a close fight? I mean, honestly, Jandiroba is absolutely just tearing her apart limb from limb right now. It's not a close fight whatsoever. So now Jandiroba is right on top. I think she is leaving no doubt that she's going to win this fight. I mentioned that as well on the prediction show. That her personal problems were going to be an issue here. That is very true, Fresh. Yes, the judges might see that in that kind of matter. Dern gets a late takedown right here. Let's see if that's going to help with the judge's decision. Let's go. All right, man. Let's find out the official decision right now. 5 rounds. $48-47. 49-46. And who's the new champion? I love how Buffer had to drag that out. What? I can't believe it. That is unbelievable. Wow. In 10 years, same country. She also won the ADCC World Championships. Now in MMA. Wow. Wow. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, it helps to have won a championship in Abu Dhabi. Okay? Okay, yes, it helps. It helps to have, won, the ADCC. And you know what? The Emiratis are going to remember you for that. And if they remember you for that, then guess what? They're going to come back to your fights. And, maybe some of those fans that were in the ADCC were probably now fans of Mackenzie Dern, who are now judges. And there you have it. Wow. Mackenzie Dern does it. That is amazing. That is amazing. Well, you're right, man. The fix is in. He says, I told you the fix is in. says, I already missed Zayn. Yeah, but Zayn, has an assignment, move up. So that's sort of the trend now. If you're moving up, you got to vacate. That's just what it is. That's how we got to do it. You got to vacate now. Okay, so look, I'm going to tell you what I like about this concept, right? About people vacating belts. Someone is moving up. Obviously, Weili Zhang is moving up. Not only was Weili Zhang moving, it was also Ilya Bakura that was moving up, so he had to vacate. And then it was Ilslav Makhachev that had to move up, so he had to vacate. So the list goes on, right? Well, now it kind of creates different opportunities because, look, now Mackenzie Dern is a world champion. Tonight, Tom Aspinall or CYRIL Gane can be world champions. Volkanovski, once again, became a world champion because of Ilya Bakura wanting to move up. And, yeah, I think that if they were going to make Khamzat fight at 205, they would probably make him vacate the 85 belt as well. Right, that's the way that I see it. Oh, look at this. There's Chris Eubank Jr. right there, having a fight in the next coming weeks. There's Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira right there. Well, here we are, guys. We are now in the main event of the evening right now. So let's get this thing cracking on and cracking right now. All right. So Terry Crews doing a commercial there. Strawweight is a bad division now. Unless the fight is in the White House, Victor, the entire Epstein Congress is in the house. Dang. S sells, they promote Dern more than the 14-year-old Max Holloway. Yeah. I mean, you don't really think she deserved that one, right? Pantoja should call out Dern. Here you go again, putting Pantoja in weird positions. All right. So here we go. Main event of the evening, guys. We are now in the main event slot of the evening between Tom Aspinall and CYRIL Gane. So who's ready for this one? I am so ready for this one. I cannot wait, guys. I cannot wait. The most highly anticipated main event of the evening right here. And we got people around the world tapped in right now. All right, let's go back 4 days ago. What did I say this fight was going to be and how it was going to end up?
Video on his social networks in which we can see a disoriented man hiding between two cars.
Are you using Viagra or Cialis, or thinking about improving your performance in the bedroom? With motivated doctors.
Well, as the story goes, we all know that Tom Aspinall was supposed to fight John Jones. What happened? Well, obviously, John Jones was not able to answer that call. And as a result, here we are. We got Tom Aspinall taking on CYRIL Gane. By the way, for the third time that CYRIL Gane is going to be in here facing for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world in the UFC. Now, the beauty of this whole entire card is that it's an Abu Dhabi card. And what's great about an Abu Dhabi card is that you're actually not going to see this in Abu Dhabi time, because if you're out here in the West Coast like I am, guess what? This fight is going to be starting at 7 a.m. within the prelims. So that's always good news. Obviously, Abu Dhabi has now become the epicenter of not just F1 Formula racing, that also goes for Saudi Arabia. Also, how about Qatar? Did you guys know that Bilal Muhammad and Ian Gary are going to fight in Qatar next? Yes, obviously brought to you by the Qatari government and the Tourism Board of Qatar. But on any regard, yes, we got UFC Abu Dhabi this weekend on location, and it's going to be the location of the heavyweight championship of the world. In Abu Dhabi. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. So let's get to the kicks and punches of this whole entire fight. All right. Now, speaking of which, before we get to that, don't forget to check out my live stream regarding UFC 321 this week, but also how about a fight that is coming up in January? Ilya Tapora taking on Paddy Pimblett. All right, let's get to this. Why do I say that this is going to be a fight that's going to the distance between Tom Aspinall and CYRIL Gane? Well, it's really that simple. Number one, you got to understand that the pressure that is mounting on Tom Aspinall right now is going to pressure him in ways that did not pressure John Jones going into this fight against CYRIL Gane. And why is John Jones being brought up into this even though he is not in this fight? Well, it's quite obvious. The reason why we have this fight in the first place is because of John Jones. And it is that same guy that John Jones beat in the first round soundly, okay, in which they're going to compare Tom Aspinall towards. Now, is that a fair comparison? Well, the answer is no, because Tom Aspinall is its own fighter. Not only that, this is its own fight in and of itself. You see, CYRIL Gane has been working on his wrestling. I've seen that with Imavov. By the way, Imavov was out wrestling him in those exchanges. If you guys didn't see the training footage between Imavov and CYRIL Gane.
Hey, have you ever been told you have a nice voice? Well, what if I told you you could turn your voice into actual money? Sound too good to be true? Well, come closer. I'm about to show you how to turn your voice into a real, fun, and paying career. And you don't need fancy equipment that costs thousands of dollars either. You don't need an advanced degree, and you certainly don't need years or even months of prior experience. Here's what I'm talking about. You see, the voiceover market is a $4 billion industry just looking at audiobooks. It's over 100 new opportunities per day. It's massive. That doesn't even take into account things like commercials or product explainer videos or corporate training. And none of this is slowing down anytime soon. And since the rise of AI, this market is booming. But people don't want to listen to robots. They want to hear from someone real, someone with a nice voice, someone with a soul. Hi, I'm Susan Berkeley, and I've been the signature voice of big companies like AT&T and Citibank for, well, longer than I care to admit. And I've helped more people launch successful careers in voice acting than anyone else on the
UFC fighter to watch. UFC fighter of all time.
Make no mistake about it. It's just practice. I mean, come on, dog. We talking about practice. What did Allen Iverson say back in the days when he didn't show up for practice? He literally said, dog, we talking about practice. Next thing you know, he's crossing over Jordan in the court, knocking threes on people, getting over, what do you call that? A layup, slam dunk. Obviously, I was going to say slam dunk, but the height of Allen Iverson would have prevented him from slam dunking. He was not that tall. And yeah, so he would have done a layup. On any regard, speaking of layups, this fight is not a layup for Tom Aspinall to any degree. And do not be fooled by that training footage, because that only shows that CYRIL Gane is improving on his wrestling. So what does that mean? This means that this fight is going to be held on the feet. Now, why do I say that? Well, think about it like this, right? John Jones has better wrestling than Tom Aspinall, even though a lot of you believe that John Jones can be beat by Tom Aspinall. It doesn't mean that Tom Aspinall is going to out-wrestle him. I tend to believe that Tom Aspinall could beat John Jones as well, but on the wrestling side, he will give him problems. Now, that is what John Jones has given CYRIL Gane. But can Tom Aspinall fight in that same matter? And the answer is no, he cannot. He's a different fighter. He's a stand-up fighter. In fact, so is CYRIL GANE. CYRIL GANE is also a stand-up fighter. As a result of that, this fight will be held standing on the feet because guess what CYRIL GANE is going to do? He's going to stuff those takedowns from Tom Aspinall, and it's going to be kept on the feet. It's going to be very competitive on the feet, and as a result, my shocking prediction for this fight, it's going to be a 5-round decision for Tom Aspinall. It's going to be a tough fight, but it's going to go the distance, and this is the reason why. More on this as the fight week continues, and stay tuned for the live stream that I'm going to do for UFC 321, which is going to be live right here in Abu Dhabi. Well, not exactly in Abu Dhabi. I'm going to be in California as this happens. 7 a.m. in the morning, prelims time, 11 a.m. main card. I'll see you there. Now, let's get to the Sean Strickland video right now because this is what you guys are here for.
A weapon to the gym following a dispute they had over text messages. The incident reportedly occurred during the period when Khamzat was training at Extreme Couture. In an interview today, Khamzat said, "I don't know. When we used to train together, he was normal. Well, one time I got angry with him. Next day, he was walking with a gun. He thought I'll attack him. We had a group chat for our gym, and there was one guy from Chechnya in it. He wrote something. I thought all Chechens are strong. And I wrote him back, 'You're American chicken. I'll beat you up.' He later said that I misunderstood him. That's all what happened, really."
So what it sounds like is that they had a little bit of some dispute in the gym. A fellow Chechnyan fighter that was with Khamzat's entourage, looks like from what it seems, got beaten up by Sean Strickland, at least from Sean Strickland's accounts. What does this Chechnyan do? He calls him an American chicken. You know what I think? I think there's a little bit more to that. But hey, listen, I'm not the police. I'm not here to investigate any of these things. I let you guys use your imagination and how it escalated into all of this.
I spoke English badly at that time. I couldn't tell you
it's not about your English, but okay.
Exactly what happened. He said something about Chechen or something. I realized.
And then when you talk about somebody's nationality, somebody's religion, guess what? It will go beyond fight banter. It will go beyond sport. And it's going to escalate into what it had escalated to. Now, what is it that these Chechnyan guys said to Sean Strickland to set him off? We don't know. Now, here's something we know about Sean Strickland. He has a history of pulling guns out on people, and sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
Because you know you can't jab and keep your decision in the streets. Dog, it's America. You think I'm going to fight for free? You step up to me, dude. I live in a stand your ground state, my man. And the only thing you're going to get, dude, is 18 rounds to the chest, my dog. America, stand your ground.
I'll be honest with you. I wholeheartedly agree with Sean Strickland. Look, a lot of people who fight, they have this illusion that they think that people are just going to fight them, right? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. You are a trained fighter. You think people are going to want to fight you? No, they're going to want to pull a strap out on you. And shout out to Sean Strickland for sort of understanding that, right? I think there's a lot of fighters out there that are very ignorant to this concept, right? They believe that because they can do what they can do in the ring or in the cage, they somehow think that everybody is going to play by those same rules with them. 100% I agree. So, all right, continue on with what Khamzat had to say on this.
He said something bad, so I immediately attacked him just in case. And that's going to wrap it up for the...
So there it is, man. So understand, right? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and that's really what it comes down to. Okay, so more on this.
From David to Solomon to Samson, for the last 4 years after opening the door to Unchained Leader, we've seen a very similar pattern of what's described in here, of guys coming in that are from every major sports league that you can imagine, the MLB, the NBA. These aren't just guys that sit on the bench. These are guys that are on the cover of magazines. We have guys that are as high up in the military as you can possibly get. We have CEOs that you would know the names of, and also famous pastors that have come in that if I told you the name, you would know who they are. And we're actually
more on this right here. Check this out right here, just to kind of give you a little bit of some context in what I'm talking about.
The fighter shared a video on his social networks in which we can see a disoriented man hiding between two cars in front of Sean's house. who comes out and points a gun at us. According to the fighter, the man was drunk. He had attacked a girl. A security guard saw him, so he fled in his car and ended up hitting a curb. Then he tried to hide at his house. Strickland thought he was trying to steal his car. This is UFC champion Sean Strickland pointing a gun. The fighter shared a video on his social.
All right, here we go, guys. We're locked in and ready for the main event of the evening. All right, let's read some of these comments right here. And Persia should call out Dern, Gone, please KO Tom, LOL. Does everyone just hate Tom Aspinall? Yeah, I mean, they kind of find him to be a boring champion. He came in at the wrong time where he's where the other heavyweights are not that good. I want to see Tom H. Please go and KO Tom. Aspinall has done more media than John in his career. World Hero wins. Interesting. All right, man. Here we go, guys. We are locked in for the main event. It is time for the main event. He says, I hope it goes the distance. Me too. Me too. I would like to see it go the distance as well. Victory says it's hard to call. Only God wins somehow. I wouldn't put money on that. Kyrie has promised us 5 rounds. I did. And I stand on that till now. So Greater Manchester, England. The reigning, defending. All right, guys, round 1. Here we go. Round 1 is about to commence. See? Guaranteed to see you touch this shoulder. That means that you're going to see a lot of range in this fight right now. Here we go, guys. The new era of heavyweight MMA. Oh, there it is. See, there it is. The distance. The distance. You think Tom is going to go for a pretty quick takedown? Nope. Okay, there it is. Watch out for CYRIL Gane. Oh, there's a head kick right there by Tom Aspinall. Good head kick by Tom Aspinall. Oh, wow. There's a knee right there. Do you think Aspinall is going to be influenced with all the talk about him being able to beat him faster than John? It's showing right now, Victory. It's really showing right now. By the tall, yeah. Okay, there's Tom Aspinall shooting in right there. That answers your question right there. There's Tom Aspinall shooting in for a takedown. Oh, there's a nice head kick by Tom Aspinall right there, showing the kickboxer some kickboxing skills of his own. Wow, so Tom Aspinall is already bleeding in the first round, guys, which shows you that this is a much tougher fight. Look at this, having a bit of a Muay Thai stance with Tom Aspinall here. Tom Aspinall having a little bit of a Muay Thai stance. Oh, wow, there it is. What is this? Was he trying to shoot in for a takedown on that one? Oh, there's a spinning back kick. What did I tell you guys? I told you leading up to the fight, he was going to throw that spinning back kick to show you something a little bit different. All right, so Tom Aspinall keeping up that Muay Thai stance right there. Nice leg kick right there by CYRIL GANE. Yeah, he learned it from John. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I said, is that he can't beat John, but he wants to be able to do things better than John. What I mean by he can't beat John, he can't fight him. Right? These are the only available competitions to him right now. There it is, another inside leg kick by CYRIL GANE. CYRIL GANE really moving well in this round right here. Tom lost a lot of stock. Yeah, why do you say that, Mario? Oh, man, there's an eye poke right there. Okay, so we got a little bit of an eye poke situation going on here. Very John Jones-like. So that tells you if him and John Jones were to fight, for sure, these guys would absolutely get into John cleaned up John in 2 minutes. And it's way past 2 minutes now, right? It's the distance, man. You know, John has the wrestling to close the distance. Tom doesn't. It's just as simple as that. Oh, man, that is a bad cut. Tom couldn't get the takedown, obviously. Yeah, yeah. This is his eye poke. Yeah, they are definitely going to take away the point right now if this fight can even continue. Damn, he's really stealing John Jones. So he goes for a body kick right here. As he's going for a body kick, he has his hands out like in a defensive position. And of course, being that these are open palm gloves, oh no, Tom Aspinall said he can't see. And it's very early. Is Tom packing it in? I think so, man. I think Tom might be packing it. Yeah, is Tom looking to get a DQ or a no contest? That is what we are all facing now and what we are about to find out. Yeah, the referee is warning CYRIL GANE to stay over all the others. Okay, he said that he can't see. Tom says that he can't see. Tom can't see. Oh no, they're gonna stop the fight. They're gonna stop the fight. Wow, this is really yes. Wow. CYRIL GANE is mad. He is mad right now. He is absolutely clearly livid. He said, so lame, I hate Tom Aspinall. Man, what is MMA Guru? Let's react to what MMA Guru is saying right now. I bet you MMA Guru is going crazy right now. Because you know that's his boy. Wow. 29 people already. Oh, wow. People are filing out right now. They are so mad right now. I mean, all the hype, all of that. It's,
Stop arguing. He got eye poked and Gane pushed his fingers into both of his eyes at once. Let's just call it what it is. I'm being real now. Both fingers, both of his eyes at once. Was it looking to be a decent scrap compared to a demolition? Yes. But both fingers, both eyes at once.
Yeah, I can't see. Refuse to remove the towel from the eye. Not even Tom is a new
Gane was winning the round. No, he wasn't even winning the round. He just had a bloody nose. Other than that, Tom was landing all the better shots. And I'll do a full recap on this. I'm bringing back the second channel. 40K viewers. Oh, my God. Dude, Tom, that's clear. That's clear. People are going to fucking cry about that. Keep your fucking fingers to yourself, CYRIL GANE. What the fuck are you doing? Raking both
All right. Yeah. All right, so that remains a no contest. This will have the eligible effect. People will hate Tom now. Oh yeah, bro. People are gonna hate Tom's guts after this. Mad Aspinall, I'm more pissed. Oh wow, Tom is going at the crowd right now. They saying he said this is BS. The fight was just going. Look at this. Wow. Yeah, that's a double poke, man. That is vicious. And a lot of people are probably going to say that's what you get listening to DC and then having DC hype you up like that. I'll bet you that's what they're going to say. All right, let's hear what CYRIL GANE has to say here. He says, that was completely understandable about not continuing to fight. This is unfortunate. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Get in there and give CYRIL GANE an advantage, especially when you can't see? And then on top of that, he's a world-class striker. Mark says, yeah, Aspinall was right. The most unpredictable sport ever. Yeah, Aspinall was right. This is the most unpredictable sport ever. Facts. Said exactly. Yeah, this is not on Aspinall at all. Yeah, it is the most unpredictable theater in sports. It gives back the Aspinall versus Curtis Blades fight vibes all over again. Yeah, Bisping's did it for years. So here we are, guys. We are now in the recap of UFC 321. Okay. Once again, a very unpredictable theater of sports, right? The co-main event went to a decision. A lot of fights went to a decision, just as I predicted. I thought this fight was going to go to a decision. As a result, it ended in the first round with a no contest due to an eye poke. Wow. Tom Aspinall was getting lit up a little bit there on the feet, just as what we would expected, right? Tom Aspinall had a very hard time trying to get to CYRIL GANE in terms of trying to get him down. He wasn't able to take him down. As a result of that, what happened? They kept the fight on the feet. As they kept the fight on the feet, guess what happened? All of a sudden, it was in the world of CYRIL GANE to where he threw a body kick, puts his hands out, and he double poked Tom Aspinall as a result of that. I mean, it's very unfortunate, but it is the reality of the fight game. It is just what happens, and that's just what it is. Jones marked gone in 2 minutes. Right. This absolutely just creates more of a legend for John Jones. Tom never removed the paper from the eye. He kept pressure on it. He didn't feel good in there and wanted out for sure. Well, that is a theory that you can definitely subscribe to. I didn't get my value on my pay-per-view, dang it. And you know what? These are one of the last pay-per-views of the year, if not ever, in the UFC. It is insane. And Gane was winning, though, according to a lot of these people. So these are the things that a lot of these people are saying. It says, right, Fresh, it was a main event title fight. You get back out there and fight, win or lose. Now, that right there is the extreme side of that, right? Look, Tom said to DC after the fight, hey, look, what am I supposed to do? Right? I'm not the one that asked to get poked. Tom felt he wasn't going to walk through Gane and decided he had to get a get out of jail card. He says, I'm not a doctor, but you're supposed to flush the eye and not put pressure on it. But put pressure on it, not pressure on it. Okay. I mean, he did something wrong there, right? John Trump dancing off his butt right now. Look at this. They're showing the replays right now of the eye poke, man. That is vicious right there. What did we learn out of this main event? What we learned out of his main event is that Tom, well, CYRIL Gane could hang in there with Tom, even though Tom was the heavy favorite. They booed Tom Aspinall because they were expecting a whole lot more. They paid a lot of their money. But at the same time, there is a reason why in MMA and in the UFC in particular, there are strong undercards just for this reason alone. Because you never know when these things happen, and you never know if these things are going to fall out and they are going to cause a different trajectory in the fight and in the whole entire event. Look, this whole entire event was Tom Aspinall and CYRIL Gane. Nothing more, nothing less. However, it got spoiled due to the fact that Tom Aspinall got poked in the eye. And that is the unfortunate part about it. Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. I needed to pause a little bit there just so I can clip that part. That's why I needed, yeah, I was doing a long pause on that one because I wanted to, have that particular part clipped. So, all right. Let's go over the entire part before we get out of here, shall we? Yeah, very rare. Very rare. All right, so. All right, let's do a full breakdown analysis on this one right here. All right, so guys, very lackluster main event of the evening. It ends to a no contest due to an accidental eye poke. We've been over this. Before the fight was ended in the way that it was, a lot of people were saying that CYRIL Gane was winning this fight. And you know what? They are right. But CYRIL Gane made one mistake. He threw a body kick. After throwing a body kick, he accidentally put his hands out there and poked Tom Aspinall. And as a result, but make no mistake, Tom Aspinall was busted up in the nose and had some bleeding that had nothing to do with the eye poke. But his eye poke was bad enough to stop the fight, and that was the unfortunate thing. This is very rare in a title fight, let alone a heavyweight title fight, and that's just really what it is. Decision from Mackenzie Dern. Look, man, Verna was winning this fight, in my humble opinion, in a way where, you know what, she was taking her down, controlling her, had the ground control time. I don't understand what it is that the judges saw, but hey, nonetheless, it is what is on the record books. Mackenzie Dern becomes a world champion 10 years after she wins another world championship in BJJ in the same country. There it is. Mackenzie Dern, now the new vacant strawweight champion of the world, as a trend that a lot of champions are taking right now, not getting a double championship, but vacating the belt so the divisions can start moving and then moving up to the next weight class and claiming a double championship in that kind of way, but not in the official of things. But Umar Nurmagomedov, I thought this was going to be the easiest fight of the night. I honestly thought this was going to be the easiest fight of the night. But guess what? Umar had one of the hardest fights of the night. Mario Bautista is a contender at some point. If Umar becomes champion in a world where he miraculously beats Rob, which, by the way, I still stand by the fact that I don't think he's ready for him right now. He needs to have a little bit more of a tune-up fight, like Sean O'Malley, big money fight, but still a big tune-up at the same time for Rob. He does get through those guys and then gets through Marab at some time in the future. Mario Bautista and Umar could fight for the championships at some point. They can fight for the championships against each other at some point because Mario proved he is right up there. Here's another controversial decision. Jailton Almeida, more takedowns, more ground control time, yet Alexander Volkov won the fight. Decision, what can you do about it? That's the fight game. Now, Azamat, 3:11 into the first round, a power jab knocks out Alexander Rakic. Very small for the weight class, 5'10 at 205. But he's knocking people out, and he deserves to be in his weight class. He knocks him out with a power jab. Wow. And there's the reason why he was undefeated. Now, how about this? One of the most shocking head kicks of the night. Quillan S, right? First round against Nasrat. Out of nowhere. Look, in the very it looked like it was all even. Everything was whatever. It was what it was. Next thing you know, boom. Comes Scarlett with a knockout kick. Ikram gets a unanimous decision over Park Standard. He was out wrestling him the whole entire fight. That's what it was. Majority decision. Okay, this guy right here, he blew out his leg. Okay, because of a takedown that Rebecki put on him. After he got the takedown, his ankle goes out, and then in the middle of the second to third round, he wasn't able to answer the call to get out there in the third round. And then speaking of heels or ankles, here's Walter once again with a heel hook. I believe his third or fourth submission in that same match. First round. Unanimous decision against Daniel Wood, taking on Jose Delgado. AbdelWahab had one fight with Chris Barnett. He got Chris Barnett tired, but he also got tired himself trying to out-wrestle him. How about this? Unanimous decision, Azamat Maksum. I thought he won this fight, but again, a lot of questionable judging going on tonight, right? You can toss that up either way. And the first fight of the evening, you had Jacqueline Amorion loses to a decision against Mizuki. Mizuki was awesome. The takedowns that she had going on. Awesome takedowns. And then there it was. He said, we need a Russian newsman to tell us why Tom quit like little girl. Listen, Tom Aspinall, he quit like little girl because of his eye. Nets, I know people that go to war with one eye and they say, you know what, I still gonna fight until the end, Nets. But because he is the world champion, he feels he has to go and make girly excuses. Okay, throw in a little Arnold in there. Victory's laughing. He says, just want to point out that Kyrie was wrong about his prediction. Yeah, well, there you go, right? In terms of me saying that this is going to go to a decision. Had the eye poke not happened, I could still say, you know what, it could have gone to a decision. He says, yeah. Says Kyrie, selling Wolf tickets here. If John is smart, he would fight Alex at a catch weight, never at a fight heavyweight again. Heavyweight is dead, and Aspinall turned out to be another can, not worth fighting. Wow. So there you have it, guys. That is the sentiments of people around the world, and that is literally the event that we just covered right now. With that in mind, guys, that is all that I have for you on this one right now. 9 hours of streaming. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. Last comment right here. Victory says, which is what John was saying the whole time. I would love to see John versus Piera. Well, now that fight would probably be in a higher demand than than Aspinall versus anybody else. He says gloves need to be changed. Fingers to the sky by Gon. Tom's head went into Gon's finger. Happens all the time. All these crappy gloves. He says, well, there you go. All right, guys. So shout outs to everybody around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. This has been an awesome event. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie. My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit? Nigga come through and beat yo fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all